Yeah. Hey everybody, it's Jay Takashi. I'm here to bring you guys a chill out session, number 12. Here we go. We're gonna be here chilling out and just talking about whatever. And if you guys have any questions, I'll feel free to ask any of anything. No, sorry, because it can be multi-layered any way any orderly fashion. And that's what we do here. We're very random in the chill out session. So let's go. Now give me a minute. I gotta get some people in here. And if anybody does want to come in, you're welcome to. Show yourself first before I let you on. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Hate this damn button. Put this shit over here. But yeah, guys, I'm here to do a chill out stream, and you know how we get down. So, any questions you guys have, please let me know. But nobody's here. Uh, hey, Candid, how are you doing? How are you guys doing? Thanks for showing up. I really appreciate it. Um, if you guys want to come in, you're welcome to. And we can talk about anything if you have any questions at all. Trust me. I'm here to this is one of my chill out sessions and we just talk about anything. So thank you for being here, Candid. Mimsy, Real talk with Mimsy Limbs. I appreciate, like I said, thank you for letting me on your stream earlier this morning today. That was good that you did that. I was actually happy to be on. And my man Black Man Unfiltered, brother. I don't know if you're busy tonight, but if you want to come on, brother, you're welcome to. We can talk about anything you guys want. This is a free for all. Appreciate the love and support, guys. And plus, this is one of those days where I need to do this. So I gotta do a chill out session this week. Hold on. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. And I got you. I appreciate you being there. Thank you. No, thank you for having me. Really. I really love that. At Home Depot, bro. I feel you, man. I haven't been there in a minute, man. Used to work there too. That was a long time ago. At Home Depot, try to come up later. Got you, man. We'll still be up, man. It's like 8 here. I probably ain't going to sleep till like 11. Oh, at my time. So okay, bro. Like I said, you're welcome to come on anytime you want. Ain't nobody excluded here. Except trolls. That's the only one. No, but all in all, like I said, I decided to do this chill out because I know I need to vent some things out, or often like just need a break to like from like real world topics for a while. Even the whole Russia and Ukraine thing, I do know about it. The thing is, I just got off the phone with my friend about it and too, and we just got on talking about it, and it's just like, yeah, talking about like stuff like that. I hate it, but at the same time, it's a real world issue that some people want to address, and I can understand why they would want to talk about it. So I'm not excluded from talking about it. I just don't want us to be on it for like 25 hours. That's all. But at the same time, I do feel for those people over there. So I want people to know what the deal is. Those people in Ukraine, my heart goes out to them. I hope they're safe, and I hope they can get out safely too. That's one thing I can't stand. It's like the way humans think more often than not. Like what compels you to want to evade something. And I don't think I'll never ever get. I think I'll never ever get to answer their questions like those. Because I think if you guys hear me, hopefully you guys can hear me very well. But my thing is for this, one of my favorite quotes is from a show when I was young. The link says 404. What do you mean? Tell me. You said it says 404? Hold on. I'll put it back. I'll paste it back in. Give me a second. I don't know why it won't let me go. All right, try again. Hopefully, try this one. See if it works. Wonder why that first one didn't go. Maybe did I do it? I think I posted that one twice. That's what it was. Maybe. Try this time, Candid Ann. Hey, Jenny. How you doing? Yeah, like I said, if you guys want to come in, just welcome. You're welcome to. I know I've said it like 2 to 3 times, but like I said, anybody's welcome to come on. Ladies, I would like to have you on. Like I said, you will have a voice to speak here. No one's gonna overtalk you, whatever. Like I said, we're all just chill here. Nothing really like aggressive. I promise you. Because you can see my eyes right now. I'm not chill right now. I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I only drink on light stuff. And I'm not drinking tonight. I gotta work tomorrow. And plus, like I said, it's only like 3% alcohol, just so I can be sober and be in control of what I'm doing. Because I've never gotten drunk before in my life. Never. I mean that. Never gotten drunk. Yo, Ken Ann, let me know if that link works. The new one that I posted. Please let me know. Because then I have to probably get in contact with you through email and send you the link. Then maybe then it'll work. Because it's weird. I haven't had any weird links not work. But let me see. Salute to you all. Thank you. No, but like as I was saying, before anybody starts to come in, my whole thing is like it's like animals. Sometimes I know them more than I know humans. More often than not, like human beings as people sometimes. And what I mean when I say that is, I feel like I have a connection more. Like I said, I feel like I have a connection more with the animals than I do with some people sometimes, because it's like I know them, I understand them. There's people that I have a hard time understanding. That I just don't understand what compels them to do the things that they do, to want to invade and hurt other people and cause suffering. I used to have a lot of hate in my heart for people who would do stuff like that. That they should be wiped out because they're infringing on other people's like rights and causing suffering for other people. I've never been a fan of that. And those are the people I think that should be subjugated to torture or extreme acts of like punishment. Best way to say it. Without damn tippy toeing around it. But yeah. But overall, if America does get involved in, hopefully that helps the people in Ukraine and NATO. And but I just don't want to see more of my U.S. people get slaughtered. Well, I guess military people more often than not slaughtered. That's all. But I'm gonna leave it at that. Candid Ann, thank you for joining.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
I got you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly, miss.
Hey, how are you? How are you this evening?
I am fine, ma'am. I got off for work like about 30 minutes ago. I'm just now in the house, just relaxing now.
Yeah, I figured, you know what? Let me come and chill out with you. I have nothing important to say. Just chilling. It's a chill out session. I'm gonna chill with you.
Yeah, I mean, I have them for people just to just for if they gotta vent out things from work, if they want to just get away from all like nonsense. Like that's what I have them for. I have them
Oh,
every week.
okay.
Yeah, anything you want to vent out, we're here for it. Or any topic you want to stir. Like I said, it's pretty much just shooting the shit. If I have to
Yeah,
say it.
I'm not. I've been on YouTube for a long time, and you know, as I gotten older, I really try not to stir the pot too much because it makes for interesting videos and fun and views and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I'm trying to find my way because I could either, all of us, not just myself, but all of us, we can either like talk about, Fresh and Fit and Tommy Sotomayor and all the popular shit, the crazy shit.
Right,
What's up, Mandrell? Little troublemaker,
Mandrill.
Mandrell. He's
Mandrill, you're
something
welcome to join
else.
if you want. Yeah. He's yeah. I
He's
love the
something
brother. I
else.
love the brother, man. I ain't gonna lie. He reminds me of one of my family members who's just like 100% direct all the time. I'm direct. I'm even direct with my mom sometimes, but you got to be a little bit sweeter and gentler to your mom.
Yeah. What's up,
That's the only
man?
difference.
Yeah, Mandrell is something else. I saw him on on a video the other day. He's we're all different, and
Right.
so it kind of ties into what I was just saying about like how on this YouTube journey here, just getting to know people and finding the little community. I came from the natural hair community years ago. I was all about like natural hair and growing natural Black women's hair, especially my hair. Like my hair is very kinky and stuff, and finding other women. That was like honestly like 10, 11 years ago. And
Mm.
yeah, it was a long time ago. I've been on YouTube for a while. I mostly watch more so than I make videos, and I deleted a lot of my videos. I mean, like so many. But you know, I've gotten into back and forth arguments with people, and I've done the whole shit,
Yeah.
and at the end of the day, I find like it's never really worth it to me. For others who, are more, I need to start thinking about this whole thing a little bit more business minded. And so that's the reason why I am trying to just learn about communication. Because what you said about the dogs and animals and things like that, you're right. Because what, a dog doesn't try to, like, if he's hungry, he's hungry. They're not trying to trick you
Yeah.
out of something. I mean, I've seen cats are amazing. Cats are. I don't have cats. I don't like them too
Yeah.
much, but
Cats are
they're very
chill.
smart.
Cats are chill. That's why I
They
like
will
them
trick you.
too.
They'll hide behind stuff. They're sneaky, you know.
Right.
But humans, wow, we are just ridiculous. Like I don't see any other group of animals that you know do the crazy stuff that we do mentally. It's just insane, you
Mentally,
know.
physically. Yeah.
Physically, like, most animals, they take care of their children. Some of us don't have the good sense to do so. I don't get it.
And the
There's
thing is, we're supposed to be the smartest animal. And I know people hate that comparing us to animals, but we are the highest form of animal.
hmm
And it's just really true. And the thing is, you think we would be more cognizant and even better protectors than the so-called animals themselves. But no, I think the animals got the humans beat on that. Personally, I think they do.
Yeah, I guess that's like the
People,
whole
people,
thing
people,
about
people will disagree with me on that, but hey, go ahead, try to.
I don't think anybody who would disagree with you on that. Like, because I think the whole thing about the and Mims might, understand what I'm saying when I talk about the tree of knowledge. And I'm not like this whole super biblical person, but I guess knowledge comes with this, you know, this whole caveat of, you know, knowing the right and wrong things to do and sometimes choosing to do wrong. You have this ability to choose wrong.
Yeah,
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I think I'm gonna say this, Candid. I think I think some people are just going for the moment. Like I guess what physically looks appealing, but honestly, like hence the whole Mask movie is all about that. People hide themselves and what they really are. That's what the whole movie entails.
What movie?
You are the Mask movie with Jim Carrey. That pretty much sums it up to people where like people kind of hide under a mask to to not show who they really are.
But are we to
And
an extent all doing that though?
to some extent we are. Me, I got nothing to hide. This is me. I got nothing to hide. And I said, "Man, listen, and listen, if I told you my name is Alzamar McKinney, which it really ain't, come find me." Now I'm like, trust me. Am I living in a ditch somewhere? I don't know.
Man, Joel, why
But
are you trying to get me to cam up? I've been on YouTube for a long time. If you want to see what my
yeah,
real face looks
I've
like,
seen you before. I've seen you with a
yeah, I
cam on
cam up
before.
sometimes, but it's 8 something. And yeah, if you want to see what I really look like, you can just go onto my page and you can see my face. I'm a real person.
Yeah, and everybody knows what I look like, and
And
also
that's my
what I look.
picture. That's really me. This picture, this
Yeah,
avatar or
guys.
whatever, that's me.
Yeah, that's really her.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've seen her uncam twice.
Yeah,
One, I can't remember if it was on. No, I think you were on. I can't remember. I think it was Black Man. You were on cam that one time, and I think you were uncammed in Kaya's before. I'm
yeah,
sure you
sometimes.
were.
Yeah, I've been
It's
lazy.
either one
I
of those
gotta
two.
get up and get together. I'm lazy because the thing is, like, oh, you've seen me. What's up then? So why are you
I've seen
bothering me
you.
then? Why
I
you
don't know.
bother? You know, the thing is that on my days off, on my days off, I chill. I'm not really trying to do too much. So yeah. Oh, that hair, that's partially my hair and partially not my hair, but it's all afro textured hair. And so yeah, that's the funny thing is that all this talk about wigs and weaves and stuff like that, there's a lot of extensions that are very natural looking. So in this avatar that you see me in, that bun is not my hair, but it's very
Okay.
afro textured, like very, very textured.
Okay.
So because it's important to me to still look natural. Like I'm not trying to you
Have
know,
like long, different color, like burgundy red and
nah,
black
that's
mixed
not
together.
me.
Some.
Nah.
I mean, this is just me personally. I've always, even my ex girlfriend, she didn't have any like weave or whatever, and she had natural hair. I'm like, sweetheart, you said like that. I like you. You're natural state. You're looking at me. I'm in my natural state.
Yeah, it's a
And
it's funny because I know a lot of men. This is a whole big topic. There's a lot of men on YouTube that is like, oh, we want women to be natural. Why are you trying to do this? Why? And I agree to some extent. Like when I came back from Las Vegas like earlier this week actually, and I was there for a week, and wow, I saw eyelashes that were literally hitting, like they were, if you wore glasses, they were hitting the frame of the glasses. And I was like, how can she see? How can you see?
she gonna be up in a ditch somewhere.
you
I
know,
hate to have to say that, but it's the truth.
it's
Like that, like
crazy. Colored hair, the rainbow, the crazy stuff, and but
raptor claws.
Oh
I'm
my God, the
sorry.
long, long,
I,
super
I
long
have to say
nails.
this. I have to say this.
Uh-oh.
Kevin Samuels was right about one thing, and I don't preach. I don't preach out to that man, but that one thing I agree with him. Them Raptor calls, I've never been attracted to that ever, ever since I was young. Even I'm older now, I hate it even more. I'm like, get that away from me. Get your hands away from me. Like nobody want like a freaking like
Yeah, it looks
Ursula,
weird.
Ursula, like a
It's gotten more
Ursula.
popular, but the funny thing is
Yeah.
that for me, I've always maintained a natural look. Even if I'm wearing a wig, the wig has to look natural because what I'm doing is I have a very particular hair type. Even within the Black community, my hair is not something that
Mhm.
you see often. It's extremely kinky and coily, and it breaks very easily. So I have to protect it. And in order to protect it, I usually wear my hair in a bun or twisted or something like that. And I don't want to look like a 2-year-old with my hair in these little plaits or little twists and things like that. So,
Right.
in order to protect it, you'll see me with like the avatar, natural hairstyle, but still some of it is not my own. Yeah. So that's what I do. But like I've always been a fan of like natural looking hair. Yeah.
Yeah. And to my man Ian Simmons, and also thank you, brother, for subscribing to me. I saw your subscription this week, man. I really appreciate that, bro. And I seen a couple of your videos too in the snow, bro. That was wild. I haven't been in the north in a long time because I used to live there in Pennsylvania for a long time, bro. I saw that video, dude, that you had. Holy Christ, I couldn't be walking in that thing, and I do not miss it at all either.
Where are you at?
But no, right now I'm in South Carolina. I'm
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was in Florida for 3 years, and I recently came back just last year. So yeah, but so I've been here. I've been back here where I used to be here 8 years after I graduated high school. Then I left, did the Florida, and then came right back because of family reasons. I'm back here to help them out. Okay, so I personally don't care if women wear makeup, dye their hair a tasteful color, as long as she don't look like Joker. That's
Yeah.
fair, bro. Listen, I've said the same thing, dude. I don't mind the makeup as long as you don't overdo it. Like you look like a birthday cake, and I'm just like, okay. It's the same thing I feel about if you have too many tattoos all over your entire. I'm talking about. I've seen the neck all the way to this, the whole
Yeah.
body. If the whole body is covered, then I can just hang you on my wall. Why do I need to like seriously?
Yeah.
And I make and that's not even just a joke that I made up. I'm like, literally, I just hang you on my wall. I'm an artist. I got plenty of wall room. I
You
got
draw?
I got to get um I do some graphic design from
Oh,
time to
cool.
time. And I used to draw on paper. I haven't drawn anything this whole year. So I nobody can ask me for any requests until I get back into sketching and doing my portraits again. So that's gonna be a minute because I actually do that. I actually secretly do that for some people because I
That's
am getting paid
awesome.
for it.
Is that what you went to
Because
school for?
I did go for graphic design. And I honestly I should have went for IT while I was at it too. And if I did have the chance, I would go back for IT and just knock it all out. Because I'd be a computer freak of the highest order and just fix computers and just make keyboards all day. If I could work it from the house, I would do it. He said he said 2 feet.
Where is he at?
yo,
Is he in
oh, Ian, yo,
Canada
yo,
or
Ian,
something?
Ian, if you don't mind sharing, where like what state are you in? You gotta tell us what the name of the town, if you want to. I'm not forcing anything out of you, dude. He said, "Look like Stephen King's IT."
It,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I know what you mean. I got you, bro.
Mm, that clown.
Yeah. Oh, she looks like that. Oh, okay. I'm gonna need to see
Oh yeah,
a
Boston is
psych ward.
cold.
Yeah, Boston is cold, bro.
He's about
I
three
remember I
hours
was.
from me. I'm in
Oh, where are
Connecticut.
you? Okay. Oh, you're in Connecticut. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I used to live in Pennsylvania. You're Connecticut, and he's Boston. Oh, bro, if he's in Boston, oh shoot, yeah. I ain't never been to Boston. I don't think I want to go this time of year, bro. Like I said, your snow video showed me a lot. This brother's literally walking in the snow, and I feel you, bro. Like I said, I used to walk in the snow to school, bro. People don't understand the struggle of having to on blizzard days. If you ain't got no internet in your house and you can't even, I go to school so I can chill with my friends. I did that in high school. I'm like, yo, bro, I'll go to school. Screw this, man. Drill,
Oh
that's not
boy,
happening on
oh
here,
boy,
brother.
oh boy, oh boy.
Yes, yes, yes. That's right. I'm here. I showed up. Everyone else can leave. Everyone else can leave. I showed up. I'm the one that people came to see. That's it.
There you go. There you go.
I'm the
Right.
one. I'm the one who everyone comes to see. Hello, Jenny Morena.
Is that
I
your
love you
Trump
too.
impersonation?
What impersonation? I am Trump. This is Trump. What do you mean? Work on your hands. Work on your
That's
hands.
crazy.
Listen. Total moron. Had no business in the White House. But if you're saying he wasn't funny, you're not being genuine.
Oh
He
no, he
was
was wild.
hilarious. Listen, Trump was absolutely hilarious. He made the biggest fool of himself like every time he showed up on camera, which is pretty much every day. Come on. He had to brighten your day to see him get on camera.
Yeah.
He had to. I was
Wow.
on a stream with Don GQ and Black David, and I was over there we were over there talking about Trump, and we're just laughing and chilling, you
I'm
know.
not
Then I saw you go
absolutely.
live, and I was like, let me straighten up a little. Let me take
You're
care of some
getting a
things,
storm
then
over
jump
here
on live with you
too.
guys.
The lady Jenny, we're getting on here in
Yeah.
Connecticut. We're about to get a storm.
Yeah,
Oh,
she says I'm outside of
so
Boston. We're getting a storm. Yeah.
I gotta go to work tomorrow. Also, I hate that. I
It's,
hate
What do you do
that.
for a living, if you don't mind me asking?
Myself,
Yes,
I'm a registered nurse.
okay.
awesome. In some ways,
So, yeah, there's
Well, yeah, because it has its negatives
yeah,
and
right.
it
positives.
It's good.
certainly
That's what
does.
that's what I
Mhm.
said. Awesome in some ways.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
my
perfect.
aunt did that for a lot of years, and I remember she that coffee just took like more of her personality and just made her really hyper energetic, and it just kind of messed her up sometimes from doing
Yeah,
those
I've
shifts.
got some aunts who were registered nurses, and I dated a registered nurse. And
I'm a BSN for
hmm,
Snuggles. The question for Snuggles, BSN. I'm not going back to school. I'm done. I have two
Okay.
bachelor's degree, one in English literature, and the other one
why?
is in nursing. That's a long story.
Gotcha.
Spring
That was
can't
your
come
first one,
fast
wasn't it?
enough.
That was your
Huh?
first one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that the first degree that I got, I paid for that out of my pocket. I don't have all these student loans since I have no student loans. I have no debt, period. Other than my mortgage, I don't have a car loan. I don't have no loans except for the mortgage, and I'm
Are you
working
married?
very hard. Like when I'm telling you, I'm working very hard to get rid of my mortgage. But the first degree that I got, I just wanted to be educated. I'm from the Bronx. My family, I'm the first person in my family to go to college. My parents
Ooh.
didn't, they like go to school. They couldn't tell me like what to do or what to go to school for. All they knew was doctor, lawyer. They did not know. Keep in mind that my mom didn't even go to high school. My father got like a little bit of high school in Barbados. My grandmother literally was not able to write her own name. She was illiterate. Okay. So I didn't know what I was doing. So to make a long story extremely short, I got a job at Lehman Brothers doing graphic design work, and
Ah,
it's actually called. Listen, that job at 21 years old, I was working in Three World Financial Center, and I was making $45,000 at
I
21
get
years
it.
old.
I get it.
Yeah,
Listen, I get it. But I
and so I
could
took
not
that
do graphic
money.
design all day, every day. I'd
Well,
shoot
it's not just
myself.
graphic. It was boring because it pertained to
Yes,
investment
who said I shoot
banking.
myself? That
So
oh my god, that's torture.
because
It's
yeah,
boring.
but
That's why I
listen,
said,
I'm
it's not a
so I
knock
know
on you.
how to
It's
make
just
a
I
price
know that that's
volume
boring
chart.
work. I know that that's boring because I was doing graphic design in high school. I was taking
Mhm.
classes in it. But and I was like, there's no way I could do this for a living. I love
Right.
art. I love drawing, painting. I love that, but that
Yeah.
has to be a hobby. I knew then that that was going to be a hobby for me. There's no way I was going to make a living on that. I'm
Make a
like,
living off
oh,
of it. Yeah.
You could definitely make a
if
living
I'm
off of it,
forced to
though.
do it, it's
Yeah,
not fun, you
yeah,
know. But if you love it, fair enough. I mean, go for it. But
Right.
for me,
yeah. So what I did was, one of the things I used to do is, I was 21, didn't know any better, and I would, when I had downtime, I would look up all the executives, their bios, and I would see like what was common with them because everyone was white, everyone went to school, everyone had like, I would look. I would stare at certain things. I would notice that in like events, everyone's teeth were perfect, like just beautiful teeth when they smiled. And I noticed that mine were crooked. And so there's just things that I picked up. And so I would look at their bios and I'm like, man, everyone went to college. And so I took some of my money and I went to college. and I got an English literature degree. Because I wasn't looking for a job back when I was going to school. I was looking to be educated, to be able to understand, to have conversation, to be well spoken. I wasn't looking for a job at that time. And so I just paid for it out of my pocket. I went to City University of New York. I went to CUNY. I went to Lehman College, and I paid for it out of pocket. And so that's what I did. And then years later, after, doing that for a number of years, I decided to do a career change, and then I became a registered nurse. So yeah,
Yeah, see, I
that's
got
the
2
short
degrees.
version of it.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna tell you what I did. I graduated high school, and I had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. All right, but I knew full well that in my parents' house, I'm gonna do one of two things, but more than likely both, because of the way my parents, the way my parents are. I'm gonna work or I'm gonna go to school. But if I'm gonna live in that house, I'm gonna do both. So I said, my first year of college, of course, you work part time and you go to school the rest, the other time. So I was in college, freshman year, again, no clue what I wanted to do. So I transferred universities. I went to Alabama A&M because my great uncle has a scholarship program there, and I
Cool.
qualified. So
Awesome.
my parents were like, "Yeah, that's where you're going." I said, "So the fact that I chose it makes no never mind to you?" No, we don't care. We're glad that you chose it, but now that we know you qualify for a scholarship, that's definitely where you're going. So I went
actually, hold
there.
on. Oh, that's good. No. Go ahead, sir. I want you to continue.
Yeah, I was like, okay, so I got my degree in psychology when I was done with it,
Oh.
and I wanted to be a psychiatrist. Then I found out I had to go to medical school. I
Mm.
said, nah, fuck that. I'm not doing that. And when I saw how much school I had to do and then the other certifications I had to
Student
study
loans.
and get all that school, I was like, listen, this is enough. I'm done with this. So I joined the Army, and because when I went into a recruiting station, here's how they hooked me. I went in there and it was 2002, early 2002, and they're like, "Hey, you got a student loan debt?" I said, "Yeah, we'll pay that off." I said, "Well, sign me up, sir. What do I sign?"
Right.
Right? So you're gonna pay the student loan debt off? And all I gotta do is, but you have to enlist. You can't go in as an officer. Can I sign up now? And when it's time to re-enlist, can I then go and become an officer? Yep, you can do that. Oh, well, bring out the paperwork, Sergeant. What are you waiting for?
And so you joined, what part of the military did you join?
The Army.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Army. And so I get in there and I signed up for a job to be a parachute rigger, right? Those are people who pack tests and pack parachutes and they jump them. They handle airborne operations, right? So when I was I went to basic training. I went to 3 weeks of some other kind of event school. Then I went to airborne school. And when I graduated airborne school, that's when there's a guy from the Army Rangers and the guy from the Army Special Forces, the Green Berets. They came out and says, "Hey, anyone out here want to try out for the Army Rangers or the Green Berets Special Forces?" I was
The
like,
Green Berets. Okay.
yeah. So I was like,
that Rambo stuff. Okay.
Yeah. And so I was like, well, hey, Blake David.
Salute.
So me and
Hey,
Blake,
Candid, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well. So,
so
I'm sorry,
myself,
Mango.
myself and like 4 or 5 other guys, we're like, hey, so let's say we go and try out for either one of these and we don't make it for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
What happens to us then? Well, then you get back on track to whatever training you're doing now. I said, oh, so if we don't make it, we just come right back to the job we signed up for? Yeah. Oh, well, let's go. Why not try out? It was on a whim. I was like, well, why not try out? Hey,
Yeah.
we might even make it. You never know, right? So I went for the experience, and I got the Special Forces selection. And man, oh man, my body still to this day has never been that tired, worn out, sore, beat up. And the mental exhaustion is what it was, really. Like you're done. The mental exhaustion, though, it felt like Mount Everest was on your back, and we started out day one with a class of over 400 people. First 5 hours, we're down to less than 200.
5 hours?
First 5 hours of the first day. First 5 hours of the first day, we're down to less than 200 out of a class of over 400. when we started
Whoa.
that morning.
This is for the special force training. Am I correct?
Yes. And
Yeah.
so then, seriously, the first, and at that time, Special Forces selection was 2 weeks. That's it. It's only 14 days. And listen, they played mind games the entire time. The entire time. Everything was a
I
mind
can believe
game.
that. I can
Nothing
believe
was
that.
ever what it seemed like. Nothing was ever what they said. They could tell you directly, give you a direct direction with their mouths, but that's not what they mean. And so after the first 12 hours of the first day, I was like, I get it. I get what this is. And so once I knew what it was, for me, I just kind of just like went with it. I knew what they were doing, so I looked for subterfuge. I looked for what wasn't in front of me, and so I made it through. Now, the worst part was that land nav. They waited until like 3 o'clock p.m. Then they started giving us a crash course on land navigation. Um, and then they gave us grid coordinates. Yeah, and to find these points. And so they made us wait until nightfall and told us, okay, go to your points. Listen, we started right when the sun started to go down, and it was like 11 o'clock the next morning when I was finished.
Wow.
Wow.
They were catching people, like people was out there sleeping, like it was in the
Of
woods.
course.
In the woods. And it turns out, I found all my points, but it turns out that like one guy got bit twice by a cottonmouth snake, still found all his points. Yeah. Listen, he still trucked it on and found all his points. They took him straight to the medevac though. Straight to the medic when they figured out that he had gotten bit because he didn't tell anybody. This guy's body was going into shock and all that stuff. It was like, bro, it ain't that serious. But I mean, you have people who are really hungry for it. Me, I figured out the game, and I just all I had to do was not quit after that point. Because physically, I was capable, and mentally, once I figured out, okay, nothing's as it seems. Let me look for the odd stuff. Yeah, I made it through, and at the end of it, I think there were like 12 or 13 of us left at day 14. Out of an original class of over 400, at the end of it, there was only like 12 or 13 of us left, and they selected 8. I was one of the 8. So yeah, you can go through all that, all 14 days, and still not be selected.
Well, what do you do now?
Well, after that, they gave us an IQ. They made us fill out paperwork for a security clearance, and they gave us an IQ test. And they show you your scores and everything like that.
Man, I'm glad you didn't mention that part right now. The question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
I remember when I got the contract for the MTA job back in 2017, and I was given an offer for a Air Force job, whereby I'm about to travel along all across the globe to help them upgrade their window migration process. Now, I turned it down because it wasn't a long-term job; it was a short-term job. Now, if I were to take that job, I will require to get the security clearance. Am I correct?
It depends on what kind of software or hardware you're going to use and what you were doing. It
Now,
depends, but if you needed a security clearance, you would have to fill out the applications for it.
now, if I,
Let's just know, if you're doing it by paper, it's about that thick, like we had to. We did it by paper at that time. It just wasn't on computers. It was ridiculous. But after we did that and took the IQ test, we went to language school. After language school, there was something else.
so
Total
if I get
time,
security clearance at the IT inspector, do they increase my pay rate or decrease it?
absolutely.
I messed it up.
Absolutely. You know how much money they're going to pay you for that. Like, here's the thing. I have a security clearance. That's why, like today, if I want a job, literally, David, all I have to do is open up my email and accept one. I get them daily.
Same here.
I get them all day
Every day.
and a bunch and some at night. Just
Mhm.
because I have the clearance.
I get
Just
an
because you
IT
have
job every day, just that I don't have the security clearance. When somebody told me I should never turn down that Air Force job, because the Air Force job required me to travel. I did a traveling job. My wife didn't like me traveling outside the city, but they won't have me traveling outside the country.
But can't you
Now I
still get a
started,
security clearance despite the fact that you might have to come out of pocket? Is there still a way for him to get that security clearance, Mandro?
I don't know.
There's no other way?
I don't know. Then maybe I don't know.
Oh.
But the thing
what I
is,
know,
you have to have a reason to have one, and that's the issue he's going to run into. You can't just go get one because you want it.
and that's why I figured that because the job offer, the company that agency that had that job offer, they was telling me that if I got accepted for the job, I would have to go through the security clearance screening. I'll
Oh,
get
you
security.
should have done it. Definitely should have done that.
And that's the thing, because of my wife, because she didn't want me to travel outside the country, because they showed me the list of all the country where all the Air Force base was located at, where I would have to travel to and help out with the window migration process. Now I turned it down because one, it was a shorter process, it was shorter term, it was like about 7 months. The contract I got was a 2 year contract with the MTA. So I
Then
kept
take
with
your
the MTA.
family.
I should have taken that. I didn't realize it was a big deal to me. And then somebody told
Yeah,
me
yeah,
afterward.
and secure definitely. If it's an agency like that, they would have paid the fee for you to get your security clearance. Only thing you have to do is fill out the paperwork.
I wish I knew better. I would have taken it, and I like, you know what? I'll leave with a security. I can get a higher paying job and get paid well to do what I'm doing.
Listen, that was a 6 figure job minimum. That was a 6 figure pay minimum. Minimum. Your minimum, David, your minimum wage was 6 figures, man.
Well, I'm working on right now. I am making 6 figures. I'm not gonna mention how much I'm making, but I believe if I didn't turn down that job, I would making way more 6 figures than I am right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
I had to look back and tell my decision making because some job I could have taken it, but I wasn't too sure. Because a year before that, I got a job offer to work in Kuwait for 75 grand. I was like, wait. I want me to travel to Kuwait and help. I'm like, no. I left one war torn country. I'm not going to another one right now. I
But
left
here's the
Nigeria.
thing: the difference, though, for if you'd have taken that job in Kuwait, you wouldn't have paid any taxes. So this 75 grand was all yours. You don't pay taxes on anything less than $80,000. 80 grand and below, you don't pay taxes. Yes.
See, if I knew you when I was much younger, I would have know better make the proper decision maker. I didn't
Right.
have people I can reach out to understand
And
that.
see,
That's
and
a
here's the
problem.
thing.
It's hard when you don't have like that's the problem with, when you don't have that network to help you make these
Yeah.
decisions, you end up that's really what's wrong with I'm not saying what's wrong with us, but that's the challenge, the barrier that a
And
lot of us
I've been
face.
trying to build my network for ages.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got two different crew of people who I've done IT contract with. One I've done multiple from Border Ed to UBS and etc. We all in one group. I got another one I've worked with at MTA. But every time I go to my little group on network of people trying to do something better together, it's a lot of shenanigans I gotta deal with.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
guy I do tech talk with is from my main group. He pissed off the way I'm pissed off that nobody's hungry for this. The
And
other
that's the
Huh.
group I
thing.
have is just a little funny. To build a proper network as a black guy, like a black African brother in New York City, it's much harder. Maybe if
And
I move to another state,
here's the thing, David. No, I'll tell you what would have probably happened with that, right? You'd have taken that first job for 70 grand or whatever you said it was. Okay, that's your first one. They would have paid you 120 after that just to get you to stay. Okay, after that, it would have gone up to 170. Look, after you finish that contract, it goes up to 175. You finish that one, it
Man,
goes
Joe,
up to
hold back. Tell him it wasn't worth much. Look, he's just getting into depression right
he
now.
would have stayed in Kuwait. And listen, and it was
Like,
in Kuwait
it
too. He
wasn't,
would have
you
stayed.
know
He would
what?
have bought a house. Look, he would have bought a house.
Don't tell him all that. Listen, it was gonna be a horrible decision. You would not have liked it.
He would have married like you'd have married. Like, you'd have been everything but you'd have been a soldier in everything but name. You'd have married like 8 of their women. Okay, plus the wife you got now. Okay, you'd have had like 5 houses on the
Man,
street.
man, Joe don't know
if
how to
I
bat.
knew this,
Man,
if
he
I
just
knew this
throw that thing.
firsthand, I would have jumped
I'm
on it.
just saying because I know
Look,
people who've done that. Like I know
and
people
that's
who
the
did.
thing.
They
I
just
didn't know
stayed in
nothing
Kuwait.
about it, and I
Yeah.
turned away. If I knew better, I would have jumped on it. And to this day, right now, I would be running my own business. This is what happens when you don't have the right people in the network to
Yes.
get you informed. I was on my own on this because I ask people these things, and they're like, "Well, I don't know." If I had the right people in my network early on, I'd have made a proper decision. I would have went with that job. I would have not
Yeah,
even built up my bag.
Because I know
I
some
would
people
I could
who
have been one of the first black IT company out here trying to build the next generation of IT professional because that was
yeah.
my main goal.
Right.
And the thing is, I know some people, some other African cats who went over there, and there are a lot of people who looked at the money like 75,000, and I have to live in Kuwait. I'm not taking that. I'm like, you better, because that's your minimum. That's just the first one to get you over there.
And I'm
Once
glad
they
you
get you
said
over
that.
there, boom,
The
boom,
guy
that
I
pay
know
goes up
who was
so
in the
much
military,
so
he used to be in the
fast.
Marine, he do IT. He's able to open an IT company in Africa with his security clearance. If I knew better, I would have jumped on that one. I would have had multiple IT company in Africa making money to the point where I could retire here quick and just move back to Africa and run things properly. This is why I'm glad I know you, Mandel. I will keep you for the rest of my life in my network because people don't understand it. When you have people with information, it is critical. It
Yes.
helps with making critical decisions. What you
Yes.
telling me right now, if you told me 10 years ago,
You've been a
you you
millionaire
you
10 times over.
you'd have been my business partner, helping me open a different company in African country, building up the network to the point where I'm hiring black IT specialists to do the job properly. That's the thing. People don't see the big picture.
Yeah. He says, where's the oil, Black David?
Where's the
I want
oil?
Snuggles to come on. Snuggles is always talking that mess in the chat, always asking all these questions. Come on
Yo,
in,
yo.
Snuggles. Let's at least hear
What?
your
Black Man
voice.
Unfiltered,
Y'all
aka
ain't gonna lie.
Black Pimp.
Snuggles, you've been asking a lot of
You owe
questions. I
me
appreciate it.
80% cut of the oil you were selling on the show the other day.
Hey, Ann.
I used my oil to make money to calm people down, and you didn't pay me my damn cut, Black Pimp.
Yeah,
I mean,
Ann, you
I
I
hear?
mean,
got.
if we're talking
I ain't gonna
about
have
oil,
you.
man, I'll move over there because that's where the money's at.
You should invest in some of that oil, Ann.
He trying to get back at me because I
It's
got back him
wonderful.
on
That
the
does
show.
wonders for the skin.
He said
Black
it does
man,
wonders for the skin.
Yeah.
Black
I
man trying
mean,
to get
which
back
type
at
of
me
oil we
because I
talking
was
about?
roasting him, and he
Yeah,
still
the
not caught
Black
on to it.
Davis oil. Yeah. Where's the oil, Black David? Yeah, Black Davis oil he's selling.
He was selling it
I,
before I was selling it. Him
Yeah,
and
Black Bill
E-Man.
Filter sells it too.
He and E-Man was selling
wrong
that
panel
thing.
for polygamy.
Wrong panel for polygamy.
Oh God, that's funny.
Minzy, you funny.
That's funny.
You funny for real.
She
But that
says
polygamy
wrong
talk,
panel.
but that polygamy talk thing, I be honest with you.
You,
I
I'm leaving it
I
to this
try
man
to be
talking of
the
it.
I try to let people understand the true reality behind that because this I'm not gonna talk on this panel about it. I'm just gonna give a short summary. The thing about polygamy is not something that you can just exercise unless you're deeply rooted in that particular culture. Like I said before, polygamy only work with one, the ruling class of society.
I'm
Two,
trying to.
the 1%er class of society. If you're not neither of those two, it would not work for you. Unless you want to be in rural area Africa, where it doesn't even matter, then you can pull that one off. In the rural area Africa, there's a clan that promote that thing within themselves.
Oh,
If you're not part of that
okay,
culture, you're not going to understand it. That's why I'm trying to
right.
tell people, don't just throw something out there if you don't fully grab nor understand the concept behind it.
I
Right.
understand the gravitas of it is what they don't
Yeah.
understand. And
I don't
also,
think.
hold on. Sorry, Ken. Let me get to Snuggle because I know you said something earlier to Snuggle, and I want to say this. He says, or he or she says, I ask a lot of questions because I'm trying to learn from the wise people that I come into contact with. I do not have much to help you all with or even converse with you. I'm not as wise as you all. I mean, I don't
Snuggles
know
is
why you
full of
would think
crap. Um, Snuggles is not. I mean, he's very
I
he's
am your
smarter than
humble
he lets on
student.
to be. He, she, or
Oh,
whomever
okay,
it
so
is, because
he,
I've been on
yeah, okay,
panels
okay.
and I've seen him talk, and sometimes he even breaks out into proper patois, proper Jamaican accents. Like I've seen
Wait,
Snuggles.
Jamaican?
I don't know
Oh,
what he is, but I saw him on a panel and he was talking about I and I Rastafari, and I was like, oh, okay. I lurk. I don't always comment. I don't always come up with a panel, but I lurk like a monk. So Snuggles. I mean,
right.
I hear you. You play. I think Snuggles is a Caribbean person because we play. He knows how to play the game. Snuggles knows how
Yeah.
to play the game. I'm not
Nah,
mad at it. It's okay,
here-
but
here's
I
the
don't
thing.
believe it.
Snuggle, if you hear me, here's the thing. You gotta be careful when you're dibbling and dabbling, trying to learn multiple different culture without understanding the origin of these things. Because there's a fellow brother on the YouTube space who used to work for Fashion Fitness, and he was trying to put out polygamy like it will be a solution to the African American community. It's not gonna be a solution. Don't pick and choose or remix or pick different part of different culture of Africa and think you can put it all together like a like a piece of
Puzzle.
a puzzle and think it's going to work. It
Yeah.
does not work. It does not.
Yeah,
Because the
and
Why
problem
do
is,
people have to do that? Yeah.
unless you
and
fully, unless you fully grasp the level, the in depth of different level of different culture,
Yeah.
then you can understand why things are practiced the way it's being practiced. It's like me trying to tell the Spanish community how they're supposed to conduct themselves, and we write their culture, but I never been part of their culture to begin with.
they
It's
can
Thanks,
stop
not going to
Wally.
speaking
work.
Spanish in America for one. They can do that. You're in
Yeah.
America. You're not in Mexico or Puerto Rico. Okay, speak English.
I'm
American, actually.
Yeah, but
What did you
we
just
are
say,
too many.
Mandro? Like you said, they're not in Mexico, that they should speak English?
No, they're in America, not Mexico, not Spain, not Puerto Rico. They're in
Mandro,
America. Speak English. Why do
Mandro,
I have to
You
learn Spanish? I don't get it.
I
Mandro.
don't have the
See, the funny thing
patience.
about that is that when Americans go to other
She says
countries,
I don't have the
we are
patience.
one
I
of the
love
few
that.
people that don't have, most of us Americans are not bilingual. Most of us Americans do not speak Spanish. Most of us
Right.
Spanish.
Americans do, hold on. And so when we go to Mexico, what do we do? Anybody speak English? We do not. Uh, when we go to, I've been to Paris. I'm sorry, hun. What'd you
God
say?
damn, it's a war back there.
Damn, what's going
I
on?
didn't say anything. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, what's that
Yeah, I didn't
noise?
say anything. What was that? Was that Black David? Was that you?
Go me? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Well,
that's my wife and my kids. Sorry, but I'll put on mute.
as a Mexican, as the only Mexican token Mexican American here on the panel.
You
That's
speak.
right, token.
My Mexican brother.
That's right, the token. You got the token in
Token
here.
Mexican American
And
Did I
citizen.
say
it
the
looks like,
token?
and the thing is,
In
here's
New
the
York
thing. It
City,
looks like he was in the military, so he knows what I said was a joke.
I know.
Right,
Because
In
right.
New
people
York
joke
City,
like that
I
all the time. You
share.
know what I'm saying?
I
You
share
have
the
to
same
speak.
thing when. Right, my
Huh?
bad, my bad. You go for it. Go for it.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
in New
no,
York
it's because
City, no, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm by fault. I'm trying to say in New York City, you hear over 30 different language being spoken out in the public besides
Mm-hmm.
Spanish. You will hear Portuguese, you will hear
Yeah.
Russian, you will hear Italian, you will hear Chinese, you hear
Yeah.
Korean, you hear Japanese. No one trying to speak their own. You hear native African language. So you have to tell people to speak English, and you have multiple culture in one city. Y'all,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not messing with you
yeah,
guys. You go tell
yeah.
an
Because like,
Irish man to speak a certain way, they will look at you like,
American.
don't go
yeah.
to an
American.
Irish pub
Listen,
and
Mexicans
tell them
only care
speak
about green.
English.
They only care green. They only care about cash. That's all they care
The
about.
conversation's
You know.
green. I
You know
got
what I'm
you.
saying? So like for Mexicans, this is the thing I have to say about ones that are immigrating to America. It benefits you. It will benefit you to learn English when you come here. So if you
Yeah.
can learn it before you cross over, think about how easier it would be to communicate. That doesn't mean to stop doing Spanish, but learn English to help you because I know 4 languages. I'm trying to learn my fifth. I know
That's
4,
wonderful.
sign language, Spanish, English, German. I'm trying to learn Italian.
Oh, dude, I wish I could learn Italian, bro. I know the thing is, the next on my list was it was either I can't believe I'm about to even say it because of what's happening. Russian was one of them, and Italian. Those are the
How'd
only
you
two.
learn Japanese, Jay?
Oh, how I
Watching
learned
Anime,
it.
anime.
anime.
Watching
Well, see, no,
anime.
no, no, well, no,
Anime,
no.
the
Well,
best lesson to teach you Japanese. Gate bayo.
yeah.
Cool.
Arigato kyodai. But no. But all in all, it was here's a problem with some of these like cats that just watch it in English. My issue with them is that they wasn't paying attention to what actually was being said. I learned it. I learned watching that, learned the Japanese from when I was 8 all the way to the age that I am now, and also I took courses after that to make it even better. I'm on the kanji part right now, and I said the speaking is the easiest part. It's
Yeah,
the
because that
kanji and
kanji is
that
insane.
hiragana, that katakana,
Yeah,
and the
that kanji.
46 characters that you
Yeah.
gotta learn. Trust me,
Then,
man.
then
It
the
drives me up the
brushstrokes
wall.
all the brushstrokes mean something
Brush
different.
strokes,
It's like,
yes,
yeah, bruh, the kanji
bro.
is
This is no
I do
joke.
understand.
insane.
There's a
It's
It's
not
guy
no
a
on
joke.
joke.
You're right. It's
YouTube.
not a joke.
There's a guy on YouTube. He's a Nigerian. He live out in Japan for almost a decade right now, and he had a YouTube
Yeah,
channel teaching people how to say certain slang in Japan, how to
yeah.
understand the stroke. He been out there
Wow,
for the long. He interviewed a lot of folk who live out there in Japan, and not only in Japan, in Korea, South Korea, in Singapore. He go about the whole East,
that's
more Asian
awesome.
region,
Yeah.
and he let
I
people
think
know
his name
what's
was
going
Ice
on.
Show. Yeah, Show.
He
That
he
guy.
have a cool show. I subscribe to each other. I was like, yo, it's very educational.
I would
It's not
love
just
to learn
him.
another language, but I have no one to practice with, and it becomes so difficult. I
And you
like
want
I
Well,
to
learn it and then I forget.
Start
well, Ken,
start start off start off with
start with the
Rosetta
book.
Stone, the Rosetta Stone of
Start
different
Yeah,
languages with
Rosetta Stone can
yourself.
help
It's
you.
you recommend
Depending on
Rosetta
which
Stone?
Rosetta
Okay.
Stone does work. My brother used it, and now he speaks freaking full on Arabian. His like I
What?
said, yes.
That's so
Want to know
cool. Okay,
why?
let me write that
Two of
down.
his
Thank you,
two of
Marcus.
his two of his wives
You're
were
welcome.
from Saudi Arabia. He
and
he
here's
could not get any of them.
Hold on.
and
Say
here's
that
He
the
could not
again.
thing.
get
Like
any
No,
of
here's
them.
the
hold on,
thing.
hold on.
Like in the
Everybody, quiet,
army,
quiet, quiet, quiet. Jay, say that again. Two of his what again?
Two of his wives are from Saudi Arabia.
So your brother went out there and got 2 wives.
He's over there.
Double time.
he's in
Yeah, he's
Saudi
over there.
Arabia.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no.
For the women. For the women. The guys, I mean, the
That's
guys, yeah,
cold.
I
The
get it.
shade. The
I
shade.
get it. I
I
get.
got
If
the
you're a
joke.
man, I get. Well, if you're a man, he
I
said
get
go
what
to
you
Saudi
said.
Arabia. Gotcha. Totally understand. If you're a
No, no,
woman,
no.
and if Ann said that, I get on my hands and knees and beg her not to. And please don't do that, sweetie. Not even a visit.
Don't do what?
Don't do it to yourself. Why?
Right.
Just take my word for it. You don't want to find out why. Just don't do it.
Don't do
Yeah.
what? Don't go to Saudi Arabia, you
Yeah,
said?
don't do it. You're a woman.
Hey, no
No, no,
problem.
no, no,
Well
no, 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 no,
taken.
no, no. Eh,
I
You're
take
a
No, no, no.
woman.
advice.
It's just
Don't do
that.
it.
It's just that. No, no, no. It's just that he was in the military, guy. So that's the only reason why he was able to be over there.
Oh.
But the difference is he invested in real estate and things like that, and now he's buying property, and he actually got some sense, got a brain, took care of himself, and found two women that he was willing to settle down with, and he takes care of both of them.
And they're beautiful.
Different.
So,
Hey,
Remember,
doesn't Sharia law
different
exist
houses.
so
over
does
there?
he have a lifetime supply
Sharia
of
law?
Viagra?
Say it again.
Do you have a lifetime supply of Viagra?
I don't know. He never said, but I think, trust me, since he's black, I think he'll be just fine.
At this time, we have to
If I'm
plug
be
in the
honest.
sponsorship for this video. Blue Chew. Buy Blue Chew right now. 20% discount.
Your lady will love you for it. Your lady
Your
will
lady
thank
will
you
love you.
I hear
for
people
ordering
talking
Blue
about
Chew.
that. What is that? Is that a pill? Is that
No,
actually
it's a
chewy thing?
Oh yeah,
chewable. It's a
demon
chewable
time.
Viagra.
Demon time pill.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's a chewable
Candid Ann,
Viagra, like
Candid
a
Ann,
gummy.
Candid Ann. Watch the Big Jaw
I'm
videos
glad you learned Mandarin,
and
bro.
a
That's
few of
what's
these
up.
other guy video who advertise Blue Chew in a very hilarious way, and you're gonna laugh. I, I'm sure they're
But
getting
is it for
plenty of money
people
doing
that
that.
is
What?
it to correct erectile dysfunction, or is it just because people want to last super long?
Well,
Like, what
here's
is
the
it
thing.
for?
Here's the thing with all erectile dysfunction medications, right? Here's the simple truth of it. All right,
Speak your
pharmaceutical
truth.
companies make drugs for profit, right? Now they know that
Mm-hmm.
they know that men don't need it. Hell, the VA sends it to me, and I told them not to, but they
So
said no, take it anyway. So they send me like 4 pills a month. I'm like, I just let them stack up. When I send me another bottle, I open the old bottle and I put the new shit in there, and I got like
Now
three
let's
full
I love
bottles
it.
in my
No, I'm making
cabinet.
it easy.
It's
I'm
like,
making it easy for you to
I
understand.
will say that Viagra is actually, as many of you guys might know, was created as a
it's a
cardiac
heart medicine. Yeah,
medication.
it was a
Oh,
heart
okay. Because I
medication.
have
But
given that medication to my cardiac patients.
yeah,
And it really does help. And it has nothing to do with erectile dysfunction, but they need it for their blood pressure. Like they need
they
it.
walking around with the
yeah,
jackhammer though.
right. That and
No,
see
here's the
the thing
No,
problem.
they're
is
not.
The
the
Blue
thing is
Chew
that
gonna
was
be
a
like
side effect.
make you a Power Ranger, so you be super duper in the bedroom.
That was a
Power
side effect. And the
Rangers.
thing is, I
That's
have
a
no
nice
heart
one.
I have no heart problems. I have no blood pressure problems. Nothing, none of that. They're just like, hey, you want some Viagra? One day I said, uh, yeah, I
Hey,
guess.
listen. If it's
And so
insurance, then I'll use it, but
they won't
I
stop.
don't
Ask
need
them
it
to
right
stop
now.
sending it.
Crazy.
They don't.
Exactly.
They don't
With that
stop.
being said, we got to transition to the second sponsorship for this video, Cialis.
Oh.
Please, man, if you have fun in the headroom, please get Cialis, 15% off. The plug.
I mean, good grief. I don't. But the thing is, yeah,
Yo,
it's a
Marcus,
side effect.
you are a
Not be
genius.
written.
You a genius comedian.
Yes, yes. He's
That
actually
plug right
really
there.
good at that. By the way,
That
Yeah,
plug
he
right
really
there is
is.
so
he's
scary funny. I was like, please don't make a video because I want the Big Jaw and all the crazy. And we watch Big Jaw. He's a YouTube comedian, and he used to use a lot of oh god, the Bluetooth video that he be doing is so ridiculously funny. I was like, this guy is evil for this, pure evil. Look up Big Jaw and see some of his Blue Chew video that he been putting out there.
He's evil. I love that.
You
Oh my
watch it,
god.
trust me, Jay. After this broadcast, look up Big Jaw
Mhm.
on YouTube and see some of his Blue Chew video that he be doing, and you will know that he over exaggerating the pill.
Bro, Blue Chew is
He
getting
over
around, man. They're
exaggerating.
getting on every content creator. They're getting on every content creator's
Yeah,
platform.
but the one that I'm doing the best for them are Big Jaw and his crew of people in his own comedian group. Because the way they're making their video, you could tell they're over exaggerating, but it's working.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Big Jaw, the guy that makes. Okay, I know who you're talking about now. He's
Yeah,
huge, and he makes the. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah.
I
He's
gotta
a
look at his video. I
comedian.
haven't seen his videos in a while.
Some of his videos just don't make no damn sense. And
Yeah,
I'll be
they're
looking at
funny.
I'll be like, what is going on in his head? This big head of his? Because I try not to laugh, but you know it go over your head. Just looking at it, you're like, no, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
Yeah.
do
the ladies on there. Where did he find these ladies with these double, the breast assists, the tickle bitties? I mean, my God, they're huge.
I used
And
to
then
say
he
that.
found
Tickle
another
bitties.
one. Like first, he
Tickle
found the one
bitties.
lady
I remember
His
that.
who I thought
merchandising
was like
is ridiculous.
a one-off. Like, how are you gonna find a woman with? Okay, fine. You found this one lady who's a good-looking lady, huge breasts, and then he finds another one.
I'll answer that question. Mhm.
Say again.
Yo, Mandro, would you like to tell them
Tell them what.
the question right here for Snuggle 668?
Can any of you gentlemen on the panel explain what causes erectile dysfunction? If you don't
But
mind
he's
me
on the
asking.
internet. He could put that in Google and find out.
Yeah, but
No, because
people
I'm
are
so
lazy.
I'm just kidding.
Here's
That too.
some things that
That
cause
too, but
erectile
also with
dysfunction. A lot of times I find it's a mental block. Like some guys it's time that you're being intimate with a woman and they're just really, really nervous. And it's to the point where they can't get an erection. Like
yeah,
that happens with some guys, you know what I mean? Other times it could be a blockage in an artery or a vein that's preventing
that
proper
too.
blood flow to that area. And,
And sometimes it's a side effect from medication because
exactly. I was
I will
about to get
tell
to
you
that
as a
too.
nurse, I mean, this was directed towards the men, but because I'm a nurse, I feel nosy enough to answer the question as well.
Yeah.
Yes, Mandela is completely right. Most of sex is completely psychological, so there's certainly that aspect of it. And yes, if you have any kind of diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, or any one of those vascular diseases that can cause vascular damage to your eyeballs, anything that has small capillaries, right, which includes your eyes, your vision, neuropathy in your toes, and as well as your penis. So those those small veins can be damaged and stop the blood flow. And that will cause erectile dysfunction, and even if nothing is wrong and you take some cardiac medications, because the cardiac medication is meant to reduce your blood pressure, but where do you want that pressure to build up? When you're trying to have sex, you do need that buildup of pressure in your
You do.
penis. So unfortunately, for some hypertension medications, that is a side effect. And I do want, because this is a panel of minority men, I say this over and over and over again, especially when I'm at the bedside. I tell men, if you're in here with your blood pressure being super high, talk to your doctor. Don't just not take the damn medication. There's
Yeah.
so many blood pressure medications that you can take. There's so many. So they don't always know what is going to work for you. They have to do a little bit of trial and error. So don't get frustrated and say, they just want my money. They'll know what they're doing. You have to communicate and let them
Yeah.
know like what the effects are. You have to take some responsibility and looking up what your blood pressure is and talking to them and telling them the side effects. Otherwise, if you don't take it, the blood pressure comes right back, and this time you'll probably end up on dialysis.
Yeah.
Okay?
And I didn't know hypertension was one of them. I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Hypertension.
Candid and actually said is, what about your diet? Do your diet have the main factor to this as well?
I don't know about diet having any effect towards erectile dysfunction. I'm not saying it's not
No,
possible. I just don't know anything about it.
I'm drinking water.
Drink water. Everyone should drink water.
I'm talking about when people have high blood pressure, like taking too much sodium.
Oh, okay.
Yes, then in that case that is a related cause because
Yeah, the
by
funny
eating
thing
a
is,
poor diet, you are
yeah,
causing You're causing cardiac problems over time and
There was a
problems with blood
study
flow.
for the longest while. We used to tell people watch your sodium all the time
A sodium
because
count, yeah.
anything. Not to get too technical, but you have veins, and veins have a certain what's called I don't want to get into it, but there's a certain makeup, right? That the contents in your blood and your veins that make up your vascular system, and outside of your veins you have fluid, right? So sodium draws water to it, draws H2O towards it. So for people that have hypertension, you hold on to more water, basically, is what I'm trying to express, right? So we give you Lasix and we try to give you all these different things to get the water off of your system because it makes your heart pump harder. You have more fluid, more blood in you because you're holding on to more fluid. So your heart has to work harder to circulate this blood. And usually, on top of all of that, people that have heart issues tend to be bigger, right? They're not usually small. So if you're going to add the fact that your heart has to work harder to pump in a bigger body, it makes it more complicated, And so, but there was, the funny thing is, when I used to work in the CTICU, there was like this. One of the patients was like, "Oh, there's a poster board that says sodium." Someone did some kind of research study and said that sodium has nothing to do with high blood pressure. I don't know how true it is or not. There's
It's
always
not
research that
true.
says one thing and then changes and says something else or whatever. But
Yeah.
overall, red meat, certain diets, processed foods, all that crap, and being inactive. You have to be active. Like, you can get away with a little bit more if you would exercise 30 minutes a day. I'm not just talking about walking. I'm talking about doing something that really makes your blood pump. Build up to it
Like
if you
running
possibly can.
and cardio, all
30
that
minutes
stuff.
a day. Even if you're into like bodybuilding, that's fine, but you still, just for your cardiovascular health, you should do at least a little something to help out with your cardiovascular health. But this is not medical advice. I don't want Jay to have any issues with
No,
this
no, no,
channel.
no, no,
I'm
no.
just sharing. I'm just
No, go
sharing.
ahead. Candid,
For
please
example,
go.
yeah.
Candid,
For example,
stop. Candid,
David.
stop. You were doing great work, sweetheart.
Yeah,
Thank you.
David.
People need to hear this.
What she said is
Yeah.
absolutely true. And if you used to be a gym rat, so I know you're familiar with what I'm about to say. That's why you see those bodybuilders, especially the ones who compete for Mr. Olympia.
Yes.
You see them have super, like,
Talk
really
about
bad
it.
health problems later on in life in their mid 30s, starting in their mid 30s.
Heart
Okay,
attacks.
and they have heart attacks at 36 and
Yes.
37, sometimes 30. Because they're not doing cardio, they're eating a bunch of food. They're constantly eating, and the steroids didn't help
And the
because
steroids,
they're all on steroids. You know that, right?
they're all
And
on
I'm
steroids.
glad you're
Every
saying that
single
because
one of them.
when I was a gym rat, I'm watching these guys who are getting big. They're taking steroids, which they're not going to admit that. They're taking a thing called creatine, which I don't use either.
A
I normally eat
creatine.
creatine.
A
Now
creatine just
all
makes you retain water, which is the same thing that causes the cardiac problems that she was talking about.
and
That's what creatine does. It makes you retain water.
I don't use none of that. Everything I done was or to eat properly, and I had to drink a lot of water. Now I was told by some of the trainers I used to hang around with, you have to drink a gallon of water a day if you're working out a whole lot. And there's a reason why behind it. Because when you're working out for so long, you sweat out a lot of water out of your body. You need to replenish your water back. Now, before, I had a debate about using Gatorade because some people say it's good to use Gatorade, some people it's not good to get Gatorade because you sweat. You burn out the sodium on your body. You're doing a lot of electrolytes. Something you need to replenish it so that you keep you up and going. Yes, you can drink water, but I say do both. You can
No,
drink
here's
water.
the thing. It depends on what you're training for. If you're training to lose weight and to be healthy, fuck the Gatorade. Drink water.
Yeah,
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 drink
Gatorade
water.
is
exactly.
for people
Get
who
rid
are
of the
already in
Gatorade.
shape.
Yeah, it's
That's
for
for
people already in shape.
that's for uber athletes. Okay, you're losing
Yep.
weight.
Thank
Leave
you.
the Gatorade alone. Water is your best friend. Okay. And like I told you before, I'm not a person who can just sit around and do anything. I've gone and got 2 personal training certifications, and that's what I do sometimes in my spare time
Hey
when
man,
I'm
where you
working.
stationed at?
What now?
No, I was wondering, man, Joe, where you stationed at if you were a personal trainer?
Oh, I'm in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay, bro. Oh yeah, you got
Yeah,
some
I
people
mean,
over
yeah,
there.
I moved back home. I wanted to focus on my mental and physical health because it got to a point where I couldn't ignore it. And is the PTSD for me is not violent. It's just my social skills were lacking so much till it's like I'm talking to someone, and in the middle of talking to them, it hit me, and I was like, "My God, I really have a serious problem, don't I?" In front of the person, I said it out loud. Like you can tell it, like even now that I'm communicating with you online, how direct I am. Now, being direct is something I don't think is ever going to change. I've always been that way, but just not.
If you're
like
a trainer,
this.
you got to be that way. I think.
Right, and plus I'm a trainer, and plus, here in Montgomery, I don't get a lot of clients at all. No one wants to work out. Number one, and number two, when I tell them this is what you're doing wrong, here's your meal plan, and you can make it as easy and simple and flexible as you want. They will not
As
follow it.
long you in
6
Alabama and they got barbecue pork, all kind of
look, not just that. Listen, they eat. Look, holidays come around, David. They eat chitlins, hog mugs, pig ears,
Ugh.
all the. Yeah, I'm like, you eat entrails.
that's your
There's an
rival right
entrail.
there.
You never had
Disgusting.
chitlins? No.
No, I
was
have
like, no.
never had chitlins, but I
Yeah,
do
I'm
like
like,
pig
girl, I
ears.
never had it. She's like, your
And
mama
that-
never cooked them. I said, my mother
And-
never cooked them. My grandmother never cooked them.
Never
Your
had 'em.
grandmama? I said, well, my grandmother's Native American, and so is her, and so is her husband.
That's
My
your
mother's
rival
Native
right there.
American. They didn't come
All
from
those
that.
food right there, Mandra, it's your rival. They're competing with you. They don't want you to get nobody help. They're like, oh, hell
Right.
no.
I'm
Stop
like, my
right there.
mother's Native American.
This is my
America wants to make you fat, nice and plump for the
Yeah.
last meal.
Now, my dad's
That's
side
really
of
what
the
it
family.
is.
Now, my dad's side of the family, different story. They grew up dirt poor, so they ate whatever their mom, my grandparents could afford.
Tripe?
Now, granted, my
Yes, I
grandmother
had
was
tripe.
a nurse. She was an RN, but at the same time, they were poor because they kind of like to have fun. My dad's parents. So whatever that means, I'm not sure, and I don't think I want to know. I want to remember him the way I remember him. I don't need to know
You see,
all the rest
Knuckles
of it.
asking about sauce. He somehow
Listen to
he
your
knows
problem.
about Caribbean
Use the
food because
indirect
yes, I eat
approach.
sauce.
So you're from the Caribbean.
Yes, my family is from Barbados.
Okay.
Okay. So how tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
Okay.
She
Your
from that
size?
exotic island. Barbados, one of the exotic Caribbean islands.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Okay. All right.
You and Rihanna are sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Are you married?
Yes, I've been married for 16 years.
Oh, congratulations. That's
Thank
fantastic.
you. I'm
Seriously,
about to
every time I
approach
hear that,
17 years
congratulations.
soon. Yeah, 17
Oh,
years gonna be later
congratulations.
on
That's
this year.
fantastic.
She's my
We've been
senior.
together
I'm
for
12
17
years.
I'm
I'm trying to catch
hey.
up with her.
I'm hoping to be there one day. I mean,
Yeah, me too.
Takashi,
Listen,
what's
the
your
thing
issue,
about
man?
marriage is not perfect. It's when we get on these panels and a lot of people talk about relationships and stuff like that. It really baffles me that as long as I've been married, the first thing that I tell people when they ask me for advice is don't listen to anybody's advice. And then I give them advice.
Yes.
Right.
And then you give them advice.
But the thing is that
Don't give them
just
the
because
advice.
it works for me. What I'm going to tell you about relationships or whatever, you have to keep in mind is that works well for me. And I don't understand how people get on these panels and they make these
Mhm.
umbrella statements as if what works for them is going to work for everybody. Like there are
Right.
people that, okay, Mimsy, she says polygamy works for her. That would not work for me. But hey, if it works for you, do your thing. Do your thing.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this, Candy. This is the kind of man I am. Polygamy wouldn't work for me either. It's hard enough just dealing
Take care of
with
one person.
with one of you,
One
and it's a
one
woman.
of you.
It's difficult enough just
Two of you.
It's not even.
Come on.
It's Takashi. For me, it's not even taking care of him part that bothers me. I have to talk to it when it's
You
sitting
see,
there and
the
it's
fact
had
that
a
you even
bad
said
day.
it, the fact that he even referred to the woman as it, we
It.
got
Yes.
we got a long way to
What'd he
go.
say? What did he
I'm
say?
just saying.
It.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Listen, I have to sit here and
Go
listen
ahead.
to you bitch about your day. I'm like, okay, and I have to put a smile on and I have to look in your face, give you a loving kiss, and say it's gonna be okay. And I have to convince you of that, even though I know the next day it's not gonna be okay. It's gonna be the same old.
Right.
But every day you
exactly.
come in, I have to reassure you tomorrow's gonna be a brighter day.
To the
So Bajan is
Because
spelled Bajan. So people from
Yeah.
Barbados are not called Barbadian; they're called, and that's fine. He made a little. It's no big
Yeah, yeah.
deal.
Rude,
No
rude
big
boy.
deal. They're
Rude, rude
called
boy.
They'll
Bajan.
have multiple women in her.
Do they
Yeah,
have
yeah.
multiple women? Yeah, a lot of men in Barbados, they're not monogamous. I mean, some are when they get older, but they're not typically monogamous. And I'm not married to a Bajan man anyhow. I'm married to a man that's a Black American. His father is from Guyana, who he's passed away, and his mom is from, I believe, someplace in the South. I think it's Alabama, I believe.
what part?
But
What
she's
city?
been I don't know anything about where, but she lives in Brooklyn. She's in Crown Heights,
Okay,
probably
Brooklyn.
close to, yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go, Black David.
Zeke, Black man loves that. Black Brooklyn,
Yeah,
Right.
baby. You getting love in here.
You
I'm
got.
glad.
Hey,
So
hey,
yeah.
listen. You got to find out what city in Alabama she's from. I can hip you onto this because yeah,
Really? She's the
yeah.
sweetest. I mean, when I tell you that I lucked out, I'm so thankful. I mean, I met my husband when I had just turned 22. And his mom, I've never, like, people talk about how they hate their mother-in-laws. And I remember I was on the train and this lady was talking so nasty about this woman, and she was like, my mother-in-law, yeah, he's a GT man. Yeah. That's the Snuggles also. GT's people from Guyana, Georgetown. Anyhow, but I don't have that issue. My in-laws are wonderful. They love me. I got a text message from my husband's niece. I miss you, auntie. I want to come up to Connecticut and spend time with you. Like, they're wonderful. But I'm not a rambunctious, crazy person anyhow. I've never had issues with I dated one man before my husband, and his mother loved me also. When I broke up with him, his mother said, "What the fuck did you do?" She told him, I kid you not. She told him, "What the F did you do?" Right? Because I don't have these issues. I'm not like one of these crazy people. Like, I've never had an issue. So thank God for
So
that. Thank God
can
for
I ask you
that.
something? Where are the
Yeah.
women who of this same ilk as you? What would I go to find such rare uh, trophies? Because
I mean, I think women are everywhere. You just have to find, like,
no,
you're not gonna
yeah, women
find the
are
most.
everywhere, but you know what I'm talking about. The ones who are not
Well, Banjo
crazy.
trying to say that there's a lot of ladies out there, but to
Yeah.
find a woman of maturity of your kind is
Of your
hard to
kind,
find,
yeah.
which is totally
That's
true.
what he's saying.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because
A woman
I had the same,
of
I had the same
because
issue too. Because
you seem
how
to
to
be a
put it
woman
this,
of quality.
Love you,
Okay.
OG Patrice. Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
Hey,
seem to be a
definitely.
OG.
woman of quality, and
Thank you. I
like I said, I
appreciate
don't know
that.
you, but that's the first impression.
Thank you.
Where are the rest of them? Because at first glance, these women are absolutely awful.
Well, you want to look for, I guess, a woman that's not you for me, like I've said before, you know, you look for a woman that's, I guess, somewhat plain. You're not looking for any outrageous, crazy things. And sometimes I
Mhm.
think we get overlooked because I'm not
Not by
super
me.
voluptuous. Like,
Yeah, not by
people,
me either.
you, you know what I'm
Not
saying?
by
A
me.
plain. I'm not saying
hold
someone that's
on, hold on.
boring.
I need to address this because the way
Go
Snuggle talking
ahead.
about
Address
if
it,
you go
brother.
to Nigeria, you go to Abuja, you'll find them. It's not just Abuja. My mother from Oyo State, which is divided into two, Oyo and Osun State. My mother from Ilacha, my father from Ibadan. And when we understand Nigeria know that play, don't just say it's
Yeah, but
only from
Nigerians are
Abuja.
crazy, Black David. I'm not fucking
Snuggle,
with y'all.
I know, but what Snuggle is doing right here, he just mentioning stuff he's not sure about.
Yeah.
I live there. Let you live there, you know what I'm talking about.
We can
You can
tell. Don't worry about it. We get it. It's part of the reason
because
why I'm not going to Nigeria to find a wife. Thanks, Black David.
I know why you
He
don't
said,
want to
thanks,
be
Black
broke.
David.
You don't
You
no
ruined it.
no man don't know what I'm talking about because Nigerian women they know you good they want to drain you. I do call Nigerian women vampire because they literally will drain you in many ways. One will
Bloodsuckers?
drain you for wealth.
Okay.
No, they'll drain you because of wealth because it depends. The Yoruba tribe are flashy people. My people, my clan are very flashy. They like to live lavishly. You see all the Nigerian fabric, their outfit and everything. They're not cheap fabric, but they'll pay good money for that. Igbo people are business-minded people. They're all about business, making that money, making that bread. Hausa, that's mostly Muslim Islam people. But if you marry people from my clan, you gotta be very careful. Don't marry the wrong one. It's hard to find a good one because you know why? After a while, society has changed. It's all about flash and flair. Everybody want to make that money. That's my nephew behind my back. But what I'm trying to say is this: man, you understand my country, but he have seen it. He have been out there. They don't play.
Yeah,
They don't
it's the
play.
same thing with my brother in the Saudi. Like seriously, he got introduced to the Islamic faith and he decided to follow it. Like Crimson Cure, he follows that whole thing to the T, and he believes in it. And that's how he was able to really not even just that, like his whole mind perspective of how to go about stuff just changed. But how what he does as a guy that never changed. He was still physically kept himself physically strong. He's able to take care of things, direct certain inventory stuff like that. And that's really the stuff that the fathers that he courted, the daughters, the fathers of the daughters that he courted saw his hard work and they were like, I'm getting a deal out of this, man. This is my son-in-law. I'm like, he did it. And to this day, he had, like I said, he's trust me, the man's happy. I ain't never seen my brother smile in like 10 years.
And he making money on top of that because he's doing business for the
He's
father
making it.
too.
Mm-hmm.
That's arranged marriage. People don't do arranged marriage, but you don't understand when it comes to arranged marriage, it
Arranged
it it
marriage, that's what
it,
it
it
was.
connects you of two families in a way.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not
Yeah.
reaching out to that family of the bride and showing your worth, the man will not go give their daughter off to just anybody. Yet to be
He would
on
not.
the level they're looking for. Look what Amira from the Complete Network, she talked about it. She said her
Yup.
husband met with her father and her brother. They
Father and
spoke to
brother.
them
Yeah, the
first
same thing he did.
before they reach out to her. Okay,
Yeah.
they do the vetting.
They vet him.
Now, for the
And
black community to implement that thing, you have to rebuild the family first. With me, you gotta have a two-parent household. You gotta have structure and order within the household. Everybody know their gender roles. There's gender role for a reason because when you have gender roles within the family, you build a very strong, powerful family. When you're doing
yeah.
that, you start to branch out to a whole different level. Because
hmm
what your brother did in Saudi Arabia is because he went to a very prominent family. They breed their daughter they breed and groom them to be wives,
Right.
to serve their husband, but also manage their household. If they
Mm.
Yeah.
can't do no such thing, you can't be a proper wife. Being a wife is like being a manager of a corporation. Your husband is the CEO of the corporation. Your job is to manage everything, make sure everything working properly. That doesn't mean you don't have to work. If you want to work, as long as it benefits to the big vision the husband pushing, then you can do that. A lot of people don't comprehend that about the family structure. If my wife wanted to be accountant, she could do accounting. But guess what?
Right.
I will need accounting skill to grow my empire.
Right.
Whatever skill you have, I will look at it and see if you're gonna work in my vision. You're gonna work in my vision. I'm taking that with me too because you never know. You can get something much bigger. In Nigeria, there are big men who have three or four wives. The way he pick his wife is because of what they have to give to add to his big vision. And some of them wives actually work for the corporation in some cases. They got different positions. And they understand what needs to be done to make that business much bigger than what it is. So they don't let just anybody to come in to mess up the bag.
Right.
And can I
And
That's
just say
why
also, to a way, 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 way lesser degree, I'm not from, any of those cultures, but when I did get married, my husband had to go speak to my father as well. And I'm just a regular old Black woman. My husband had to go present the ring to my dad and say, I want to take your daughter's hand in marriage and talk to my father. And he
authority.
did. He had to. Because when I'm on these panels and I tell you that I'm not sleeping with someone on the first date and it's going to take me months just to get to know you, I'm
Right.
serious. Like with this respect thing with
and
me
that's
and with
why
court.
man drug out respect for you. You're a gem. That's why he's
I
looking for
do.
people just like you.
I respect that too.
Yeah,
Your
he had to go
class of
present my
women are
father.
hard to find.
Man, I'm telling you
Otherwise, it
that
wasn't
see,
going to be possible because I'm very close to my father. I speak to my father almost. I spoke to my father right before I spoke to you guys, or he would call me on the phone. How are you doing? What's going on? Just to talk. How's your blood pressure, daddy?
hmm
What's happening? How's your husband? We talk all the time. So it was very important that my husband had to go and present the ring and talk to my father. And this is not like I'm not some wealthy Arabian prince or anything like that, but it's about this respect thing. You know what I'm saying? But this respect thing for me is not just about speaking to it's really serious for me. It's really serious. So when I talk about relationships and talking to one another with respect and all that kind of stuff, respecting my body, it's not just about it. I take it seriously. And it's my husband, if he's working right now, he's upstairs because he works overnight. He's in his office, he works from home. But if ever he came here, he'll tell you he had to talk to my father.
I gotta tell you, here's what I'm telling you where my social skills lack. Like
Go ahead, brother.
if you and I were dating, right? You told me you have to talk to my father. I'm like, what about? You know, you say, well, you have to ask him for my hand in marriage. Okay, you should be concerned if that's my reaction. You should go with you should rehearse with me what I need to say
I would. If
because
yeah.
I would go up to your father and it's like, what's your father's phone number? And you say, tell you what, you call him. You call him
Phone
up.
number. No,
I
you
said,
have to
give
see
me
him
the
in
phone to me.
No,
person.
you got to see him face to
You got to
face.
see him face to face. You
nobody
can't.
else-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you call him. We schedule the meeting. I go to the meeting. So I hear
Okay.
you want to talk to me. You have a daughter. I need a wife. We're doing our houses. End of story. For me, I'm not asking him shit. I'm telling him I'm marrying your daughter.
No,
But see
you
but
gotta
that's
humble yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
humble
mean,
yourself,
it's
brother.
for who?
understood,
He's just a man.
right? But so this is the thing. It's about respect. Remember, I told you it's
I
about
respect
respect.
him as
So
a man, but I'm a
right,
god.
right. So you're a god, you said?
Yes.
No.
In my world, I'm a god. In my world. No, I'm joking, of course.
I caught you. I caught you.
Yeah,
Right. It's just about
I'm
respect.
doing the impression of a concerned father. You're like,
but honestly, I
what
would
do you
approach
bring
him.
here?
I would
This
talk to
is
him,
gold.
and it more so me. The honest thing is about this is that it would be more so me telling him, "You have a daughter. You have a daughter. I love her. I'm going to marry her. Do
I
you have any
mean,
objections?"
so I'm sure that after meeting me,
What?
I'm
This is
sure.
my face for real too. It's like, do you have any
No, I
objections?
know.
This is the thing.
I'm
I
gonna get into
believe
this.
in my heart that after talking to me, and like if you and I were in a relationship, after spending time with me and talking to me and being a part of my family and stuff like that, and you seeing how I talk to you and the way that I conduct myself and the way that my parents conduct themselves, I believe in my heart that you would soften a little bit. Not I'm not saying you would not be yourself, because the core of you is still going to be which is probably what attracted me to you in the first place, perhaps if we were together. But I'm sure you would say to my father, I just wanted you to know that I really love your daughter, and her and I were thinking about being married, and this is the ring that I bought, and I just wanted your blessing. I just want to know what your thoughts are on it, and we were hoping for your blessing. It's not that my father's going to disapprove, or I'm not some wealthy person, but it's really about like including him so we can have like my father. When he sees my husband, he hugs him. He's happy. He's like, how's he doing? He gives him a hug. How are you doing, son? And so it's not just about, yeah, I'm gonna marry your daughter, so what you got to say about it? It's a
It's,
relationship. It's a
I get it,
relationship.
but
You know what I'm saying? So
the thing is,
it would be natural for you to just
right? This
say,
is the thing.
yeah,
That's what I mean by if you went over it with me, then cool. Yeah, I'm gonna play the part.
yeah.
But if you leave me on my own, I'm gonna no. The thing is, if you're not, if I'm dating someone and I'm choosing to marry her, that's what I want. And you're telling me I have to go talk to your father first. Okay, cool, no problem. I meet with him. So what you want to talk to me about? Well, your daughter and I are dating, right? Yeah. I happen to be in love with her, and I'm gonna marry her.
I
Will
would
I have your
like to
blessing?
marry her. I would like to
No,
marry
no, no,
her.
no, no. I'm going to. You
Yes,
don't have
we
shit to
know
say
that.
about. You don't have
We
shit to
know
say
that's
about
what I'm
this.
trying to help you out, Mandro. That's
This
what
is
I'm trying to
happening,
coach
whether you
you.
want to or not, sir. I know
See,
you're helping me out, but
yeah,
honestly,
because
that's my.
if you spoke to my father like that, then that's not going to work out.
I know, and the thing is, that's my.
That's your
I'm not
natural.
trying to be
Yeah,
disrespectful.
right.
It's just I'm used to just. I've been in charge of stuff for so long,
Yeah,
and I'm so used to delegating.
right,
I'm used to just communicating that way, as if I'm delegating to people.
right.
I'm not barking orders or anything. Like
No.
like say I'm talking to I'm at Takashi's house or whatever, and I'll say, "Have me a cup of water." You know what I mean? I don't mean go get the water. It's not an order. It's like it's the
and
same
I
thing
know
as me saying,
I get it.
"Hey,
I
bro,
get
do
it.
you mind
Mandro,
passing me that cup of water or popcorn or whatever the
Mandro,
case it may be?"
Mandro. While you talking, I just understood something real clear. Your military background changed your demeanor, how you approach people. So if I was a
Oh
father
yeah,
and you want to
dude.
marry my
People walk
daughter,
around me when I
the
walk in the
first no,
street.
I ain't gonna lie to you. If I knew your military background, what you have done, everything, and you come to me and say, "What am I about?" The first thing come to my mind, like, can you protect my daughter?
Absolutely.
Can you make sure that no one harm my daughter?
I'll
It's
die
one to
before I'll
it's one
die
to
before I let something happen to her.
I would say it's one to protect my daughter. What you gonna do to that
There.
person?
Oh, here we go. That's wonderful.
Yeah,
Yes, this is the
Because you know what?
direction.
that's what I would
A
do.
lot. I'm a father who understand people. If I met somebody who's in the military like what he does and have
Yes.
that demeanor, I will ask certain questions whereby
Yes.
what you gonna do, how you will protect my daughter, how you prevent keep my daughter from harm way because
Exactly.
Mandela come up as a person that he made up his mind and you cannot change his mind. Now for
Yeah,
fathers like me, we were like, okay, we go even deeper. Do with my daughter, do what I
gotcha.
raised her to be. I wanted to make sure that my daughter be in good hand, no matter what. I want to hear my daughter calling me saying
Yes.
X, Y, and Z. My thing as military people, I understand PTSD. I understand that because my daughter's father is still in the army. He got PTSD. I see how he moves sometimes. So I respect that. I have PTSD, even though I was not in the war front, but my country is a war torn environment
Hmm.
where I've seen stuff you're not gonna see out here in New York City. Period. So I could comprehend that. So hearing Mandela speak and how he said
Yeah.
he will conduct himself,
Right.
I could fully grasp it. This man
Yes.
is a man of structure and order.
Yes. And
Now,
there's nothing wrong
fathers
with
like
that.
me, we get drawn to men like that. We want men
Mm-hmm.
who got structure and
Try
order
your
in
best to
their
get back
life
in, Marcus.
so that we know our daughter will be well protected. I want to know his vision. I want to know his
You're good, bro.
goals. I want to know
Yep.
his drives, what he want to do, what vision he
Right.
have for my daughter, how
Yes.
you go about child and everything, what he all about. Because even though I might give you off my daughter to you, I'm going to be in business with you on top of that. Because if I see you a business money person and I'm a business money person, I tell you, you know what? Even though I want to give you my daughter hand in marriage, but I still want to be in business with you because you know what? I think like you the kind of person in case I decide to step down, you could take over my business with my wife, with your wife, X, Y, Z, et cetera, et cetera, because I'm looking at
Yeah.
this man of integrity and structure and order. This is the
Potential
one who be
heir.
there'll be a
Yeah.
candidate who
Mm-hmm.
could take over the big corporate or expansion I'm building up because
Right.
Manjoy the kind of guy that a lot of concerned father look for.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. When I tell I'm the grizzly bear, I meant it.
Because unlike a lot of people, he has direction, he has purpose, he knows like what he wants
Purpose.
and he knows what's going on. And that's really important. So
And not even
uh,
just that,
he might be a
masculinity
little rough around the
presence.
edges, but I believe in the right setting that he
What?
will like that
What?
conversation will be perfect with someone that knows how to identify. Like you would be fine. You would totally be fine, but you're going to have to talk to my dad.
If I
You're
had a
going
Right.
to,
daughter,
Yeah.
I have
if
no
I
problem with that.
yeah, you're going to have
if I had a
to.
daughter to give to Mandra, not only I would be in business with him, I would have
Yeah.
him on speed dial left and right. Like yo, Mandra, I need help with this.
Yeah,
Like
right?
Yeah.
Them
no,
connections,
because
baby.
in Nigeria, that's how fathers thinks.
Yep.
It's like a
Yep.
business deal. Yes, we giving you a daughter, but looking at what you're doing, what you have done, and etc. They see how you conduct it. When they see that you are a man of virtue, a
Yes.
man of structure and order, that
Mm-hmm.
father is making sure that he treats you like a son. Real talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the thing is, I'll tell you this
Because
about my
if he building a
experiences.
business and the business growing and he see that his son-in-law is better than his crappy ass son he may have, you say, no, I would have give it to my son-in-law instead. 'Cause I trust you will maintain the business. I'm not gonna give it to my son who's being lazy. This is Nigerian culture. They look at the scope of their family, who they can have connection with, and who they can pass on legacy to. It's all about legacy building. So what you're saying, Candy, and it totally true. I understand what you're coming about. I understand how Manjo is speaking because he the man of structure and order
Yes.
with virtue. I'm a father. I can see that. So when he talk, first time come to my mind like, he's not BSing. He's about that business. So I'm gonna ask him specific questions, see how he will be around my daughter. Now I will maybe fun up there. Did my daughter make you feel like a punk sometimes? I'll be like, what do you mean? Did she have that soft side that you get to you sometimes? You try not to show it, but you try to hide it from her. You don't have to tell me. I won't tell my daughter. 'Cause I know how my daughter is. She'll hold that over your head. And once he confessed, I said, no, I know that's the right man for my daughter. Because no, real talk, a real man of virtue, structure, and order will always got a soft spot for the woman he loves.
Mm-hmm.
The problem
That's
is
Yes.
true. He's absolutely
he
right.
would try to hide it as much as he can.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
I will. I will try to hide. If it's the woman that I'm into, the woman that's in my life, Seriously.
That's why I agree with that, because that's why I said if
You
you
will
were
soften
around
up. You will
me,
soften up for
you will
that chick.
soften. Yeah, you will. And not to
See,
say that you're gonna lose the
I
core
saw
of
this
who you
coming
are.
because the
Mhm.
thing is, I know what daughters hate when their husband and the father have a very close relation and they dig too close. They were looking at both the husband and the father like, "What you talking about?" I'd be like, "Nothing."
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh,
David called it out right there. He's absolutely right. You
Yeah,
will soften up for that chick.
my
the
Trust me.
thing
father
is,
and
Yeah.
my husband and my dad have conversations without me, and when I say, "What are you talking about?" My husband's like, "Man, business. Don't worry about it. Go sit down."
Yo, Candid,
He
Candid,
does, and
Candid.
what
Candid,
can I do? I go
you
sit
Yeah, that
you
happened
down.
to
caught
me.
you caught on
Candid,
to
that
it because
happened
you
to
know
me
why?
with my
They don't want
ex.
they don't want you to be part of it because they know why they had that strong bond. So when they think
Mhm,
you come in, this man better, oh nothing, and you
mhm.
give it that look like none of your business. Leave us alone.
No, I said the same thing. Like I said, I said the same thing to my ex when we were dating because her father was a deacon, and this is one of the times where I stopped by the church one time, and I went to go pick her up. I went to go speak with him. I'm like, yo, just I gotta say something. I just gotta speak to your father for a while. Now we were talking about my faith and things like that. All of a sudden, once I get done talking to him, she's like, "What'd you say to my dad?" That's between me and him, our business. And she got salty, like she's trying to be nosy. And please believe, girl, my ex girlfriend, she was a docile girl, but she was just so curious, like a cat trying to scratch at a freaking couch. And I'm like, "Yo, what'd you say?" And I'm like, "I'm not gonna tell you. This is between two men." And the thing is, and because only your fathers have the answers, and and you don't. I literally had to tell her that. I told her blunt to her face. She says, "Well, whatever I talk to your mom about something," I'm like, "Hey, listen, whatever you're talking about my mom is between y'all two. I don't." I said, "I don't care. I'm not gonna ask. If that information isn't asked, then it's not gonna be received. And actually, it won't be received."
And
So,
what I did say earlier, once the husband have a strong bond with your father, that is a great thing to have because you know
it
why?
really, really
Yes.
You
is.
know your father is indirectly checking on not on both of you to make sure everything cool. A lot of women don't understand that.
Hi,
They
Vaughn.
don't.
Hey, Vaughn. Yeah.
Come on.
To
Hey,
have
here's the
a
thing.
relationship where your father love your
Hey,
husband and
Princess Kelly.
they have that secret
It's
bond within
very
themselves
important. Yeah.
and they want you in their business, that to tell you
Mhm.
sure that you found the right one because your father love your
Yeah.
husband
Oh,
and
yes.
you have a private business and they try and keep you out of it. They're
Come
like
on if you want.
Mhm.
Mhm.
sometimes you could tell they're doing something sneaky and they're not trying to let you know nothing. They're like nothing.
I
We
have a
just
picture. One of my
Yeah.
videos, I talk about the importance of having a black man in your life, and I think the thumbnail is a picture of me, my brother, my husband, and my father. Me and the three most important men in my life. And we went on vacation. That picture is taken in Barbados on a boat, and the three of us went on vacation together. Imagine that, just me,
Oh,
my
that's what's up.
brother, my husband, and my father went on vacation for 2 weeks in Barbados. Just us.
Oh yeah, that's some quality time.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
here's the
it's
thing,
Which
important
is
though.
for
missing.
women. We
Here's,
need that. We need black men.
here's the thing, though. I was raised to be, me. The way I took my direction in life, I took the direction like of the warrior scholar, right? Because I grew up in an environment in the South, where there's still that air of white superiority, and I was the kid where you couldn't. There's no way you're gonna tell me there's something I can't do, and I'm not gonna prove you wrong. There's never going to be a situation. I was that kid, you know what I mean? You're not going to tell me there's something I can't do and I'm not going to prove you wrong, especially coming from a white kid. And I never hated white people. Never. There was never even a reason to, even when they did racist stuff. I just looked at them like, well, they're just idiots. But you know what I'm saying? But in my parents' house, you were going to excel scholastically. You had to. That was a requirement. Everything else, okay, fine. We'll teach you the rest along the way. And but I had I actually had a talent for athletics, particularly combat sports. When I got into karate, I was I was kicking ass left, right, and center. I got into boxing. I'm knocking out people who are 6 years older than me and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I just had a talent for it, and I always stuck with it. Like today, I take MMA, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, Muay Thai kickboxing on the regular. I'm there.
Hey,
You know what
Muay
I'm
Thai,
saying?
I love
So
that.
So, so for me, there was always order and structure in my life because of my parents. You're gonna have there's certain things you're gonna have to do, which are chores. Okay, then you go outside and play. Handle business first. Handle it correctly the first time. Then you can go have fun. So that kind of thing has always been in my life and my sister's life.
But you know what would make you incredibly attractive to a very nice lady, Mandrell?
Mm-hmm.
Is the fact that you are so strong. But if you can, and I'm not saying you don't know because I just met you a few streams. I don't really know you that well. But for a woman, I just like myself, who's attracted to a very masculine man, if you know how to dial that back with me and then put your foot down when the foot needs to be put down, like when you know how to control that dominance, it is so fucking sexy.
Well, here's the thing. I was getting to that. Like when it comes to my relationships, there
Yes,
are
I said
certain things.
sexy.
Right. There are certain things that are like the core rules that cannot be bent nor broken. Right.
Yes.
And on those, if there's something you want to do, but it's gonna break or bend something in this sphere, that's when it's the no. No. Why? Because of X, Y, and Z. Well, can't we just this one time? No. We start there, then we have to bend other stuff. No, let's stick to our guns with this. That's the direction we're going.
Right.
And I'm not the yell and scream type person. Even when women have done something messed up, it's like, no, we're not doing that. What if I did it on my own? You can do that.
So what's that?
Explain
to me explain a situation, because I don't want to make it up. What do you mean by like that? Like what would be a hardcore no for you? Like for me, smoking was a hardcore no. I'm not dating anybody that smokes. Period. Point blank.
Gotcha.
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I can't kiss nobody if their breath smell like
right.
meat.
It smells like an ashtray.
Breath smells like acid.
I've done it before, and she tasted like an ashtray. But to your point, let's say a situation where her ex-boyfriend wants to have lunch or something like that, just to meet up and catch up. Doesn't want anything from her. So you mind if I go and mind if I meet him? Yes, I do.
Okay,
so I can
reasonable.
I can go, or yes, you don't mind. Yes, you mind. I mind. That's not happening. But it's just lunch. I don't care what it is. I want to know why are you still talking to him on the phone? How about we get to that?
Oh, Barbados. What is it? Barbados. Yes, they do drink a lot of rum and full of ganja. Yes, I grew up around marijuana oftentimes, but to me, smoking cigarettes is like way worse. And because I keep in mind this is a bias. I'm not saying that this is
okay.
No, it's not. I'm just saying that I'm used to it. Cool. I'm just saying that because
the bulge is fine. Yeah.
No, my husband
the broccoli boy.
At all. My husband doesn't smoke anything whatsoever at all. So smoking was out of the question, whether it was ganja, smoking cigarettes, cigars, none of it I don't tolerate. But if you're asking me about cigarettes compared to marijuana, I grew up with a lot of my friends smoking marijuana before I became a nurse, before I knew anything about what it was. I grew up with a lot of Rastafarians as friends and stuff like that. So I was just used to it. And I never saw nobody like going from marijuana to cocaine or crack or it was just something that like drinking. People would, drink from time to time, smoke smoke a spliff from time to time. And that was it. It wasn't something that people did all the time and just did nothing with their lives. So I have a different understanding of it from being a kid in Barbados. But no, smoking is not at all. I'm not into smoking whatsoever.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right.
It's silly
hold on, Mandro. Before you go, Marcus wants to do an impression of B9. I'm going to introduce him right now. Let's see how well he does, guys. All right, guys. Introducing Mr. B9. You are welcome, and you have the stage for a couple of seconds. Come on.
What up, B9?
You see, she is an anomaly.
Yep.
She isn't even married. If not, she will be married. She has learned the of her ways. We all are learning the of our ways. The proper decorum. All right? Proper integrity. You don't see? I don't even have to say much. It's in there.
Is it?
All right. Now let me smoke this.
and then he'll take a puff, and then he goes on for another hour straight.
Marred.
Murray.
Oh, that's perfect, bro.
I'm
That's funny.
sorry.
He got
The
it.
person to blame for all this is Jedi Mike, because Jedi Mike does
Yup.
it best.
Yup.
Jedi Mike does it best, man. Jedi
The
Mike does
way
every
the way he does it, he did it so
Kevin
well
Samuels.
on B9, and he did me, and I was like, "Oh no,
Did
he
you?
did not. He did me." I was shocked. I was like, "No, he didn't. He did me
Now
on
back to the
point."
following broadcasting of this episode.
Yo, Jedi and you, man. Oh my god. Well, okay, you only did B9, but he does everybody. He does Kevin Samuels. He does freaking. He does B9.
I like Kevin. I like Kevin Samuels.
I like
do.
Kevin Samuels too. This guy is just real.
You
I'm
know
sorry,
what?
man. That
You need to watch.
quarterback live.
That's
You need
the
to watch
easiest
Jedi Mike.
impression. Hey, what's your dress size?
The dress size.
Dress
No,
size?
no,
How tall
Jedi
are
Mike
you?
does it best. He
So you
changed
like
his whole
Kevin
outfit.
Dress
Samuels?
size? I love his program. I love his
I
broadcast.
haven't seen it in months, so I'm not a freak of
Hey,
Kevin
listen,
Samuels.
What do you
get
like
back
about
to it, brother.
him?
Get
What
back
do you
to
like
it.
about him?
Get
Let me
back
think about
to
it.
it, man.
Kevin Samuel's viewpoint are similar to what I grew up in for many decades. There is a structure being put in place, even though it's not written, concerning the value of women. What he did, it took that structure and put a modernized word, the sexual
Yellow.
marketplace value. The problem with people who don't realize what he was talking about, there was something being discussed for ages. They
It's
don't
like
call it that, but they know
Right.
when it comes to women, a certain age, a certain class of women are considered marriageable or top of the market. One, who don't sleep around. Two, she keep herself pure. She conduct herself a certain way. Three, she not like every other girl out there throwing themselves on every other guy they see.
Mm-hmm.
And four, the value of her womb. He took
Mm-hmm.
I
those
wish you the
topics
best of
that
luck, Ian.
he took those topics that have been talked about for ages and give it a modernized title. The problem with people, they don't comprehend.
So come in, man. So come in. Go ahead,
If
Kenny.
you if you hang around a lot of old folk, they talk the kind of way for ages. And that's
Mm-hmm.
been their way of thinking. So when I see come to and have these viewpoints, plus he's an image consultant. He work with corporate America. He keeps
Yeah.
saying, and I quote, "I'm not referring to actors. I'm not referring to the b-ball player, the basketball player, the football player, or whatever actor. I'm talking about a 9 to 5 corporate American dude who get up in the morning, wear a 2 piece, 3 piece suit, go to work, and they make those type of we talk about white collar workers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you never work in corporate America, you will not understand what he's talking about because I've seen it firsthand. Corporate America is no joke. It's a different ball game. The way they
Yeah,
conduct
like that's
themselves, the way
big
they
boy. Big
operate,
boy shit. Yeah.
they don't play. But they're not going to deal with people that will affect their bags.
I
That's
Right.
what Kevin
agree.
Samuel was telling
Anybody
that.
who's a nuisance, they'll cut anybody who they think is a nuisance.
The
Actually, they won't
worst
even let them in.
The worst one are the people that work in law firm. The people that work in law firm will never, ever, ever deal with a woman from the hood. That movie you watch,
Hell
no,
no. I know them.
that
Movie.
Or
that movie that you
investment
watch,
bankers. I worked for 15 years in the investment banking industry. I worked for Goldman Sachs. I worked for the Royal Bank of Scotland. I
Oh
I'm
my
worked
so very
God.
sorry.
Bank of
Goldman
I'm
Sachs.
so
America,
sorry.
literally for bankers. And they I used to watch how they're, how they conduct themselves. So I to some extent I do get it. But what I wish the thing about Kevin that or I don't even want to say Kevin, I want to say his talking points that I wish we would not focus on so much is this thing about the high value man. Even I wish that, and I've said this before, and
That's true.
I know that even though when I'm finished saying what I'm about to say, the response is going to be Kevin says that. What I'm trying to say is that I feel like there's too much emphasis on the high value man, and I feel like the respect of an everyday common man, the
Average
truck
man.
driver, the
Yeah.
average solid guy, women ought to respect their husbands despite how much money they make.
and
They
he said that
deserve the
as well.
same. I knew
I
that's
knew
what
you
you're
was
gonna
gonna say
say.
that.
I just told you.
I
I
knew you
knew
was
that's
gonna
what
say
you were
that.
gonna
Yeah, she said
say.
we were going to say that
Same.
too.
I knew that's what you're gonna say. But what I don't like about it is that he has like all of these talking points. He's defined a high value man about the five or six talking points about what is a high value man. I wish he would spend as much time explain to women about a solid dude that you need to look for, because that's the majority of black men out there that want wives that make 75 $80,000. Talk about the
Yeah.
solid dude that is a good man that you should still respect. that you should still make a plate for.
And I
I
totally
think
agree with you.
I
I
mean,
Oh,
agree
Candid
100%
and
yeah.
with you.
about that.
he's a salesman first though, so it's
I
very
know.
True.
easy to
Career is
see
that Amos was
that
sold, isn't it?
when people start to go in that direction where they're like, well, what about this? He says book a session. So at that point, it's like, well, he's not just making his money off one bag; he's trying to do that too. So the if it weren't so many women calling in with the demand for what he already has qualified as a high value
Facts,
man,
Ian. Facts.
he wouldn't have to focus on it so much. From him being on other panels and stuff, I feel like he himself is kind of tired of addressing that because he
Yes.
I don't watch him too often. I'm
Yeah.
not even subscribed to him yet, but I feel like from what I've heard him say out of his own mouth that he wants to gear the conversation again back towards men and women and towards actual relationships versus just what these women are like getting him likes and views for. You know what I'm
Right.
Yeah,
saying?
And
Because that
he
part
said
of it
that
seems to
several
be
times.
I
Several
I,
times
I
he
what
said
I,
that.
he said that one time he got real pissed with one particular one. He said, "You keep calling up here looking for how I want to get a stick figure man, but you never give love to the man who worked the blue collar worker. What about the
And
construction worker?"
we need to focus
And
on that
he
more.
Construction worker, truck
he
drivers.
pushed it. But the thing
My
that pissed
uncle
him the
did that
most
for
is that
like 30
this is this
years.
trend that been going on for a good 2 decades. A lot of women want a man who got money, who got bread, X, Y, and Z. They want all these stuff, but they're not in show for. And he
But
called them
a
out for
truck
that.
driver makes good coin. A truck driver,
Truck
they
drivers
make
make
Yes.
85 to 100K.
85 to
HVC,
100K.
HVAC
they
My
make good
like I
plumbers,
said,
coin,
my
but
uncle
they're
did it for
never
30
home.
years, y'all.
electricians.
30
He
Electricians
years.
make
said
good
he the
money.
That's
son
true.
of a. He said he the son of a blue collar worker. He respect blue collar work. What he pissed off about a lot of these women that you overlook the blue collar work looking for these 6 figure guys and then some, but you don't even have the qualification to get these kind of men. What
I
happened to the
agree.
construction worker? What happened to
Right.
the blue collar worker? He said, I remember watching one particular video. He was so pissed off. He said, enough is enough. He said, a lot of you women are calling my show, asking me information about getting you these high value men, but you're not on that qualified level. But you can't get an average man. What about the
Yeah.
construction worker? What about the police officer? What about
Yes.
the people that work on the roads? The work
They're not cool
they
enough,
make
apparently, to
honest living. They keep our society running. But you don't have the
No,
respect
Black
for them.
David. If I go after those guys, that would take effort on my part.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
The
And
men have
and
to
that,
do
oh,
everything. No, the men are
right, right,
supposed
right.
to take care of me
Oh, hold on,
and
Marcus.
make sure my hair is done, my nails is done. Now listen, I'll give you a little bit about me on that. Give me a second, David. Okay,
All right.
I've run
Come on.
across a
Uh-oh.
couple of
Uh-oh.
Here we
those,
go.
Uh-oh.
and
Here we go.
listen,
Let me mute
you
myself.
guys have met
Me
me.
too.
It only takes one meeting with me to know that I'm not having it, right?
and this
Can
is
you
why
imagine that conversation and with the things I said?
imagine Kevin Durant
I
had to
want
deal
you
with
to
that almost
imagine what
every
I
day.
said to them, and
I
you're
get
probably
that.
right.
You get that.
Because you want me to do what now? Uh, Pay for you to get your hair done. Yeah. Why can't you do it? You're supposed to be keeping yourself up for me to look at. I go to the gym. I go to the gym minimum twice a day. Then I go do jujitsu or Muay Thai. I do it for my health because I want to feel good and I want to look good. Okay. Listen. You have to pay for your own maintenance. Okay. I'm not with that.
And this is something I don't watch him every day, but every time I get to look at his video, I can see in his facial expression this man is getting to the point whereby he is beyond fed up because this is
He
how big a
is. Yeah,
narrative.
you can tell he is
Yeah, man,
tired
he
of
looks
it.
dead. He looks tired of that shit.
Yeah,
And it's
he's
just,
tired
He's
of it
going
too.
he's
mainstream
tired of
though.
saying the same
But
shit.
he's
Oh,
already
yeah, he
publishing
is.
mainstream.
He's
He
talking to
had
Future,
he had Nicki
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki
Like,
Minaj
bro,
came on his show. I watched
Cam
that video,
Newton.
and Nicki Minaj
Cam
almost
Newton.
tried to
wait,
Nicki Minaj
where?
almost
You
tried to
haven't seen
set
the
him up.
Cam Newton interview?
I didn't see it
Kevin
yet.
Samuels?
Oh no, I'm sorry, my bad. I confused it. Cam Newton, Brittany Renner.
Brittany
My bad.
Renner did a Cam
No,
I'm
Newton
about
Cam.
to say
interview.
Cam Newton. I'm like,
You
hell
mean Cam
no.
I'll
Newton
tell you
and
this.
Brittany
Hold
Renner.
on. I got a question for the woman here, okay? Let me ask you something. Now, Brittany Renner is a
No shit.
strikingly
Okay.
listen, hold on. With the makeup,
He's fixing his hat.
Brittany Renner is a strikingly beautiful woman with makeup. Okay. Personally, I prefer a more plain look, maybe some eyeliner and some lip gloss. You ain't gotta wear lipstick, just something that the makeup should be the period at the end of the sentence for me. Subtle, small, nothing. You can't, like David, you know the chick I told you, the Venezuelan woman I dated, the one looked like Kim Kardashian and built like her with a Coke bottle shape. Listen, Say what you want. She was beautiful. She was beautiful, David.
Is the body natural?
No, the body was not entirely natural. However, it looked nice. All right. She was built like
Hey.
Jessica Rabbit.
Hey, I'm
Long
not mad
black,
at you.
long
I'm
silky
not mad at
black
you, man,
hair.
Joe.
You said Jessica Rabbit. I can
just see what I'm saying, Tekashi.
Here the
Like
problem.
I'm a man of curves. I love a woman with curves.
Here's the problem. A lot of women were trying to imitate Buffy the body. The problem with a lot of people didn't realize Buffy made it very clear. All her body parts are natural. She work out, she eat right, she do what's needed for her body to be that way. But a lot of these women don't want to do the work. They don't want to do the work, but they take the shortcut called
listen to my question.
BBLF.
Right, now
That's
listen to
BS.
my question to our lady guest. Okay. Character is what I look for as well. The character is more important than the looks. True. I'll sacrifice, and this is true with me, along with most of the men. I'll sacrifice looks for character. Okay, you ain't gotta be a 10. You ain't gotta be an 8 for me. You know what I'm saying? As long as I can look at you without squinting my eyes, okay, we can work with something here. All right,
this guy's going in.
So my thing is, the women like Brittany Renner, who she's clearly been ran through. What's wrong with those chicks? I mean, you're a woman. Help me out here. My sister can't give you an answer because she's like, I don't know. I got some friends like that, and I don't get it myself.
Well, it's because she acts like public property, and that's why she's a certified 304, a certified street stroller, and that is why she's got no decorum.
That's what it is. Really, I'm trying to figure that out. Like that woman could, like, if she had the proper the proper outlook on herself and to value herself far more than she does.
We're not all playing the same game here in the relationship Olympics, right?
Sense.
We're not playing the same game. So what I'm looking for, she's not looking for, and the people that are looking for her, they're not the people that will be looking for me. So it just really comes down to we're all playing a different game here when it comes to what we're looking for, and what she's looking for. It comes with that's the territory that it comes with: the makeup, the fake this, the fake that, the status, and the quick sex. I don't know what her life is like, but I saw her complaining about the scars on her knees after some session she had with some man at night or whatever. Yeah. No, her knees were bruised. She scarred her knees.
They're called knee pads.
But the funny thing is, even like the thing about that is, even if that were even if, like, let's pretend I was her in talking about what I look like, right? Not my lifestyle. Even if my knees were bruised up because I was on my knees, I would never post that on the internet. That's just for me.
Oh my God, thank you.
And the man to know about.
Oh my God.
I would never, ever post that. She's not doing anything that most women don't do, and when it comes to sex, but it's all posted out there. It's all like, it's just all out there, And so that, but we're not playing the same game here, though.
And I could
Candid,
never date a woman like that.
But here's the thing: when people post, I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead. No, because when people post certain things like this, men or women, it's called appealing to emotion, and it's called pandering. Like, you want people, they want people to pander to them. So when they put posts and certain virtue signaling like messages, these pseudo, fortune teller type messages, like she's putting that stuff on there because it's like, oh, I'm on my knees, I hurt myself. Well, you could have bought knee pads. Bad for me. You could have bought knee pads.
She wasn't hurting her. Are we talking about to have? She wasn't. Wait, I'm sorry. You know why she was on her knees, though, right? Just so that that's clear. Oh, okay. Just that.
It's not because she was praying.
Okay, exactly. Okay.
Because here's my thing. Like, I checked out your page while we were online and everything. You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying this.
I'm plain. I'm just a plain person. Yeah.
Right. And here's the thing. No makeup or nothing. No makeup, no nothing really. I mean, you just got a little something on your lips.
I have makeup on sometimes. I like makeup, but it's never.
I know, but I saw some without. I was looking at the ones without makeup, and that's how I'm gonna see the real person. And my thing is, even without makeup, it's like if I saw you out somewhere, I'm like, wow, and I walk up and introduce myself, right? And my thing is, okay, there are women out there like that. I know this, but where? I mean, where do you hang out? Because they're not in the gym. You go to Barnes and Nobles, they're not in the bookstores. You know what I mean? They're not in any. I'm like, what do you do? Just go to work and go home?
I pretty much just go to work and go home. Yeah, I'm
Well,
not
you're
gonna lie.
married, so that
Yeah.
it doesn't count anymore. I mean, you're
But
Well,
supposed
you're
to.
married.
yeah, let me think. I met my husband at a house party, at a friend's house party. So it was within my circle of friends in which I was comfortable with, and it was just a birthday party. And so I went to this birthday party and I was introduced to a bunch of people and I was friendly and he asked me to dance and we danced and we're still dancing. But
Yeah, you're
it
in.
was just a
Yeah,
natural kind of thing. You kind of go out, you're friendly. And I encourage women to like everything doesn't have to be this club thing. Like a little birthday party at a friend's house, you have fun, you let loose, you introduce yourself to the people that's there. Somebody asks you to
Well, hold on,
dance. I mean,
Mandro.
that's
Uh,
all.
I've
oh,
got
well,
a
man.
couple of
Well,
stories
Mandro.
about that.
Yeah, Mandro. Let me say that I met. Like, listen, the one girl that I met that's really nice that she's probably the only one in America I probably would even consider a marriage with. I met her at the bookstore. She looked good. She dressed regularly. She didn't have long nails. She didn't have fake eyelashes. She looked regular. And I tell you what, she was one beautiful Latina girl. The only difference was her. The only difference with her is that she looked natural to me, and best thing off, she wasn't popping off on some crazy shit. You could actually
Doing
have a civil
this,
conversation. Yeah, yeah, she wasn't doing none of that. She was just chill, relaxing. I started up a conversation with her. 2 weeks later, we dating. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah,
I'll
just a
Just
tell you
because,
this.
natural,
just
relaxed
because how she carried
environment.
herself. Yeah, because people use these clubs and crap for such and such. I'll let you go next, Canadian. But people go to this club thing. That died out for me after high school. I like that shit got boring quick. I just
Yeah.
didn't give a damn to meet people there. I met people on my college campus. I met people on freaking like even at events. Like people don't know, dude. I got the hell out of that club
I
shit.
picked up girls at the
So
gym, at the
yeah, I
at
actually
the,
met
at
him
the
at the gym too.
Winco, at Walmart. I don't care.
Yeah,
Not
but
Walmart,
see,
bro.
but
But
see,
yeah,
here's the thing. I don't know about, but sisters ain't really in the gym. Here's the thing. I don't discriminate when it comes to
one or two.
dating.
That's about
Wait,
it.
I don't. Yeah, I don't discriminate when it comes to dating. Your race, the black women
Mhm.
have lost your. I used to be exclusively black. You black women have lost that with me. You've lost your rights to exclusivity. You like honestly, it's not like I'm saying, well, I'm done with it. I was like, no, this is pointless. I can't just
Yeah.
keep only dating black women. This is going nowhere. I love my sisters. I love black women. You're the most beautiful creatures on the planet in my eyes. There's nothing more. You come in all shapes and sizes, all different shapes of
All
skin
shapes
colors
and
on the
forms.
rainbow. You're from midnight black to high noon yellow. You, I got relatives that look white, but they're Native American, so I get it. They're
Yo,
Indians. You know what
yo,
I'm saying?
yo,
They're Indians.
Mandro.
So, huh?
Yo, Mandro, I want you to see this comment. This seems like the one place where confrontation isn't happening on the panel right now. Nah.
Facts, because yesterday, man, my blood pressure went up.
Oh,
But
I
what?
left. It was an knowledge relationships stream they had yesterday, but I'm talking about like the last 3 hours. But I left before that, before things kicked off. The topic was family, games that you played as a kid, like with the family or by yourself when you was a kid, like Smear the Queer or Scrabble, Connect
What?
Four, all that stuff.
And then Mickey read in Truth. That's where it popped off.
Yeah, that's where it popped off.
What's Mickey Red in truth?
I
It
love
was-
that.
Bro,
It's Mickey
I
Red in Truth.
go
I
check
love
it
that.
out, please, Madrell. Go check it out. Knowledge and relationships. Yesterday's
Hey,
stream.
Because of Mandra, I checked out Candy and I look at her profile and she have a very nice spirit on her. She look like a gentle
Oh,
soul.
thank
Just looking at
you.
her
yeah,
profile.
I'm
It's
just
like
saying,
Yeah,
I'm
like
like, you know what?
seriously.
man.
Your husband is mad lucky because you're genuine. There's
A
not
beautiful
Oh,
many
woman.
people
thank
Like
you
like you out
guys.
there.
here's the thing. Your
Thank you. I
husband,
appreciate it.
like I'm with Black David. Your husband, he did the right thing. He saw you. He's like, yeah, I got to take this off the market now. I
Now,
have to take this one off the
yeah.
market right now. Like that's
That
how
is
you treat a
why
woman. Like
she is married.
right. That's why she's married. Tell her like
But I'm
I'll
not
check
I'm
out her
not
YouTube page.
special.
I'll
I
see.
don't want you guys to think that I'm special. I know and my brother
Yes,
always
you
tells
are.
No, no,
I'm
no, no, no,
I'm
no.
not.
I don't want
There's a
you to
lot
think you're
You
not.
are
Candy
the
Ann, hear me out.
anomaly.
No, Candy
there's a
Ann, hear
lot
me
of
out.
women out there that
I
are
know, Candy
wonderful
Ann.
also.
Candy Ann, hear me out.
I don't know
I
about
understand what
that.
Mandra trying to say. What he referring to in today's society, we have people who could consider gem. You are considered a gem because how you conduct yourself, how you carry yourself, what are your views are. There are not many women out there in today's society that think the way you think. You got to deal with a lot of shenanigans, a lot of
Tons of
crap.
it.
That's why I'm infamous for saying Kim K is a 0.5 because to me, in my view, she's not authentic to me. She's not genuine. She's being fake from day one, and I saw that a mile away. Look at all the men that she have gone through to Kanye. Now you're
Here
done with
are
Kanye. Now
listed outdoors.
you know the new
Oh
you
no,
got
go
a,
ahead. Go ahead.
Pete
No, no, go
Davidson.
ahead. No, go ahead,
so
brother.
Natural
so
with
when
Pete
when
Davidson.
you see stuff like that, plus she the biggest promoter of BBL, literally, literally. Besides K Michelle and rest of them, she does it big. Nicki Minaj is no different either. I don't like people who promote such nonsense and not ready to address that. You know what? You could be beautiful in your own right. If you don't like what you look like, change your diet, hit the gym, eat right, do things the right way.
Drink some
Stop trying
water.
to, why you gotta go under the knife just to readjust? Like,
Yeah, because let me tell you this, the thing about this is right, is that like there is truth to what you're saying, and I will not even attempt to do any kind of pushback because you what you're saying is true. But I can also say on the flip side of that, that women that are not that I'm small breast. I have small breasts, right? I'm not
So,
this fat ass,
Some
big
guys like that.
breast.
so
Some
Some
guys like
guys
that.
like that. Yeah,
Some,
yeah. I'm one
I'm
of those
sorry,
people. Shit.
the people that like that get the most attention, right? Or the women that are very shapely, right? I'm not saying that like I've never had a problem whenever I go someplace, and I promise you I don't have to be with my husband. I always get some man asking me out, trying to date me, even recently, I could still, right? But the women that get attention oftentimes are those women that are, so that's, I think, society, unfortunately, when women see stuff like that, they are thinking that that's what men want, even though I agree with you, it's probably not what you want. But when you look at what's getting most attention, women are under this false narrative or this false impression that's what you want.
I
What
get no, no,
matters is
no,
what
no,
people
no.
want to do with the attention, because when you go out, your face is pretty enough that you're gonna get that attention.
Right,
No
Yeah.
offense
and like I
no
said,
offense to Mr. Candid, and I'm just saying that as a
His
part of
name is
this
Edward.
right,
Mr. Edward. But
and to add to that,
oh, go ahead,
to add to
Mandro.
what, yeah, to add to what he said, we do want big asses and big tits and a small waist.
I do.
I want it, yeah. But
There's nothing
but at
wrong
the
with that.
same time, I also want slim. Like I said, you're black. You come in all
shapes and
flavors,
shapes and
all
sizes.
flavors. I like it. If you're black, I like it all. I like it. Now
Right.
I do have a preference. My preference is an athletic figure.
Right.
That's my preference.
Yeah.
Athletic.
Thank you, Watts.
You don't have to
Facts.
be huge. You know, with a big, ridiculously proportioned body.
Diaper
No,
ass butt.
right. I prefer an athletic body. You know, but I mean, that's a woman whose ass is not too big, breast is not too. You don't have to have huge. And the thing is, yeah, women with huge breasts, yeah, they're fun to play with for a while, but there's certain times where they're getting away. And
Yeah,
it's
they'll
like,
smother you, bro.
yeah,
I like
and
some
then after
cupcake.
being
I like
smothered,
the
it's just
cupcake. The
like,
cupcake
all
sized
right,
breasts, they're nice.
yeah, but
I'm just saying that the insecurities, because men are physical creatures and you guys are attracted to beauty, this is unfortunately where women have gone wrong with cutting themselves. And I could have, I mean, I would not, but I could have gotten fake breasts. But I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that because I'm happy enough with who I am. And anyone that's going to be with me is going to simply have to be happy with what I offer. Otherwise, I guess I'm not enough for you. And that's okay.
but
I'm
guess what?
okay with that. But you have
Man
to have
got
some
they're
insecurity as
lost.
confidence.
well.
They're lost.
Man got severe insecurity as well. And they come
They
Yes.
in many
do. They do. If they don't have a
Guys
some
want to
six
is
look good in
pack,
the mirror
if they
themselves.
don't have a chiseled chest or
some
whatever,
is
then
hair.
yeah.
Yeah.
I used to be
Or if they don't have
insecure.
a
'Cause
look.
I couldn't go a full beard. I am in my 40 right now.
Mhm.
And I could barely go the whole
You're
day.
not a
I
man if
can't
you're
either.
insecure, though. At that point, like, what do they say when you act that way? Man up. Like, that's the point. Like, if
Yeah,
you
that's what they
feeling that
say.
way, you know that there's a path of least resistance for you, or a path of struggle that you're gonna have to make for you to feel like with the way you're at where you want to be. The thing with what Candid is speaking on is that even though she moves how she moves, she gets the attention. She knows how to go in one direction. The thing she does with that attention, she reciprocates, but she doesn't whatever entertain. Now, the thing about what
Exactly.
women are doing is they're trying to entertain without reciprocating. And they just, I mean, they want to entertain the attention, but they don't want whatever the consequences of those actions are, no matter what it is. And it's just like, you have to understand that you're taking a risk. And that's the conversation that women do not want to have, is that what are the risks of what you're doing? It shouldn't be
Yeah.
risky. Well, then why don't you stop the risks? Why don't you do what you can to mitigate the risks? Are there things you can do? That conversation doesn't really get had because that's when
Doesn't.
around that time, that's when an echo chamber happens in the conversation. But I'll
You
Right.
hit
speak.
it on the nail, my buddy. You hit it on the nail. Thank
And
you
I
for that.
wish more women would
Yeah.
make videos about how to be ladylike and sensual, because you don't have to be like this sloppy, overly sexualized woman. Like when Yellow, who was it in here? I'm reading the chat a
Wait a
little
minute,
bit,
wait a minute, wait,
saying
Which one?
wait.
Which one?
I'm saying
Which
that
one?
I be beating men off with a bat. That's not. I mean, the thing
Oh,
is,
Yellow. Yeah, I know
yeah,
what you
he's
meant
being
by that.
silly. He's
Oh,
funny,
oh, and
but
he's being
the
funny. He's being funny. He's
yeah, I
cool.
know he's being funny, but the fact of the matter is, like, I attract all different races of men, like
Oh, my man,
Spanish
truth in
men,
I
here.
bet you
European
do.
white men. Like I attract, and they've always, I mean, they've always respected me. Always like, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say you're really, really beautiful. I'm not gonna bother you. Are you married? Oh, you're very beautiful. Thank you. Like that's the conversations
And
that they
then you
have.
go whack.
Not at all. No, I just say thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. God bless. Thank you. And that's it. That's all.
Whack. That's funny.
But
But
here's
I
the
And there's,
wish
thing.
and there's a reason
women
behind that,
would
and
have.
because you have a special glow on yourself. That's the thing. The way you men know this. We see what is called the pride gem among all the women. She have a
One.
special glow on how to conduct herself, how to approach people. They're the one that we have more respect for
Right,
compared to the so-called eye candies, which
right.
is
And
not
here's
much
the thing.
Yeah.
respectful.
I'll give you a perfect example I'll give you a measure of you. And no disrespect to your husband, please. And no disrespect to you at all. Here's the thing. Yes, you're very easy on the eyes, to put it mildly, right?
Yellow.
Now,
Yellow
here's the
put.
thing. Here's what draws me in. When I was watching you, I was looking at your live. What draws me in, and just talking to you now, what draws me in, your personality. It's like the Ghostbusters put me. It's like you're a Ghostbuster. I'm a ghost, and you put me in the proton pack. Like
You
the
know
person
what?
that your aura is just like you're done.
Did you know why, Mandrell? You know why?
Done. I mean, listen. I wish you could teach a
Thank
master
you.
class on women on how to just be a lady. Like that kind of sexy is far more potent. Like it's immeasurable how much more potent that is than the eye candy. That's
But
why
you know
women
what?
who are that's how women why women who are fuck ugly end up with husbands with six packs and six figures and 6 foot tall. And then the Kim Kardashians with the hourglass shape end up with Pete Davidson, a mud duck. And
But
she's
you know
got
why,
4 kids
Mandrell?
by a dude she don't even want.
You know why, Mandrell?
But here you are in a one for what it sounds like in a wonderful marriage. You
Yes,
won.
I'm thankful. I'm thankful.
Yes, you
Yes,
won.
Yeah.
listen. Like I said, your husband did the right thing. He knew what you were, and any man who turns a woman down like that, I'm like, you should be skinned alive.
I lucked out too. I lucked out also. My husband's a wonderful guy, and he understands my Caribbean culture, and he's not one that like feels like I have to be a certain thing. We have a great relationship. We joke around a lot. We joke around about everything. If I walk down the street, but we were in Las Vegas and I see a woman with a BBL, I'm like, look at that over there. I'm not like one of these
There
women
goes
that's
that
like,
diaper butt.
we joke around,
Diaper.
you know.
Oh.
I remember there was a lady, we were doing some shopping with, we were at a store, and this lady, some lady tried to talk to him, and I was in another part of the store, and I didn't know where he was at. And so this strange lady, I'm into fragrances. That's where I found Kevin Samuel. We're into fragrances. So I was wearing, I'm not sure if you guys know Angelique Noir, the fragrance. Who cares? Whatever. It's a girl on fragrance. It's a niche fragrance. It's kind of expensive. Anyways, I was wearing that fragrance, and this lady, which I didn't know at the time was the same lady, came up to me and was like, "Oh, you smell so good. Can I hug you?" And I was like, no, I'm sorry. That's weird, you know? And so like maybe a minute later on, she walked away after our little exchange, and my husband was like, "Where were you?" I was on the other side of the you were not close to me. This woman tried to rape me, or grape me,
Oh, great.
right?
Great bird.
Grape
Yeah.
me, right? And I'm like, who? He goes, the woman over there. I'm like, me too. And so we're just joking around that she accosted both of us with her nonsense. And we joked it off and walked away and just laughed about it. I'm not going to walk up to that lady and start fighting with her. Why try to talk to my husband? Why trying to grab me? Like, it was just fun. And we laughed about it and we joked about it and we made jokes for the whole week about it. You know, you have to be light spirited and stuff like
You
that.
do.
Oh
And
yeah,
not,
the girl. If I'm with my girl, the girl I'm with, like she better take a joke, and she always laughing with me.
yeah,
We ha ha
That's
kiki
my
kiki
thing.
all the
I
time.
agree.
you can't be
You better
fighting
have
all
a
the
sense of humor.
time.
Right.
You
You
gotta,
better,
because
like for
otherwise
me,
you'll
I
end up
can't be the woman with no
arguing.
sense of humor because I laugh at. Here's the thing: I laugh at everything. I
I do
really do.
too.
I laugh at. Listen, I laugh at the
dark stuff. It
right.
don't matter.
I was on a date with
Military
a
humor is
woman.
pretty dark.
It is.
I
I
You're
was
put
with
trying
a
it.
woman.
nursing
The green
humor.
weenie.
Try humor
Right.
from a nurse. You don't.
I ha-
I
no,
haven't heard
I
it
have
from a
a
nurse yet.
very comedic side of my side. I work in the hospital. I used to work in Elmhurst Hospital. And I'm sure you know about Elmhurst Hospital, Candy.
As
Elmhurst
what do you
Hospital is
like
no
by
different from
M1? A level one?
from
Is
I was
that
a
like a
level two
level
tech over there.
one? I'm not sure what you mean by M1.
No, I'm talking about Elmhurst Hospital, which is
Oh,
it's a how would I call it? NYC HAT hospital, just like
oh, okay.
Jick Medical.
Oh, okay, okay,
Now
okay.
nurses, they have the hard job. I used to be around them a lot. I found a way to crack joke with them to make them feel they'll be laughing, but it helps the day go by because they realize
Yeah.
they go through a lot of stress. So a lot of nurses see me, they're like, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" I said, "What? I'm not doing
I'd
anything.
imagine it would.
Like, you trying to give me a shot? I gotta hold you to it." Everybody look at me like I'm crazy, but I crack those kind of joke because me, any joke, it's okay with me. But sometimes I could go a little too far on the left field, too far on the right field. Everybody look at my thing.
Yo,
I let
crazy.
people know if you think you got jokes, let's get at it though.
Yella is right. Yella is right. If we go out,
He's
even
funny.
we are going to roast the BBL, the grand with the BBL. We're gonna roast the ladies with the long eyelashes. We're gonna just have fun.
What?
You know,
Right.
we're gonna be fun. It has to be fun. Even if the
If you
dinner
cannot have
sucks,
fun,
we're
you
gonna
can't
have
do it.
fun. You gotta have fun because I'm not
You
about
took.
to be out here arguing and being angry. You know, we'll joke about like, oh my God, I cannot believe we spent $50 on some crackers with lobster. Like we'll just joke around, you
Right.
know, and just laugh because like, what else can you do? I mean, you can walk around fighting and arguing, but is that the life that you want?
That's why I have my house the way it is. Everybody crack jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's
Mm.
some joke you can't do it around your kid, only do it among adults. So
Winter.
the other kind of joke you can take jab at, be like, oh shoot. I remember one time my wife said something. We went downtown Brooklyn in Baltimore. Then someone was walking past, and my wife caught on to it. This guy with two ladies, this woman, you know, she got her body done, but her thing was so huge. She came into the store. The whole store was noisy, right? The moment she came in and walked in
Mhm.
halfway in and walked back out, the whole store was dead quiet. I was like, what's going on? My wife looked at the woman and she was like, I had my wife look like this
Oh.
and hold up. I'm like, what the hell going on here? I know she got her done, but she did it on purpose. She walked in with her little entourage. She had
Mm,
one guy, one female. She walked halfway in and walked out. The whole store was dead quiet. I'm
wow.
like, she ain't all that. But everybody glued to her. Like,
Yeah.
oh shoot, is
It
that
just
for
looks.
real?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, are you sure you don't have a hidden weapon that you might blow everybody? You out got that just looking at that thing like, what the hell going on? I look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, no, you crazy. You quiet. I wasn't quiet. I was like, what the hell is this for?
Yeah. Yeah, people are crazy. People, it's a strange world. And the funny thing is, I don't think all of these surgeries were as popular back in the day. It seems like I
No, I don't
thought
think they were.
it seems like everyone is just getting all these surgeries, but that's neither here nor there. I would just tell women, to be confident with who they are. And confident, I don't mean arrogance. I just mean like if
No,
Yeah,
it
give
this
me
is
got it
your
no.
bad.
body,
I know what you
And it
meant.
got it
you know what
bad.
I'm saying?
I was living
Yeah,
in
go to
Orlando,
the
Florida.
gym, drink
I
your
was living in
water, and
Orlando,
be
Florida.
kind.
And I'm hearing people having these surgeries for their daughter underage. They're 15, 16, having breast changes surgery
Mm-mm,
to make it
no.
bigger. I'm like,
Mm-mm,
what?
mm-mm.
Orlando, Florida. I'm
Well,
talking Orlando, Florida.
I want to add something to that, Canadian. I want to add something because there's a lot of women that are going to Mexico and getting it done over there, and they getting injected even in Brazil with jet fuel
The
in their
fuck?
body.
Fan-fucking-tastic. I love it. Hey, please tell me that the fuel burned through the muscle and skin. And
I don't believe that.
Okay, please. That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
That
right
don't sound right at
It does.
all.
Because jet fuel will eat through human flesh if you sink
Exactly.
it in
So
there.
I don't know.
But here's the thing, though, because this is just from what certain, I don't know if it was a rumor, if it's a false case, or if it's an actual case, or something made up on the internet. Supposedly, these women that went up on the plane on the way back from whatever South American or Central American country they came from, when they went up into the plane, the high elevation, and I guess the science or the chemical imbalance of it is what had it like burst. So that's
because it's not
burst.
combusting.
I don't
At certain
believe
altitudes, jet fuel that's the thing. At certain pressure,
right?
And when jet fuel hits the altitude, that's why jets don't stop in the midair. They have to keep going, and the fuel has to be combusting. It's at a different temperature. Chemistry is a bitch.
Speaking of busting, back to our original sponsor, Blue Chew, again, or Cialis. Come in and make sure you get 15 to 20% off. And that way, it'll help you with your struggles.
That's right. You won't burst too quick.
Oh, Jay, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Everybody here, we recommend jet fuel. If you want a body change, go get some jet fuel in your body. It'll make you swell up real good. I promise.
I was not here.
And this is why I had
you were here
for years. It got to a point where I was telling people in person, if anyone want to go on the knife and do that to their body, I will never feel sorry for you. I remember Inyana Van Zandt had a special kit with a woman who did it for so long, her whole leg got disfigured because of that. And she asked the woman, what made you want to do that to yourself? For what purpose?
Insecurity.
Wow.
You hit on the nail. That's exactly what she said.
Yo, this is. I'm sorry, man. My
mind
is so like mine.
Yo, Jay, we got to introduce people to the panel, though. They just
yeah. No, definitely. I want to. Okay, first of all, I want to introduce my man, Truth. How you doing, brother?
Oh, good evening to everyone. How are you guys doing today?
Why do they call you Truth?
Good evening. Good evening.
You tell the truth.
Say that again.
Oh, you gonna know. You gonna learn, Mandrell. You gonna learn.
You gonna learn.
What happened?
He said, "Why they call you Truth?" Is what he said. Oh God.
Why?
I know a lot coming out right now. Listen, watch. His name's Truth.
Because I tell the truth always. I tell the truth always.
Oh, that's what they all say.
You'll find out. It's uncomfortable. What? You'll find out.
Yeah, man. His stories yesterday were truthful. I tell you that.
Yo, I'm gonna say this about Truth. I'm gonna say this about Truth. He's the most quote unquote unclaimed red pillar, non-red pillar.
Okay,
that's pretty accurate.
He's red pill, but don't claim it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's wishy-washy. That's a lie right there. See, your name ain't Truth. You got to change it now.
No.
You got to change it.
Not what I meant.
No.
Now what do you mean?
Who is I am the prize?
That's me. It's Marcus. I'm having fun with the name changes.
What's up, baby? How you doing? I mean, I thought it sounded like you, but
an anomaly.
Hey, what's up?
I just didn't want to say, hold up, that's Marcus or whatever. What's going on, bro? How you feeling?
Good, bro. How about you? I know yesterday, everything was crazy, but you good?
Hey, I'm used to that, man. You already know where I'm from. It's Baghdad here, so it's
Yo,
nothing.
man, you and the pigeons, bro. I ain't gonna never get over that. Alka-Seltzer freaking blowing up pigeons, bro. You.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
your stories was wilding.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Feed the Alka-Seltzer to the pigeons, and then he gets in his stomach and fizz up and pop them.
Yeah, I need to see a video.
To answer the question, I don't conform to nobody else's ideology. The red pill shit is bullshit to me. Manosphere is bullshit. The feminism is bullshit.
I beg to differ with you, sir. No. You
anything. Oh, bro, I ain't come to argue. I don't do the over talking thing.
No. Hold on,
That's Kevin Samuels. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Do that type of stuff.
No. Yeah. He's messing with you, Truth. But
I'm just messing with you, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, let me, because you don't know how people are gonna take it. I'll just go ahead and let them know soon. I'm fucking with you, man.
Yeah, you on Kevin Samuels.
Don't worry.
I can tell. No red pill content. No Kevin Samuels. Got it.
Yeah.
And let's say hi to Vaughn also. I love
my brother Vaughn. Yeah. You was next,
what's good, Vaughn?
What
doing,
is
Vaughn?
going on, everybody? How is everybody doing
Hey.
tonight?
Oh, I'm doing
Steve
fine.
Hey,
Williams
my
also
elder, how
rising
you
right
doing?
now.
Wow, Black Man, Mandrell, and the quintessential man, Candid Ann. You are just the epitome of what a lady is.
This is making me
I
nervous because I feel like I get all these compliments and something's gonna
I know we been
like,
honest.
oh
We
What's
been
boy,
gonna
honest.
What's gonna happen? What's
fall.
gonna happen?
Nothing
no,
really, to be
just
honest with you,
You'll be
nothing.
okay,
But
man.
yeah,
I
I
got
know.
you.
no.
Mhm.
It's what we see. It's
Thank
what you
you.
exude,
Thank you.
and
That's what we were
apparently,
talking about.
exactly. Apparently, it just comes natural for you,
It's
and
the
we love
femininity.
seeing that. We love seeing that feminine energy
Yeah,
like that.
it's the femininity,
You
and
know,
it's just like
even
that's what draws us in.
Right.
exactly,
That's
But
what
you
draws
know,
us in for the kill.
but
exactly.
it is her proper decorum. That's why she's courted. You know, as a prior licensed educator, that is why I'm able to observe.
Wow.
How crazy.
Yeah.
I
So what are
love
we?
this,
What are
man.
what are we talking about tonight?
Oh no,
gentlemen?
it could be anything. It could be anything. That's a chill out session. I
Oh,
have no topic. That's why I do
okay,
them. It's
okay.
random.
Okay, well, listen, Jay,
No verbal drive-bys.
I appreciate you having me on your panel tonight, and
Appreciate you being here, sir.
hey man, you're a up and coming, rising content creator, and I see
I know
that
who
in
this
you.
is
So
guy
I
is.
just want to commend you, for your diligence and what you're trying to do and what you're trying to express in these YouTube streets.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
100%
that.
agreed. Yes, indeed.
I appreciate that to both of you. Like the thing is for me, like I'm not here to start drama. I'm not here to do all this nonsense. I'm literally here just to like give out some good entertainment and content for people and hear other people's way of life. Like Mandrel came in. I know what this cat's about. I've interacted with him a couple of times. I love to hear what I'm
Yeah,
hearing from him.
I've been
My man
watching
Canadian
Mandrell
born,
too. He's
like he's freaking intelligent.
Yeah, I
Like yeah.
appreciate his perspective on many occasions that I've seen him on live streams.
Mm-hmm.
I've never,
brother's direct like
I've
he
never
is.
talked to you directly, Von Bryant, but I've heard your voice and I've seen
Yes,
you on
sir.
streams. And I will say this: you sound like you could be a narrator for Between the Lines or some Reading Rainbow because I can see it.
Well, everybody.
Listen, you've been blessed with Morgan Freeman's voice, brother.
I was
I ain't
about
gonna
to
lie.
say
wow.
that's Morgan Freeman's grandson.
Yeah, well, you know what?
So proper.
I am an older gentleman. I'm be 60 in July, so maybe that with age that voice kind of came. But
maybe some James Earl Jones type of shit.
James,
Right.
well, I don't know about that, but
you have a wonderful speaking voice. I love it.
Yeah, you really
do.
Like honestly,
but
I
hey, love my speaking voice, Candid. And hey, hold up.
I like your speaking. Oh,
I'm
it's
playing.
okay.
I'm
I
playing.
love
I'm
your
playing.
voice too.
I
love your
understand
voice.
why
Don't
you
be
said Vaughn.
jealous.
I ain't trying to be jealous. I'm just saying.
I'm jealous.
It must be that young boy jealousy going on in here. You're like, wait, my voice not that good enough.
Nah, I'm not. Oh no! All respect to the elder voice. That shit commands respect.
So what do you all think about all of this calamity and this craziness that's going on
There's no
in these
calamity.
YouTube
Well, he
streets?
said calamity.
No calamity.
Well,
wait, what calamity?
maybe that was the wrong choice of words.
You talk about Russia and Ukraine?
Well,
That's
it
where I
could
thought
be
he was
that
going.
could be a topic too. Actually, that could be.
All right, let's get into it.
Wait, why is that a topic? That's not something to talk about.
No.
Nothing's happening with the Ukraine. And listen, Biden's not going to do anything, even though he should.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, end of story.
Yeah.
He's a racist. Okay,
man,
Biden.
he don't know penny loafers from socks. He don't know nothing. He barely doesn't even know his breakfast or coffee he takes in the morning.
Listen, you're president this time. Y'all thought Trump was bad, but you voted in a snake. Okay,
I didn't vote for
Don't
Biden.
trust him. If you're black, you definitely shouldn't trust Biden.
I didn't vote for Trump either.
I didn't vote for him either. I voted third party.
I'm
not gonna lie. This past election, I voted third party because I couldn't vote for either one. It was between Trump, who's a total buffoon, and Biden, who's the guy who almost single-handedly destroyed the black community.
Damn, Biden got cataract.
Wow.
The black community is in the state it's in now, mostly due to him. Mostly due to Biden.
During an election, I voted Bernie Sanders.
Come back on, bro.
So
during the election.
Okay, so Mandrell, let me ask Mandrell a quick question then.
Go ahead.
So what do you think the outcome What do you think the outcome of this situation is going to be between Russia and Ukraine, and how do you believe that it's going to affect the United States
Well, the
of
That's
thing
all.
is,
America?
well, the
Anybody
thing
want to
is,
go one at a time,
Yeah.
real quick? Let's go one at a
here's the
time.
thing is, Ukraine is
All right, Major, you go first.
is probably quietly as it's kept the largest producer of semiconductors on the planet. And if you notice, what happened after the shutdown is that there's a semiconductor shortage, right?
Right.
Okay, now we've
Yeah.
connected those two dots. That's why Russia wants it, because it used to, Ukraine used to be a part of the USSR just like all the rest of those countries over there,
Mhm.
until they broke up and then into what it is now. You know what I mean? A bunch of just mini countries. But what's going to happen out of this? Either A, the U.S. is going to get involved because no one's going to really no one wants to get involved unless the U.S. does. Then once the U.S. gets involved, everyone's going to feel obligated to help out.
Mm.
Because
But
we're
if
the
we
quote
don't get
unquote
involved,
global police.
if we don't get involved, ain't nothing going to change. The price of some semiconductors is going to go up a little bit. Price of oil will go up a little bit, but I mean, nothing catastrophic. People
It's
are making
all.
this out to be a World War III, but
Uh-huh.
that's only if like a couple of Asian countries get involved. But it's not going to be a real world
People
war.
in the U.S. were fighting over Popeye's chicken sandwiches like 3 years ago. Can you believe that shit?
Now you know what he's telling
He's
the
not
truth
wrong.
about that, man. I mean,
Yeah,
people
That was
have even
stupid
gotten
too.
stabbed, and I love my chicken, but let me tell you,
Ridiculous.
It
I'm
ain't
not
that
gonna stab
serious.
nobody over it.
I'll make my own chicken sandwich, thank you.
Me
You
too.
disgrace.
It's not that
Disgrace.
serious. And then when I tasted it, I bought both. I said, let me get this. You got them? Yeah. I said, oh, thank God you got them. Let me get the spicy one and one regular one. So I tried the regular one. I was like, it's just a regular chicken sandwich. This is what y'all
Nothing.
fighting over?
That chicken
Yeah.
breast is pregnant. That chicken breast looked like it had a baby.
Hold on. Then I tasted the spicy one. I said, oh, that's what it is. The spicy one. I said, oh, so that's what they're
Come on.
fighting over.
This one.
I get it. I get it now. That's
Man,
what they're killing each other over.
my
I see what
wife
they're
can
killing
beat
everybody over.
Popeyes any day. My wife on any day can beat Popeyes.
I can beat Popeye.
She will hook that up and make it and put a spin on it, and Popeyes won't even be able to hold a candle.
And where's your wife from? Also, is your wife from? Where's your wife from?
My wife is from L.A.
I don't want to talk
My wife,
anymore.
my wife is a
We're
Comptonite.
married.
Oh,
not
okay.
fair.
Hey, Vaughn, where did you find your wife? How did you meet your wife? Can you talk a little? You've been married for like 20 something years, right?
Yeah, I could tell you the way that I met my wife was at work. We were both dialysis technicians at the time. And
Oh.
so, between the
That's
patients,
unusual.
yeah, isn't that something? So we were both dialysis technicians at the time, and on the job, I noticed her on the job as a coworker. But then, you have some of those older patients, like, oh, honey, who are you married? And I'm like, well, no, I'm not married. And, oh, you should look at Shirley. She's not married. She's a good woman, And sometimes you feel like, well, stay out of my business. Just stay out of my business. Don't be
let me
trying
get
to
it
hook.
straight, Vaughn. You met your wife in the hospital, right? You get kinky in the hospital?
Some Grey's Anatomy type stuff.
She didn't duck
I
off
knew
the
that was
couch
question
a couple of times.
Yeah.
You're in the
So
hospital right now.
Yeah, see, he
well,
answered.
He said
Well,
hospital
yes.
confessions. Hospital confessions.
Exactly. It's kind of like a Grey's Anatomy story. But
Nice. Not bad,
yeah,
brother.
so we ended up dating, and history was made. I could just say that. We've been
I
together.
bet. I bet.
We've been
In more ways
together.
than one.
We just had an anniversary. That's 20 years.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. And God is good, man. I love her. And it's funny because, she became a dialysis patient because her kidney had failed.
Oh.
And just recently, like about 2.5 weeks ago, she received a kidney.
Oh, thank you, God. That
Thank
is
goodness.
wonderful.
Thank goodness.
So
I
she's
remember you saying that too.
she's
Yeah.
still in the recovery stage right now, but she's up and about now at this stage, moving around and doing things, and the kidney's working good, and God is good, man.
You know what that
God
means
is
right
good.
there? You know what that symbolizes?
It's nothing like a good woman.
The vows. Taking the vows in for real.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna clip what Black Men Unfiltered said on our interview because he said some really great points when it came to the vows, and I told him that drove me up a mountain that people couldn't even uphold to those vows, except my man Von Bryant, my man
You know what?
Comedian
I
Warren,
saw
and
that.
Candid.
Man, let me tell you, Black Man Unfiltered. I saw that when he did those vows. Man, he touched my heart to the core.
Thank
You know, when he put that out there and said, "Hey, this is what it is," man, that was awesome right there.
I gotta watch that.
How can no one can stick to them then? Why is it
That's
so
what I've been
hard
saying.
to stick to the
Because
vows?
divorce is a backdoor exit for prize, man. It's a backdoor exit
Really?
for prize money. It's capitalistic. Think
Thank
about
you.
it.
That's some
Think
prize
about it. If
money
the
is what
majority
it
of
is.
divorces that are like, from so-called statistics say that it's monetary, it's not about infidelity. It's not about infidelity. It's about money. No woman is going up on these California court systems saying, "Hey, I want half the love back." They want half the money.
Yeah,
That's
It's
not.
two
But
things capitalism shouldn't affect religious belief and education and education policy. So policy in certain areas is like capitalism should not affect, and there's a reason for separation of church and state, and it's because of issues like this where even marriage has divorce as in as a frowned upon way out, like a break in case all else fails or whatever. But
yeah, I
now
call it a
when you
backdoor exit.
capitalize on it, then you realize that there's always something for someone to gain. There's going to be an ultimate winner in certain ways. But because the purpose of marriage is that both people win by being one, it's just one of those self-eating snakes.
Ouroboros.
I want to respond to Man Joe and talk about the semiconductor because it's a big deal. As an IT junkie who like to build computers, a lot of electronic use semiconductor as where they use chips. So if Russia took over Ukraine, everyone who got a smartphone, who got a TV, got a DVD player, who trying to build a computer, whatever, you're gonna be affected by that in the long run, and it's not gonna be
Yeah, in
nice.
the long run. I mean, but here's the thing: Amazon and Microsoft both are working on are building their own facilities to manufacture semiconductors as we speak.
And I
So,
get that. It means Samsung doing the same exact thing.
yeah, Samsung's doing exactly.
Samsung
Samsung's
one
doing
of
the
the
same
biggest
thing.
corporations. When I tell people, though, if you study Samsung, they don't just make phone and just make TV. They do way far more than just that alone. They got their own semiconductor plant as well. The thing is, Ukraine is also vital to a lot of the European Union. This is why they're not keeping quiet. They just recently on the news that about 137 Ukraine soldiers died on the first hour of the invasion.
Oh my God.
So,
Because they're not trained. They don't know how to fight. They're not warriors.
and I
They're
get
not
that.
soldiers.
Wait,
But
who? Just to be
Ukraine.
context. Who? Oh, okay.
Ukrainian.
The
But
Ukrainian army.
but
Ukrainian.
here's
They're not
another thing.
soldiers.
A lot of African countries have an issue with it as well because we know this very well. Africa as a whole don't like to do business with certain group of people who they know who gonna affect them. There are some Russian in Nigeria as we speak. They've been there since I was living out there for 7 years.
Damn.
Now I know, but after I left, now you have Russian, you have people from India living there, you have people from Italy moving over there and raising their kid there. Those who went out in Africa to live there, I'm not sure it's due to exile or they're trying to stay away from Russia because the only place for them to run to is mostly Africa, which is not really a bad place, but it's good for them to start the bit and make their money. My main concern is this. While China try to make their business with multiple African countries, and most of them are not taking the loans, because they put the loans. And these loans are not able to be paid back. One got caught to the mix. And what they want was the natural resources. My main concern with that invasion, after that invasion, what next? Are you trying to tap into the resource in the African? Because Africa is the world bank of resource to everybody. All the
No,
raw material,
here's the
most,
thing: the Chinese, the British, and the United States are not going to let Russians do that to Africa.
I know that.
We and the Chinese, because we have enough. There's enough tension between the UK and America against China. There's still, the UK and America, they're their team, right? And there's
Hmm.
enough tension between the UK and America against China. No, there's a three-way battle. There's a losing. If Putin is dumb enough to march in Africa, fair enough. You just fucked yourself.
You don't think but you don't think China and Russia will team up at all if they ever wanted to?
No. You don't
No.
mind? You
No.
think China's
No.
gonna lose what they got with
Here's the
us
problem.
and the UK?
If you don't
With
understand the
fucking
Chinese
Russia?
history,
But they got the numbers though.
What did they
no,
get out of it though?
no, you need to understand something.
Vodka
You need to
and some
study
potatoes?
Chinese history all the way back.
Yo,
No. Imagine what he's
he
talking
went
about.
there.
I studied Chinese history. I studied Japanese history. Chinese history all the way back to this time.
Just saying.
There's a lot going for them whereby they're not trying to collaborate with anybody. They're all about themselves for a specific reason.
They are.
Just like Africa, how we have all these oppressors who try and take our resources, China went through the same exact thing and have been documented. The American went out to their country to make it look like they were weak. The Europeans, the British, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, they've been to China several times over, trying to downgrade China. I think they are nobodies. China fought back. That's why you have a communist country whereby they can combine. Let me put it like this. There's a TV series on Netflix called the Queen Empire Alliance. That is a good show to watch. I'm almost done watching. I'm in season 3. If you understand about the warring state era of China before they made themselves whole, and after that they had to deal with these people from Japan, from America, from
Yep.
Britain, from Spain coming to their country, from the Portuguese coming to their country. Hong Kong was controlled by the British for so long until they gave it up in the what? We were in the late 90s, early
Yeah, like
2000s,
96, 97.
97.
Right.
They gave up control over Hong Kong, but Hong Kong trying to stay divided from the mainland. To this day, right now, China trying to control Hong Kong completely. But the
And
people in Hong Kong,
Hong Kong was to be its own independent territory. It's
Yeah.
trying to
just
be
like
independent, but I
just
mean,
like Taiwan, just like
yeah,
Taiwan.
yeah.
Taiwan in
China's not
Taiwan.
having that.
Man,
Yeah.
I've seen
So
Red
if you,
Dawn. It doesn't work out for us.
so when you don't understand the history of those countries, you can't say, oh, they're not going to collaborate. Look at Korea. Korea to be one country before they divide into two.
Yep. You
Yeah,
see,
but
Russia,
they needed to separate, man. The North Korea is fucking crazy. That place is in the Stone Ages. This guy sits over there and talk all that trash, and people
Kim
like,
Jong
no,
Un.
yeah, and people like North
Bro,
Korea.
that
I
guy
mean,
is tripping.
well, here's the thing. People like North Korea will be a problem for America. I'm like, you're out of your mind. Seriously, those people can't even eat. They don't have food. And you think Russia's doing something? Like you just got out of the Cold War, bro. Just got out
and
of it. You ain't got no
and
money. You don't have the
and South
money
Korea
to
had
maintain
to worry
a
about
long term
and South
campaign.
Korea had to worry about the craziness every single year. And
Yeah,
South
not for a long time. Once they allied with
Be
NATO
careful, Ian.
and the US, that was over. The
Goodness.
South Korea really is a good place to visit for vacation.
South.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
South is. Yeah.
Yeah, the South. North Korea, that's the prehistoric era. I'm surprised they don't have dinosaurs walking around.
South Korea was one of the funnest times of my life.
Right.
Well, that's
North
what's up,
Korea,
son.
like I said, North Korea is back in the Cretaceous period. They don't have food to feed the soldiers. What are they gonna fight with? They have a minefield. It's the world's biggest minefield. Yeah, we got carpet bombs for that. And engineers. And fucking parachutes and airplanes.
and yet, if you're in the
They
military in
don't
North
have any
Korea,
of that.
hear this. There's some people in the military in North Korea. They want to go AWOL, but they can't. They're afraid. But if they leave, their whole entire family will be wiped out. Real talk.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, guys. Let me address this, guys, real quick. Hold on. I saw what you typed. You said under the wrong impression and thinking that someone else, a husband, is solely responsible for their happiness.
Yeah, I was
That is
just
facts.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
responding to
Yeah.
Truth because he was talking about
Yeah.
marriage, and you have
Marriage,
to.
yeah.
I'm sorry to derail the conversation. I was just talking in the chat. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Go ahead. No,
but
go
it
ahead.
pertains to marriage. And Vaughn and Black David will also tell you, because they're also married for a long time, that no one is responsible. Your spouse is not solely responsible for your happiness. So if you're miserable in your marriage, you have to figure out. You have to do some self-reflecting and decide for yourself what's making you upset. There's a lot of controversy. I mean, there's always controversy on YouTube, right? But if you think that's bad, like enter a marriage, right, where men are talking or saying that they feel disrespected because of the way that we speak to them. Oftentimes I find that communication is so huge. It's not just a financial situation,
Thank you.
because that's a difficult situation. That, finances. My marriage, unfortunately, didn't produce children. That could have been a cause of divorce. Like, I've had friends that were married, and for whatever reason, whether it was the guy that wanted kids and the woman couldn't have one, or the woman wanted kids and the guys couldn't, whatever the case might be, because people don't talk about that. Men don't often in marriage. There's a lot of things in marriage that people don't talk about. When people don't have kids, you automatically assume it's the wife. People very rarely assume that there could be something wrong with the husband, right? Because men are not going to
Yeah.
talk about that. He's masculine, right? Of course, my
So
my
this.
sperm count's on 1,000, right, or 1,000,000, or whatever it is. And so there's things that are hidden within the
It's over
marriage,
9,000.
right? And so I'm
So
just saying
this.
all of this because there's a lot of things within the marriage that could break you up. But if you are not intellectual emotionally mature enough to have a conversation, to be vulnerable, and to be respectful, it's not going to work. If you're having an issue with your weight, or your wife gained some weight, okay, inspire her to go to the gym. There's a way to talk to a person. Inspire her to go to the gym. You guys do it together.
Yeah.
Work
What if she
out.
don't want to go? Listen,
You see,
my ex was like that. My ex was like that.
my,
Listen,
my ex was like that too.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I stopped working out and gained 60 pounds so that we can lose the weight together. Guess who's in the gym by themselves? I'm still losing that weight.
I'm gonna say
That's
like
why
this.
that's why my face looks so puffy now. I'm
You
still
can't
losing
make
weight.
someone lose weight by being that romantic, man, Drell. You talk about, so you gain the weight to try and lose it with. That sounds like a love story gone wrong.
To inspire her to do so. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm trying
feel you.
to
Well, ask the
inspire
other
her.
black men, ask the Canadian and
That
Vaughn,
was a
if your
good one,
wife
so.
gained weight, what would you do?
Yeah,
Because you're men.
it's good.
I'm
Ask
just
them,
messing
just
with you,
You know
bro.
tell
what? Let me.
I know.
Okay,
what would
so
you
so
do?
so let me address.
Okay, you go first.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
can go
I'm gonna get on drugs and
Black
you get on
David.
Okay,
drugs.
Go Black
I'll
David.
say this.
This is the
It
most
took me a
respectful
while
panel
to.
ever.
It took me a while. It took me a while to like get my wife to go to the gym. At first, I purchased some gym membership for my wife. She didn't do it until I decided to go to the gym with her more often. And from there, she realized it was more fun to do so. So I'm not gonna lie, my wife, if we go to the gym together, she's on top of her game. I give her props for that. She take her workout very very seriously. I was showing her pointers, what to do, what not to do, how to do the proper form to make sure you don't get no injuries. Because I realized something that people don't get. When a couple work out together, it is a big major factor. It do a lot to your relationship. Because I watch my
It
wife
does.
work out to the point whereby she's almost like a damn trainer. I'm watching her, and she make it look like it
Yo,
was nothing else.
Canadian born walks into the gym with a giant ass spear. I was like, get out of
Because
my way. Get off that
I
treadmill.
had a video on my Instagram whereby we were working out. We were on the bike, and I was. You may think I'm being a cheerleader. I could kill that. I'm my wife's biggest cheerleader. I always gotta say that. I admire my wife because she got the potential to do many great things, and then some people don't understand that. It's what she does. She good at what she do. Once you put her mind to it, she'll continue to do it, and that's why I know she can do great things. It's not easy to just say, "Oh, it's either." No, you got to figure out the frequency, what to say to your wife, what to say to your partner, to convince them that they can do it for
Yeah.
themselves. But what I did it whereby I work out together. I show why it to work out certain things because why to be a gym rat? I ask a lot of trainers in the gym who have to work out with different information to get their knowledge and understanding why they work out good for female, why they work out good for men. And they
And get
broke it
some
down to
ass.
me. There's a science behind it, whereby people don't know that exercising and keeping yourself fit, that does a lot of great wonder for your health and keep you living longer once it's done
Yes.
right and correctly.
Thank you.
Yeah, but the more important thing is to make sure you're eating healthy at home, and then the gym can
Really,
go.
Yes.
My
Yes.
wife is
both.
number. I hate to
Both.
say that my wife is number one on it in this household. She, when it comes to eating healthy, my wife suffered from postpartum anxiety disorder during the second birth of my child, and she's big on juicing and eating healthy. The thing called a jackfruit, I cannot touch that thing with a 10 foot pole. She would take a jackfruit, break it apart, cook it, eat it, and I'm like, oh my, I cannot do it. Juicing, she's on top of it. I bought a ninja system just because of that. And I also bought the juicer for
Oh,
my wife just because of that as
yeah.
well. We have an air fryer, a ninja air fryer. when it comes to eating healthy, I got my wife number one on that. She good on that one.
Of course you do.
Yo, does that air fryer work? Because I haven't even took it out the
I'll
box
walk
yet.
right back there and bring it up and
on
put
top
it
of
right
that,
before you get.
Don't
she
go
had a
for
book.
it. I dare you.
She had a book about juicing and tell you what kind of recipe you can put that will help you to health in different areas. Either juicing for your hair, juicing for your health, juicing for your lung, juicing for the clean out your intestine. And I got on top of the third point where I was eating smoothies. To me, juicing and smoothie is great. My main concern about juicing is that
Warn
when
these
you're doing
folks.
juicing, you take a lot of the fiber
Never
out of
tell
the
me something I
juice.
can't do.
When, oh, I got
Okay.
a double.
Told you. Don't
That's
ever
a
tell me
single.
there's something I
That's the same
can't
one I
do.
bought.
I got a
I got the
double on
Ninja
that one.
Kitchen System air fryer. Yep.
Well, if I could just interject for a second here.
Go ahead.
You know, when I met my wife, she was a certain size, and it was very pleasing to me. And you know, I was a slimster too at the time.
Well, that's
And
common.
and you know, but you know, my wife did suffer from high blood pressure and diabetes, and you know, after the two
Thank you, Brother
pregnancies, which
Clarence. Go ahead,
after
bro.
two pregnancies, and one was successful, and the first one was the second one wasn't. The first
Sorry
one
to hear
was.
that. That sucks.
Yeah, that was a bad time. But anyway, throughout the pregnancy, she did gain some weight, and it was due to, you know, her
Right.
diabetes and her high blood pressure. And you know, I didn't love her any less at all. You know, even though she felt a little insecure about herself, you know, I always tried to make her feel that, hey, I still love you. You know what I'm saying? Now we can walk together, we can, you know, do exercises, we can work this out together. Now, eventually she ended up having to have the gastric bypass surgery because her kidneys were failing at that time. And so after she had the gastric bypass, she lost a tremendous amount of weight. So she's even thinner now than she was when I met her. But regardless to the weight, man, you know, that's my wife. You know, she saw me through some hard times, and we have both worked and stuck together with each other. I don't care if she's, you know, skinny, big, whatever she becomes. You know, that's my wife, and I love her. So a lot of people, their feelings will change toward an individual because, you know, they get gray hair or they get a little gut, or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just that's just not how it is for me. And you know, I'm just glad.
I
Go ahead.
bet your wife treats you the way you feel a man should be treated, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's mutual.
That's
It's
the difference.
mutual.
Stop right there. Full stop.
Hold on.
Full
Go ahead.
stop.
Go ahead, Mantro. Go ahead, Mantro.
That's the difference right there. Your
Yeah.
wife treats you the way a wife should treat a husband, and you're grateful. You appreciate her.
Exactly.
She inspires you to appreciate her, and
Yeah.
and go the extra mile. That's what you fell in love with, and that's why the size really doesn't matter. Because when a
Yeah.
woman is treating her man the way she should be treating him, the size ain't you can look past that shit.
Sometimes you can, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So
Yeah.
now it's different if she's about 600-pound life. Hey.
Whoa.
Well, you're gonna have to work through that now. You're gonna have to work through that.
No, nothing to work through here.
Because you made the vow. You made the vow.
Yeah.
Listen, you stood there and you made that vow. What, you gonna change your mind now?
No, I'm gonna listen.
Look.
No, I don't want to do it. What happened to you? Listen.
You got me right there, man.
Look, I get it, but
He
I'm
just
not
had to mess it up, didn't he?
yourself to death. You know what I mean? Why would she? Because that's an incredibly selfish thing to do, in my opinion.
Exactly.
To let yourself get that far out of the way, because now you're burdening on me. I'm supposed to be outside conquering the world and focus on bringing in income so that I can provide you with a comfortable life. You know, or as comfortable as I can make it. You know, do the best I can. So if I have to attend to you and your health issues all the time because you're eating yourself to death, I can't be around you 24/7. I can't make you not go to Dairy Queen.
Well,
you know
that. Well, let me just say this, if I could.
Hold on.
Go ahead, the eating situation can be dealt with, you know, through counseling or whatever, if that's the issue. But then you have some other issues like diabetes and a lot of different other medical issues that you may have, your wife may have after you get married. So, when you take that vow and it says for sickness and in health, my wife has had many surgeries. She's such a strong woman to me. I don't even think I can endure all of the surgeries that she has had. 2 C-sections, several surgeries on her arm. They put a catheter in her chest. They had to do eye surgery, all kinds of different things. And this woman is still up and about doing what she needs to do. You know what I'm saying?
And again, you're proving my point. You're proving my point.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been blessed.
You prove my point. Here's the thing: your wife doing what she's supposed to do. That's a woman cut from a different cloth, like Candid.
Yeah. Well, she's definitely, she's not a modern woman. Now I'm 60.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Clearly, she's not far behind.
Now, look, there's the difference. Your wife is treating her husband like he's her husband.
And you're treating her like your wife.
And you're treating her like she's your wife.
Yeah.
It goes hand in hand. Now, here's the thing. I'm an extremely loyal guy. I'm honest. Here's 2 things about me. I'm honest and loyal to a fault.
Oh, you can't tell.
To a fault. I am both honest and loyal to a fault.
Right.
If I'm married to you, I'm going to stick to you with everything. Doesn't mean I have to have sex, though.
What?
Yo, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this.
Wait. Does it mean that you have to have sex?
If she's my 600-pound wife, listen.
Okay.
Listen, the moment when McDonald's made the cheeseburgers cheap, and then people started getting fat, and then they made the salad, they started blaming people like, oh, it's McDonald's fault because they made the salad.
With more calories than the Big Mac.
Well, what? Look, watch this. Now that my wife is in the position that she's in, I've gained some weight, and she's helping me with that.
She's helping you again.
Yeah, so I'm like 25 pounds down, and I'm still working on it. But here's the thing, she doesn't make me feel any less.
Again, brother, she's doing something that is lost to modern women. They don't know how to do that. That's not the reality of the women that I run into. They're not.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, brother.
You got a gem there, and those women are becoming exceedingly rare to find.
Yeah,
and
I can't imagine.
Hats off to your wife. I applaud her. She sounds like a fantastic woman.
She really does.
No shade.
I'm
not being facetious at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I admire that, and I envy you your successful marriage. I would love to be married to a woman like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm glad that you're the type of man. You're man enough to appreciate that. Recognize that you got it, number one, and appreciate it, and treat that woman the way you do.
Yeah.
I'm giving you flowers right now, man, but word up, you deserve it. From the way it sounds, you deserve it.
Well, I would say this, my heart does go out for this generation that is trying to date and find their mate, because it's very slim pickings out there. And I understand the challenges that the men have right now, trying to find a good woman. You know what I'm saying? It's just so far and in between. So I'm glad that I've made it to the point that I am, but my heart does go out to the young people, because this dating situation, this modern day dating situation, believe me, man, it's not what it's cut out to be.
The thing is, though, I don't feel a real issue with I do see the challenge being greater than it was in I guess more traditional times. And the thing that people do have to do is use you as an example, Vaughn. You have to be like if we're still like, the challenge is supposed to be something that we can accept, something that we're supposed to be able to rise to meet. So if you fail to meet the challenge, then you're just one of the guys that didn't make the challenge, and that's what it boils down to. If you want to get married, you should be able to find out what it takes. I remember the first time I got on a panel with Candid, and like, I believe Candid is special for being able to come up here and speak her voice, but I know a lot of women like Candid in my family, from my aunts, from other people in my culture, from other people around that just that do things the right way. And then when you see
Thank you.
that, you can find it in other people. You can see it and you can cultivate it also if you're really willing to accept the challenge. Because I'll use Mandrell as an example. He did everything it took for him to become a part of special forces. It shouldn't be any different for finding a wife. It shouldn't be any different for the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And if you know how to smash a girl, then you know how to make her do anything, really, because that's the last barrier. So if you can have a girl that you can smash, then you have a girl that you can pretty much get to be feminine. I believe we could
I
have
don't
this
know about
conversation.
that. We could have the conversation because, like, people that
I missed that part. Can you repeat that part you said? Because I missed the end of what you just said.
If you can get a girl to smash, you can get a girl to be submissive.
Not the same one. Not the
No,
same girl.
I don't think so.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
You don't
because
think so?
you can always get her to smash. You know
Can
what I'm
you?
saying?
I mean, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well,
Let me
listen.
let you give
I'm
your
just
pushback,
speaking.
and I'll speak again.
Okay, I'm just speaking as an older gentleman, but you can always get her to smash. But at the same time, what does that have to do with her character? Is she wife material? Is she a good person? Is she a good woman? Smashing.
Right.
Well, hold on. Smashing just satisfies, the immediate
Yeah.
thing that you want to have done at the time.
Lust.
It's
You
the
know, and
appetite.
I see what you're saying.
and after all of that is done, and after the climax is reached, what do you have after that? You know
All
what I'm
right.
saying? I
I
don't know if
understand
you
what you're
get what I'm
saying.
saying.
I
Okay.
understand what you're saying. I'm not talking about the fact of the woman having good character. You're supposed to be judging that from there before you even trying to smash the woman. I'm talking
Okay.
about the fact of that woman is still a woman. She's still a human being, and the nature of the relationship
Right.
is going to be give and take. So the reciprocity from that point that got you to the point of smashing is also the same thing that's going to teach her. Like the same game it takes for you to get a woman is the same game it takes for you to keep the woman and put her in her place. And I'm not saying that like aggressively. I'm just saying, like as a man before a woman, like she gave it up to you for a reason.
And so
And
you
then that's
think,
the same, and the same principles behind that are
okay.
the same principles that guide you being able to grow with her afterwards.
Mhm.
You should always be able to. Well, I guess the more
And okay, and
fancy
so
way to say it, you should always be able to romance your woman. You should always be able to find a way to get to the point of why it was that she wants you in the first place.
I agree with you,
okay.
Zoe.
And when it
But what
comes to
about
that,
the same?
I'm
I,
not saying that smashing is like an end all
yeah.
be all goal.
No,
I'm
yeah,
saying if you know how
I
to
hear
do
you.
that, if you can get to that point, then and it's a woman that you've already vetted, then you know how to keep it going afterwards. And it's those principles that
Mhm.
you'll see that are across the board the same. That's why I said the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So
So
you
here's
know what
another
it takes.
question, man. Okay, so here's another
Innately, there's
question.
a feeling. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so here's another question I'll just throw out there. So, what do you think that time frame is from the point of meeting this person to the point of you smashing? Now, what is that time frame? Is it 2 days? Is it 3 dates? Is it 10
It
days?
varies. It
Is
That's
it
varies.
God given. That's
For
God
me,
given. I put that on God.
yeah.
Could be a
For
month.
me, it varies. If it's a woman I'm meeting, and I know full well it's not going to go anywhere, and because again these days I'm looking up for a couple of years now. I've been looking for a wife. Like I said, my last relationship didn't work out. Thought she was, but and I take ownership of the mistakes on me. You know what I'm saying? It's I
Mhm.
should have ironed all the important stuff out in the beginning, but um, yeah, it varies. If I know it's not going to go anywhere, and I'm in the mood, she's in the mood, yeah, it could be that night.
Mm-mm.
But there's not going to be much communication after that. But if it's a woman where but most of the time, it's again depends on the mood, depends on the night.
Mhm.
It could be that night, or it could be 6 weeks.
My experience is typically if I'm not in there between 1 to 3 times that I met her or times that we've gone on a date, then I'm probably going to move on. I'm trying to learn to slow that down. Like the thing is, I can
Okay.
like if I can tell. A woman is sexually interested in me from the first date and the second date, then I'm not going to move on. But if I can tell a woman is sexually interested in me from the first date and the second date, then I'm probably going to move on. Like the thing is, I can like if I can tell a woman is sexually interested in me from the first date and the second date, then I'm probably going to move on. then I don't necessarily even have to have sex with her. It's just that feeling that like of there's a certain feeling. I feel like every guy's probably been through this. You was hanging out with the woman, and then she maybe start to throw herself at you a little bit, and it like I don't say necessarily even turned you off from her, but you just knew you didn't even have to smash at that point. You just had to. You kind of got even a little bit more cocky, a little bit more not even cocky, confident in yourself because it's like I don't even have to smash, and I'm okay with backing off. And I've been in that position. It's just like okay, so if she wants to smash me by the first date, and I'm sitting here like I wasn't expecting to, but cool, then that's pretty much ideal for her. For me, I typically do like to smash when, like I'm not going to go out without being able to seal the deal. But sometimes I get that feeling and I'm trying to go off of that feeling more in particular. I think that's more the right direction is that a woman is interested in you enough that she wants to smash you, but you also have the discipline enough to choose when the right time is going to be as the man because you're still the leader.
Right, and
Isn't that,
that's
isn't
my
that called?
philosophy. That's my
Okay.
philosophy. If it's a woman of substance, if it's a woman of
Okay.
substance, I'll wait. You know what I'm saying? Get to that later. I want to this personality
Yeah.
thing you got going on here.
Yeah.
More of that, please.
I
Yes,
was
We'll
about
get
to
to
say
we'll get
that.
to the sex later.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the
So
easy part. We'll get to the sex later. Give me this.
Mhm.
This
Yeah,
is what
'cause
I want.
yeah, so
So,
here's where I'm at with I don't know how to pronounce your name, brother. Is it
Oh no, just Zoe.
Zokey?
Zoe KYSME.
Okay, so I could
KYSME
just
is
say
like
Zoe.
delete your slave masters. You could just say Zoe.
Okay, Zoe. Okay. So in my mind, I'm thinking, I understand and I've heard about these, because I'm very new to YouTube and I listen to a lot of these talking points. And some of these talking points that I've listened to, I've listened to Kevin Samuels and different people, but some of these talking points that I've listened to, they just sound very new and strange to me because, I'm a little more of a traditional person. So
Right.
it's not that I'm judging people at all. But my question would be this. If I meet you and you're ready for me to smash on the third date or so, in my mind, I'm thinking, wow, okay, what if it doesn't work out around the 10th day? So I guess this woman now is supposed to go out and meet someone else who's prepared to smash on the third date. And the body count is increasing at this point.
Okay.
So
True.
but now listen, this is just my opinion. So I'm not trying to ruffle anybody's feathers, but to me, it's not really the point about the third day or the third date. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, how would you respect her afterwards? What would you think about her? Oh, well, hey, I think fine about her.
Oh, I can answer that.
In other words,
answer.
it's like, has she been this easy in the past? Has she been
Probably.
this easy in the past?
It's
Like,
Probably.
has she had 3 dates and gave it up? How many times has she had 3 dates and gave it up?
Don't
On
The
the
know.
answer
For
to
the
this
rest of
is
third
your
date?
not
life.
that easy, but I can answer that for you, Vaughn. It's well for me. All right, when I say the 3 date thing, I'm not saying it as a talking point. I just want to clear that up first. I'm not saying it
Okay,
as a
got
talking
it.
point. I'm saying that as like my real life experience. That's exactly how I feel. Like by the third date, I'll see a chick. I'll see she's fine. I'll be like, dang, but it's just like there'll be another one. I'm just like your interest is not as high, and I'm gauging that, and that's why I'm saying 3 dates. I'm not saying that
Mm,
she has to catch me by 3 dates. You know what I'm saying? Like you better catch me by 3 dates. It's not. I'm not
mm,
making it that competitive
you're
for
not
them.
making it
Like
a
they don't need to
race.
know how many girls I'm talking to, and I'm not really
mm,
trying to find out how many. I'll say I'm not trying to find out how many guys they're talking
mhm.
to. Is that now to answer your question? When you say like the feeling I get from a woman, if I feel like, well, I don't really care too much about her body count in particular. I care more about the quality
Yeah,
of people
because
that she's around, right?
who's really honest
I don't
about
expect
that?
her to be honest about that. When I ask her that,
Yeah,
when
who's honest
and
about
people
it?
certain things like certain guys be like, I'm not going to ask her that because what's the point? Me, I'm still going to ask her that because I'm going to ask her that face to face, depending on the vibe that she gives me. Where I'm just like if I get a vibe to ask her, I'm gonna ask. You feel me? So it has to be something she says that sounds promiscuous. It's gonna be like, well, or something that she
Mm,
asks me as she's trying to dig in to get to know me. Where I'm just like, you're trying to ask me something where you're trying to take a shortcut to find out something about me. Whereas for you, you wouldn't want me to know your body count, but you're trying to figure out my social or something. You know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to figure out my
mm,
address. You're trying
mm,
to figure out something about me that I'm not gonna just divulge to you on the first date, but I'm still gonna try to be
yeah,
reading into you. You're trying to take away my mystique, or you're trying to keep me from digging into yours. And now I want to know
mm,
what is it about your past that you don't want me to know, that you're hiding from me. Because if she's been with less people than I've been with, right? And all the people that she's been with are guys like me, I don't really have an issue with her. Like I feel like I'm a quality person. I should be smashing on the first night. It's just gonna be my decision whether we do it or not. if you're up for it, if you want to leave it, if you're like, it's a woman's decision initially, but if a woman gives it to me and says you can have this, I respect that to the utmost, because it's like, this is the most power you have over me, and you're saying I get to decide. That'll make me be like, all right, baby, wait. Or I might, and just, it'll still be productive for me either way, but it's gonna matter.
Well, you know
more
what?
so how the connection is formed. Like, because if she's with 1,000 bums, or not 1,000, if she's with like 5 or 6 bums, and she comes to me and I'm talking to her, I'm gonna feel that. Versus if she's with 5 or 6 guys like me, and that body count's not gonna matter the same to me. I'm like 5 or 6 guys that was like me. All right, maybe there's something here that I have to look at, but I'm gonna put her on, like, in
Probation.
a space, like not even a probation. I don't want to make it like a negative space, just a space where I'm watching, just to have where I'm trying to have those deeper conversations with her. Because if she's hitting on all cylinders for me at that point, but I could tell that she's got like some type of body count, or she's got some type of experience, then I just want to know what it is about her that would keep me interested in her, and what is she going to provide for me, or has she learned from dealing with guys like me what it is that I want now. And that's where men like are capable of testing women, is that the way that they respond to your time, the way that they submit to you, means more to you as a man than it does to her as a woman. Like, women know how to cater to men's egos. Women know how to I'll use the word manipulate. Women know how to manipulate. They're social beings. They understand manipulation. And if what she's doing to manipulate me makes me feel like I can grow, or that it's not going to put me in danger, or it's not going to disrupt anything that I'm territorial over, then I'm willing to give her a shot. I'm willing to take a risk, and I'm completely willing to take that risk. It's
Can I say
her
something?
interest
Well, you
in
know
me,
what?
or my
I just
interest in me does
okay.
not define like that I think she's a hoe right off the bat, though.
Yeah, and
Well, you
Vaughn,
know, hey,
real quick, Vaughn.
okay, go right
I
ahead.
think there's an issue though, because I think I see people conflate sexual attraction with relationship attraction, and I think that's something that gets like conflated sometimes when you're in the midst of it, like whether it's passionate lust. And I'm not trying to bash on the women that are very pretty, because hey, all of us guys, we appreciate a very pretty woman, but the thing is that sometimes these girls, they'll be like, oh, that guy liked my picture, that guy flew me out, or that guy bought my OnlyFans. But they're not putting a ring on it. They're not making you exclusive, and they make it seem like it's a proud W. And that's the thing where I try to teach my sister that's not something to be proud of.
I'm okay with conflating the two, because I'm not trying to have sex with women that I don't see being like contributing to me in the future. That sounds more like a talking point to me than anything that other people say. But to me, I believe that it's like the women that I smash, I want to know that I'm like, if I wake up in the morning, like I'm like after post nut clarity, I'm still like trying to give her a chance. You feel me? I want to feel like that about a woman, instead of all right, ooh, oh man,
Black men don't feel
oh
to
man, my
make that
PlayStation
word.
controller's missing. What happened? Yo, get out of my house. What'd you do with my PlayStation controller trying to get rid of it?
But you know what? Let me just say this real quick. The post nut clarity, and I like that term. That doesn't just happen after 2 days. It could be several months down the line, and you could have post nut clarity, and it can be 9 months down the line, actually, after you have a baby.
Especially
You know
if the
what
guy
I'm
has a
saying?
scarcity
And then
mindset.
you decide that this is not the woman for you to be with. So you got to be real careful.
Yeah.
Where you're sowing that seed. You got to be real careful, gentlemen.
There's
Young
nothing you
people,
can say about
and
that, to
believe
be
me,
fair.
I'm not trying to sit up here and make it seem like I'm such a perfect person, because I've had
No,
many of
I
one
got you.
night stands back in my younger time. You know what I'm saying? And fortunately, I didn't suffer the consequences of many of them. You see what I mean? But at the same time, I understand the heat of passion and all of those things. But man, the way that the world is now, man, you really have to take your time to get to know these women that you are considering being with. You know, if you just want to smash and dash, you know, you can always put that in the forefront and say, hey, I really don't want anything serious. I just want to smash, you know, and then I'm apt to dash. You know what I'm saying? But if you're really looking for something, you know, then you need to look for a certain quality in that woman. You see what I'm saying? And her quality does not exude you getting anything on the third date. It
Agreed.
does not. Absolutely not.
I'll tell you this about the dude here, okay? If I slept with you within the first 3 dates, I'm not serious about you. And I tell women that up front. I'm up front with that. I am. I'm very much up front. And then I let them make the decision from there. You know, Princess K.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna introduce Princess K before I let Mandro go on. Welcome, Princess K, to the stream. Thanks for being on. How are you?
Hi, thank you for welcoming me.
Welcome.
Mm,
Hello.
Hey, princess.
I hope everyone's been well. I'm sorry if I sound congested. Please excuse it.
Yeah, you're good.
It's quite all right, but you got to cam up.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No, one of you have to listen. This is not fair. One of you have to cam up. Okay, we have two women here.
You can look
One
at
of you got to
Jay's
cam
past
up,
videos,
please.
sir.
Nobody.
Mandro is cool. Mandro
You
is
can
cool.
look
Don't
at his
worry.
past video. I'm right there.
What
Yeah,
past
she's there.
video?
The J-pop one we did just the last
Yeah,
week.
J-pop. She's been up multiple times on cam.
Trust me, yeah, she's been up multiple times.
Wait. Let me see. See K-pop, J-pop. All right.
Yeah, that's the one. You'll see her face.
The 6-hour joint. Jeez, Louise, brother.
No, you gotta wait 6 hours to see her face.
Just skip.
Yeah,
I am skipping, and there's a silhouette of it.
There should be a sister with an afro that looks very nice.
I don't see a sister with an afro. I see her picture with some braids. The same one she's stunting out here with.
Forward. You gotta go forward.
You gotta go like 2 hours in.
My God, 2 hours and
I didn't even know that.
And 5 minutes 52 seconds. Are you serious? It took you that long?
Yeah.
Oh.
She was actually at work that day.
Why? Yeah, she looked like she at work. She does not look happy. Why you mean mugging like that?
Pairing.
She's not.
You are pretty though. I'm not gonna look.
Angelus.
Angelus, what's up, bro?
Hey, you're right. She is very nice looking. Yeah.
Hey, my bad, guys.
You walk around, lovely beast like that, walking around.
I'm struggle streaming over here.
Okay.
I'm saying, lovely beast like that, walking around, doesn't want to cam up. Enough of you ladies. Do you see what we have to deal with here? Ladies look like that, and they still don't want to cam up. Where's the other guy? The older gent. There he is.
Don't hear me? We don't have to cam up. I know what I look like.
Yeah, we hear you,
fellas.
Hello.
One mic at a time, please, fellas.
Okay.
You're talking to yourself now.
Go.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes. Hey.
You have the floor, sir.
Right.
All right.
You have the floor.
Number one, no disrespect to anybody out there, but let's keep it humble because can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right.
I can hear you. I can
hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. We're good.
Okay. I'm making sure.
Yeah, I think it's straight now. I think we all can.
Sugar swimming is a Candace serious issue. Let's pick your IP address. Let's pick your bandwidth.
Wait a minute. What? Absolutely, what's going on?
One mic at a time.
I don't know. I'm hearing noises. I don't know what's going on.
It's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, introduce the newcomer, GP.
One mic at a time, please. Thank you.
I got
That's all he wanted to say.
Yeah,
that's all he wanted to say. Yeah, just one mic at a time. So whenever we're speaking,
all right, out of respect, I'm coming in. I'm stepping. I just want to say what's up to Jay. What's up to Princess?
Hey,
reach out to me if you can, because I was trying to get a hold of you a couple of weeks ago. Last time we talked. But guys, remember, just out of respect to Jay, because that's my homeboy. One mic at a time. This is his platform, and let's try not to sound gamer internet thirsty because there's women here. Let's show some respect. All right.
Yeah.
All you.
No, I understand.
I appreciate you guys.
No. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. And Mandrill knows. Like I said, he's joking, but at the same time, I know we gotta not speak over.
We can joke, but we gotta act the age too. Because remember, I know all of us as new content creators, but we have another black male out there disrespecting women. Y'all know who he is. I'm not give his name no lights. So
yes, I know exactly.
Okay,
but you
so
know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I had to step away for a moment, so I missed whatever just happened. So I'm just now getting back.
I was just asking because Jay's a little bit too nicer than everybody, and he allows everybody open thoughts, and that's great. But one mic at a time, because we're all new content creators out here. Let's just show just a little bit of respect. And not saying you are, but I'm just giving an open perspective. Just because there's women on here, let's show a little bit more class, better than that other guy. And we all know who he is. If you don't, go look him up. I'm not gonna give his name no lights.
But I don't know nothing about this T, right?
Well,
I don't know nothing about no
actually,
he can talk to. He can bring it up on the back end.
I do know who comes to mind for me. So
okay,
type it in the back chat, I guess, Jay.
Hold on,
Angela.
Hold on.
I'm nosy, but I don't want to be a part of no internet T.
Okay, well, it's Tommy. I'll go ahead. It's Tommy.
I think it's Tommy. I think it's Tommy. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
because I thought about it just now. I'm like, wait, Tommy? Oh.
But,
okay.
but I say this to make a point. If Jay on his own platform is giving the thumbs up about who Princess K is and validating her, let's not question Jay on his channel.
Yeah, trust me, guys. I can validate for a lot of ladies here, and we validated. Candid and Princess K. So like I said,
I'm gonna step out, bro. I'm gonna step and let you do your thing. Candy and everybody, guys, it's nice to meet y'all. Princess, definitely reach out, hit me up, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, man. Just you take care, brother.
All right.
Definitely. Yeah, guys. That's one of my moderators.
Yeah.
Actually,
I missed that one. I totally missed that, but okay.
He said I was wondering who is he talking about? Who's making fun of women? And I'm like, I think
he was talking about me. Yeah, I was paying Princess.
No, not you. He wasn't. No. He wasn't talking. No. He wasn't talking about you, like the one that's disrespecting a woman. He wasn't.
Yeah. He was talking about me. Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah, no.
I was like,
because I'm like, who is he talking about?
Me, I got a feeling he would address me in a rather different fashion if I was the guy he was talking about. Yeah, he wouldn't have been so nice. It sounds like he wouldn't be nice to that guy, whoever that is. You know what I mean? So, whoever he is.
Yeah, you say, who is he? I just finally saw it in a private chat. You said, who's he talking about disrespecting women? Yeah, Tommy Sotomayor. Yeah.
Who is this guy, Tommy Sotomayor? Let me look him up. I don't know who this is.
He's a coon.
Who?
Is it really?
Sotomayor?
Yeah.
Is it really?
I know who you're talking about.
Actually, I was thinking about someone else, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
Put in the private chat, please tell me who you thinking.
I'm getting out of the private chat now. I don't want to be
a part of this. No, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
You know who Vaughn's voice remind me of? Vaughn, you sound just like this comedian named Ali Sadiq. He's a brilliant comedian.
That boy
is Ali Sadiq. Your voice done. You done it? So
yeah, I hear it.
I just thought about it. Yeah, that does sound like
it. This time I was with a girl, right? Then we go out on a date, and so yeah, you do, man. Your cadence and everything, you sound just like him. Look him up, man. Sometime he's a brilliant comedian. He's funny, legit.
I'm gonna do that.
He's legit funny. That's how I was able to pick that up, and I was like, he sounds like Ali Sadiq. And I just I just kept listening to you this whole time. And I was like, I'm not wrong. He sounds just like him. And
hey, Princess.
I'm finally back. I've been fucking struggle streaming for a while.
Okay, come on, Marcus.
I'm getting pissed off at his Wi-Fi.
But I was like, no, he's on the up and up, but he sounds just like him.
I was talking on mute. Hey, Candid Ann, how are you?
Well, I wanted to find out. I'm thankful that another lady is on the panel. What did you want to talk about? This is a chill session. I'm really loving this. This is one of the most respectful panels, and I want to thank Jay Takashi for having this panel in which everyone is having difference of opinions, and we are all. No, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. It's just been so respectful, and it's just been really wonderful. So, hey, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to bring to the conversation?
You know what? I'm really listening and observing for now. It's I haven't been single for a while, so hearing.
Oh, you're married?
I'm engaged.
Congratulations.
Oh, this great
Congratulations.
news, Princess K. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes, make me
And
Happy
feel
this
worse
why
about
anniversary.
myself.
Mandrell want to put a cam on so you can steal somebody else's woman.
No, I'm not. No,
No,
I'm not
Mandrill was
with
about
it.
to be
yeah, that's
Casanova.
why I
I'm
was
not with that now. I'm not
Don't
with.
Mandrill was
I'm
don't
about
not.
do
to be
Mandrill like
Casanova.
that.
He
Don't
was
do
about to be
Mandrill like
Romeo.
that.
Right. I don't.
Hey,
That's something I
I,
don't do.
I had to get him back
Yeah, I'm
because
still with a
remember
man's woman. I
him
can't do
and Black Men Unfiltered and email was wrote to me. So like I
We
said, I want to get
were.
everybody back.
We were.
Remember, I said I would
we
get everybody
were.
back.
We were
I
roasting
don't let
you, but
go.
let's be
I
honest
don't
now,
let go.
David. You
Hmm
kind of had that one coming. Yeah, I'm not about stealing anybody's woman, but I mean, I can say that, hey, lady, black woman, you're beautiful. I don't see the
Thank
problem with that.
And so, Princess K, where did you meet your fiance?
I met him in college, actually. It's really a long story because I had this situation with a stalker and I actually got close to my fiance through that because he was there and it was like they broke into my apartment and it was this issue with secret cameras that were placed in after the
Whoa.
break-in. Yeah, it was scary, but we became friends through that experience. He was my neighbor and he happened to be the only one outside and I was freaking out and just ran out and he stood by me while I called the cops and everything.
Is he a black man?
No, he's Korean.
Okay. That's okay.
And
That's
that's rare.
okay.
That's an
That's
anomaly.
fine. That's
That
okay.
is
That's
an anomaly.
okay.
That is an
She had
anomaly.
Mandrell,
she got the Romeo Must Die
There you
storyline.
go. That
That's
could be the Aaliyah to your
okay.
Jet Li.
Mandrell
It's
faded
okay.
into a blur. Why did
Why you going
Mandrell
to?
fade into a blur just
His,
now?
his,
Don't
What
pay
his
attention to
screen
happened?
that
started
guy, my
crying.
You telling me my heart just broke?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And so, if I were to ask your fiance, I know your fiance isn't on here, but I mean, to do your best, if I were to ask your fiance what attracted him to this black woman, whom is you, Princess, what were some of the attributes that he would say if you were on here that attracted him to you? Because there's a narrative that black women, although we are beautiful and sexy and all these different things, that men of other races, even though this has not been my experience, that men of other races typically don't want us simply because of our attitude. And so
Speak for yourself.
yeah, and so I would like to know from I would like to know from you, if he were on here, what are some of the attributes as a black woman that attracted him to you?
I'll just repeat back what he's told me. First, beyond my looks in real life,
I was about to say that. Have you seen her? I'm looking at the stream that they told me about now, and I'm like, oh, that's why. Got it.
It's them lips.
Yeah. And those
but
eyes.
While I was still listening, what I'm hearing, her fiance said was
beyond
a stalker, and he
And look,
falling for his look.
and Princess, I even like the fro, baby. Don't change nothing, unless you want to.
thank you.
Yeah,
Much appreciated.
yeah.
What about the
Okay,
character stuff? This sounds like a question I asked
beyond
Candid before, to be honest.
Oh, did you ask me this? So, what attracted my husband to me?
No, I asked you this before, like the first time that I was on a panel with you. And she's kind of answering the same way. She's like, "Well, he's not here right now, but if he were to answer, he would maybe say, you don't remember?"
I'm sorry, no, I don't. But I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. But after she answers, I'll be happy to. Let me see if I'll try to grab my husband and see if he'll come on here and speak for himself. But I'll do my best to answer for him if he doesn't decide to do so.
Awesome.
Let Princess K speak.
Yes, Princess. You say your fiance is
Princess, you don't have to, but if your husband wants to or your fiance wants to, he can.
Yeah, and you say he's Korean?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I need a break.
Stop. Stop.
Okay, let me answer the question real quick. Beyond my looks, he would say it would be, first of all, my strength, my intelligence, but it's not bordering on that. It's really my heart to give to the people that I love, like actually caring for him and doing things like going above and beyond in ways that other females had not with him before, such as knowing that he's stressed out from work. I don't immediately bombard him with conversation, just having intimate time. And that doesn't mean sex. It's stuff like having food ready when he's home or helping him with like his whatever work he has to do, right? Because there's a language barrier. He's not good with his papers like we met when we were in college. So I would take the time to help correct his papers and stuff like that. I'd have food ready. If he ever needed a place to relax, he could come over to my place. Head and shoulder rubs are his favorite thing. Knowing his love language and actually giving him
now I'm mad.
you know, just like taking the time to figure out details, like knowing when he comes in before he even says anything, I know what's wrong. I know that he's not okay. And because I love him that much, I'm going to be what you need me to be. And that's what he said to me. So
Princess K, are you sure you're not Candy and distant sister?
I told you I'm not unique. There are so many women out here, but they probably.
I know. I'm just playing.
Yeah, your wife is an example. Vaughn's wife is an example. We have Princess K. She's an example. But the thing is that I think that they're not as represented on YouTube. That's what I'm hoping, at least. That's what I'm hoping, because they're out here doing their regular thing, living their regular lives, and they're not on YouTube. So I don't know. I just hope
anywhere else.
And you know what's crazy? Because I got to meet Princess K through the streams here. And the thing is, she's a California girl. I'm not gonna say where she's from or where she's at right now, but she's a California girl, and a lot of modern California women, they're on some different levels, some ish bad. And Princess K is a cool person. She's different. She beats the generalization of Cali women.
And I live in Cali, so I can definitely say that the women out here can be quite indifferent at times. For sure.
Yeah.
Like I'm
and
really
they ride with a New
wait.
York City woman.
But wait a minute. I don't want to say all. I want to say some.
I completely understand that. I was raised by very traditional parents, and my father passed away when I was young, but I had a very strong relationship with him. And along with him, when he passed away, his frat brothers came into position to be somewhat of like uncle father figures for me, as well as my own uncles and male cousins, and a mother who taught me how to be a woman and give to her man. So I have that disconnect. I've always been on the outskirts of what is normal around females my age here. And I just turned 26, so
I'm so happy you said that. I'm so happy you said that, because a lot of these men think that. Yeah, I want them to know that there are women out here, beautiful, wonderful, respectful, loving women. There are out here, and so I'm so happy that you joined the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, look at this woman, the woman in my life. Okay, look at this. Now watch what she does. Watch what she does. She's been doing all this crime. Look, right down, and there she is, clamoring for attention. I give it to her, and she's like, "Thanks. Now I'll go over here and do this."
Well, that's a cat's nature.
Beg for your attention. Over there whining for the longest time. Like when I said I need a break. Yeah, I went to the bathroom, came up, and she's all over me. I pet her a couple of times, come back to the computer, and then she's been whining the whole time. I pick her up, doesn't want me to pick her up. She wants me to put her down. So I said, "No, you're gonna stay with me now." Turn on the camera. She's like, "Oh no, I'm on TV." She runs. That's my luck with women.
There are
Oh, they
a
leave.
few
They leave you.
YouTubers.
They leave you.
I'll put it like that. There are a few YouTubers on the black YouTuber on the show who are single or females, and they talk about the same thing you talk about, man. Just find the right man because they feel like they can find a better where they're located at. And what we have noticed from a lot of the panel is based on proximity. Where you
Yeah,
at, sometimes you might not find
I
what you're
think that
looking
has
for.
something to do with it as well. To be fair,
Like her name is
you know.
Lauren. I forgot her last name, and she used to be under Anton. And I told
Lauren
Lauren,
Melissa, she's beautiful.
yeah,
Yeah.
yes. And I told her
Yeah,
that
but I
Yeah.
saw her
today
interview with
we had,
Anton and the
we
things that
had that
she's looking
conversation
for.
with
I don't
her,
qualify.
with Jonathan Barron, with Chicky Banter, Jenny Mike, and we explained to her this is the problem. We have a cool called nerd like me, black nerd. We're not flashy, we're not fly, whatever. We the type of one who like to better us up and not study whatsoever, yada yada yada. But we're doing the high school phase and the college phase. We've been looked down at the unattractive kind of guy because we don't look like we got a promising career because we're not playing sport. Now, I did sport in high school. I did sport in college. But wasn't the kind of sport that looked like would make plenty of money, like the football, the basketball, whatever. That's fine. I had a goal I was pursuing. Those kind of guys always get overlooked among our sisters a lot of time. Except the very few, like you know, right proximity, you may find that good when you're looking for. Jenny Mike ex fiance is white. Chiki Banta fiance is white. It's crazy if you look at it that way, but you can tell the main interest was to get a black woman, but during that time they couldn't find one that fit the criteria because of what's going on in today's society. Um, Jonathan, he's Haitian. Jada, what I'm talking about. He said at one point he told his father to go back to Haiti to look for a wife for him, because for the simple fact he see how today modernized women of today are using the system for their advantage. So for someone like Jonathan who got something to protect, but I have to respect him for what he's doing because he caught on to it and he learned from the past generation mistakes. Now, Mandra, I can tell you are a promising dude. You got a lot going for you. What you're looking for, it'll be like saying how you think you find it and needle in the haystack, which is sadly the case.
I'll say.
My elder Van know what I'm talking about because I live in New York, and to find a good woman, I just got blessed to find my wife. She's a
Amen.
blessing in my life, big time.
Yes,
I can
sir.
tell you this: I'm a workaholic to the T. There was a time that I almost got sick and I still trying to drag my sick behind to work. She came to the bedroom and told me, "You're not going to work." I said, "You are not going to work. You will call your boss. You're going to call off until the day you're sick." And she stood there to make sure I called my job and let them know that I was sick. Even though I'm too damn stubborn, I would drag my behind, go to Walmart, whatever, get a vitamin C, whatever, put in my mouth, drink what I need to drink, and to keep it moving. That's the kind of guy I am. I would drive myself to work knowing I got to take care of my household. I'm that kind of dude. I work my butt up to the ground, smart, wise, and hard, just for the take that my wife and my kid can live a better life than I am. And my wife, she's not gonna allow me to go that far. You're not gonna kill yourself. You're sick. You stay home. I'm gonna take care of you. That's how I know I
Mm,
had a good woman in my life.
mm.
I'll
She
say.
see
I've
that I was
never,
dragging
I've,
my toe to the ground, and she ain't gonna let me do that. You said your health is more important.
I've never experienced that a day in my life ever. I've never had a woman look out aside from my mother, my sister, or grandpa. Aside from a blood relative, never had
And
a
I,
woman have
I
my
got,
back
I'm
like
being
that
honest, I got
ever.
lucky because if I didn't met her, and I said this to myself, if I turn 35 and I get married, I ain't get married at all. Period.
But you know what?
I,
These women still exist.
they,
You
they,
know,
they exist.
these good
But
women
listen,
still exist
Where are
today.
they? And don't say
Well,
church.
well, well. Now I'm not going to say the
Church got the
church,
biggest freaks on the
but
planet, bro. Come on.
but here's the thing. No, I didn't say anything about the church now.
I'm
But
saying it,
these,
so we can go ahead
I'm
and get that out of here.
okay. But I'm saying
Church
that
women
these
are,
women,
yeah,
okay. What I'm
Freaks can
saying
have
is,
character.
okay. So what I'm
they do
what I'm
have
actually
character,
saying,
but
what
not
I'm
the kind you
saying
want to keep.
is, okay. So what I'm saying is that good women do still
Oh
exist.
God.
You just need to know them when you see them. And a lot of times, as men, we are not vetting these women properly. And this is why we get what we get. You know, Men are not perfect, and neither are the women.
You're right. I'm glad you said
Right,
that.
right.
But if
hold
you're
on.
going to the store to get a melon, then you need to know how to tap it, make sure that it's ripe, make sure that it's sweet, make sure that it is what you want it to be.
I like
So you
all the
just
things
can't
you're saying.
you just can't pick up
See?
anything and expect it to be what you want it to be.
But
There's a time, well, let me finish. There's a time process in vetting. In other words, the investigation. You need to do more investigating. What is this female about? What is her character about? See, is she clean? Is she compassionate? Is she willing to be submissive? Because that's just going to be in her nature automatically. That's not something that you can alpha her into doing.
True.
You know what I'm
And I get
saying?
what you're saying, Vaughn. But listen, I'm
Yeah.
43 and I've dodged.
But
And
there,
look,
What's the
I've
time
dodged
limit? You
death.
asked me my
I've
time
dodged
limit.
death
What's the time limit
countless
that you figure
times.
that out?
I've dodged death
well, you know
countless
what?
times.
I didn't really figure it out. I had to go through a whole lot of stuff before I met my wife. And I got a testimony that would blow all of y'all's minds. But it was approaching my 40s. You see what I'm saying?
I'm
Is
in my
when
40s. I'm
it's
43.
well, I'm just saying, sir, it is not
You
impossible.
43?
Yeah.
It is not impossible.
Oh wow.
Like a buff ass Ninja Turtle.
That woman is out there, man. That woman is out there. She's out there. You just have to be able to
I got good
recognize her.
genetics. What can I say?
You
Everyone
have to
keeps
be
saying that.
you got to be able to recognize her when you see her. That's the
I'm
thing. You have
43
to be
too.
able
I'm a
to
granddad.
recognize who she is.
Yeah, you're 43 and I'm not even a dad yet. Not even close.
I'm gonna go real quick, just because like I hear what you're saying, Mr. Bryant. But the thing
Yes,
is
sir.
that like there's an issue we're here, right? So there's this whole agenda or propaganda that's being spilled out towards women, and there's also an issue where yes, communication is a problem. Sometimes people lying who they are up front, they're not who they say they are, and then
Exactly.
later in the relationship, remember it's not just the guy though, it's the woman, because remember God does say freedom of will also means freedom of responsibility, etc. You got choices, right? So is it sometimes that the woman also has an issue picking the wrong men as well?
Exactly. See, and here's the thing. We always get so one-sided about stuff where it's just the women or it's just the men. Well, it's the men and the women. And both parties need to come to a certain type of awareness in order for them to communicate and commune with each other. And this is not what we see happening now. There is like a war. There's a gender war going on.
Thank you.
And this one is right and this one is right. So you're right on the right and you're right on the left, but nobody's coming together to figure out why we cannot have any type of cohesiveness.
Yes.
So here's the problem. You have all of these talking points where people are getting on platforms and this platform is for the men and this platform is for the women but see, there's never a platform for the men and the women because we both need to sit at the table together and talk to each other and figure out what our indifferences are. You know what I'm saying? Now there is a place that we all should hold. Just like I'm the man. I'm the leader in my household. That's my role. My wife is the wife. You see what I'm saying? And she does wifely things. We need to understand what wifely things are. We need to understand what husband things are. The children need to understand what children things are, and they need to be taught that by the wife and the husband or the parents. And so we have a huge disconnect, And so my thing is, how can we bring all of this together? Brother Mandrell, I believe that there's a woman there for you.
Oh, absolutely. There's
There's a
definitely a woman
woman,
out there for Mandrell,
and
for
I know
sure.
you've been through some. Listen, I've been through some horrific situations, bro. I'm telling you, I could tell you my story on a different panel. You know what I'm saying?
When
But
I
you
start
have
mine,
to.
I want to hear this horrific story. Something that's
Well,
going to blow
yeah,
my mind.
I definitely will. I definitely will share it. But brother, you know, you just have to have your eye open, and you have to. And sometimes here's how we miss a blessing, and I'm gonna leave it at this. A lot of times we miss the blessing because it didn't come in the package that we wanted it to come in. You see, when God, hold on,
I can prove you
no,
wrong with that one.
I'm gonna say it, and then I'm gonna run and hide. Hold on.
At least
Let
you
me
said it
just
with your chest. You said it with your
at least please let me just get it out. You
Go
see what I'm
ahead.
saying?
Go
Because
ahead,
see, the
bro.
package, you know, I don't want the present that's wrapped in the newspaper, because that's not the right thing for me. I want the shiny package. I want the package that looks like it's got something expensive in it. See? Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what's on the inside, and I'm gonna leave it now. But what's on the inside is more of a treasure than what's on the outside, because see, the outside is gonna fade. And believe me, one day you're gonna meet that dirt, and the earthworms are going to eat your outside. You see what I'm saying? And if they exhume your body, then we would see how you looked after that.
Okay.
So
I got to tell you,
it's what's on. Well, hold on. It's what's on the. See, you'll bypass it, and just like you know, the men say how the women bypass the good men because they don't want a man that's working a honest job. You know, driving the trash truck, and he's making a decent living, They don't want him because that's not the kind of, you know, you just see what I'm saying? And so flip that. And it's the
Hey,
same
Vaughn,
thing
sorry
the
for interrupting
opposite
him, but I'm
way.
gonna hop off right now. I just want to give you all a salute, and when if I can get back on, I will. But I got some palava leaf to eat and help with the kids and stuff.
You said some saliva.
It's too late. We watched you eating a while ago, so don't be.
But don't.
All right,
Joe.
nice to meet you, Zoe.
It was
all right,
a pleasure.
I'll definitely be back. Y'all know I show love.
Yeah.
All right, man. Later.
It was a pleasure. But let me just end this, and then I'll be quiet. You know, a lot of times we pass up a blessing. We pass up that good woman. That woman passes up that good man because she wants the man who represents this, that, and the other. But he's actually the man that's going to beat her ass eventually. See what I'm saying? This man wants this particular woman because she's got the nice shape and the nice curves. But then at the same time, she's going to take all your money and finances when you get a divorce and not even allow you to see your children if you have some. This is what's going on. So we have to properly vet each other. And you really have to look at what's on the character of an individual. It's okay to have curves and swerves and all of that, you know, but if that's what you're enticed by, you know, because see, if you know, like the old people used to tell me, you know, everything that glitters and shines, it's not gold. Oh, it looks awfully attractive, but it's venomous when you touch it. So I'm gonna leave it like that.
I got you. I appreciate the advice, but I'm well past that. That whole thing of looking at going for the shiny thing, I'm well beyond that. I learned that lesson a long time ago. I'm not even that. No, you can call it cap all you want. I can show you pictures of my ex. Look, when I first met my ex, I'm 5'8", right? I weighed 195 pounds when I first met my ex. Know how much she weighed? 287.
She got a linebacker. But up.
So I'm far past the shiny new, and I did that to go outside the box. Well, maybe everybody's right. Maybe I should go for substance as opposed to the physical and all this and all that, right? So
it's gonna give you longevity, my brother, in your relationship.
We're not together now.
I guarantee you.
Well, health issues aside.
It will give you Well,
Yo,
health
hold
issue.
up.
But see, here's the thing: she could have the right curves and the right bump and the right pump and all
Yeah,
of that.
that wasn't a problem. That wasn't a problem.
And a year into the relationship, she could suffer some type of illness. And you're
Yeah,
married, and you may have to clean her,
and
wipe
I was
her,
willing to do that.
take
I
care
was
of her.
all in. I was willing to do
Yeah,
that. I was
I
all
believe you.
in.
I believe you. I
I was
believe
all
you.
in. Okay, but here's the thing with that woman, a nurse, yes, an RN, one of yours, and okay,
One of yours.
one of yours. Okay, let me tell you about this one.
Oh boy.
This strong, independent woman. I don't need a man. You're a
Oh Lord,
want, not a
the Lord.
need. Blah blah blah.
Oh,
Yes, she
well,
said
see
that.
that. Yeah, that's a whole nother issue,
You're a want,
and
not
that
a
needs
need.
to
And
be
then
addressed.
here's the thing. She has a
Yeah.
child. I went so far as to say, how about this? Since you have an issue with sharing agency over your child, 50-50 agency and responsibility over your child, okay, after marriage, why don't I adopt her? Her father would never allow that. Well, her father's not in her life, so he doesn't really have much of a say, does he? And I said, didn't he send you a text saying that he would sign over his rights? Yeah, so you have the evidence that says he will be okay with it. Now I'm suggesting this. I have to protect my child. From who?
Wow.
From who?
Wow. So you were
Yeah.
willing to adopt that baby, that child?
Yes. Of a woman who
Wow.
was almost 100 pounds heavier than I am.
I would have snatched your ass up a long time. You would have been happily married long time ago. I'm telling
And
you.
you tell it ain't, look, I'm single, but it ain't a lot for a lack of trying.
Right.
Are you happy that?
And that's why when that ended, that's why when that ended, I didn't even feel bad.
Jay, hear what I'm going to say this now? Remember I told you I
Mm.
can tell man joint a real good dude? Remember I told that before earlier?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
No, I know. I could tell this is a good brother.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen you speak on different platforms, and you can be a little cocky, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with that. You're expressing
can't tell.
yourself. So I get it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell by I have a spirit of discernment that you're basically a good guy, man, and
Mhm.
you
Yep.
deserve a good woman.
That's right.
But I'm saying don't make yourself jaded. Don't become jaded.
We're getting real close.
I
Go to
know.
Mexico.
Now,
Go to
now, you
Mexico.
know what? I'm so glad I'm able to talk to you right now because I can see,
we getting
I
real
can
close,
see.
bro.
Okay, but I can see that you are getting very close to being jaded. But you know what? Don't allow yourself to get there because see, you're on the brink of your blessing. Do you
Mhm.
see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
It's just like the person who was digging and digging, trying to get to the treasure, right? And they dug so long until they were so exhausted. Now they're tired of it, but they only had 2 more digs and they would have reached it.
But there's no
But
way
they
of knowing
gave up,
that.
but they gave up, but they gave up. So don't give up, brother. Don't give up.
Amen. Meow meow meow.
All right,
Mandra, I
fair
want to
enough.
share a situation with you, right? And it's mainly for you. I'm sharing the situation with. It's a personal situation, and then I'm open to the panel chiming in. But you guys have been very gracious to me in complimenting me. But I want to share something with you that my husband was very pissed off with me about because I'm not perfect. And there's no way that I want to come off like I'm this perfect wife and so wonderful and all this stuff. I want to share with you a situation, right? So on November 14th, 2019, and Canadian born, he knows the situation because he's heard me speak about this before. My husband had a stroke. And this was like a life-changing situation for me because when you get married, I was with him when I was 22. He was 24, 25. We're young, we're vibrant. There's no disease. We're over here just doing it in New York City, And so you get older and these things happen. And to make a long story short, he lost ability to use his right arm and he was tripping on his right foot, but he's okay now. He's like 99% recovered. Like you couldn't even tell. Even his brother was like, it's like he's like normal. I can tell, but no one else could really tell. Anyhow, to make a long story short, I mean, this was traumatic for him and very, 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 super traumatic for him and super traumatic for me. When you're in love with someone, when they hurt, you hurt. When they can't do for themselves, you do for themselves. You do for them. I wiped his ass. I'll do whatever. Because if you think I can wipe a stranger's behind, I'm for damn sure gonna wipe my husband's ass with no issues. Right. So, anyways, I'm not gonna draw this out. Anyways, so he had this on November 14th. This stroke occurred, and he did not want his mother to know. He did not want his mother to know because he felt like, why worry my mother? She can't change anything. I'm still going to be where I'm at right now. It's not like letting her know is going to change the fact that I had the stroke. And I felt like now he is the oldest of 4 boys. All 4 boys are, he is the oldest. The second one after him has been in the army. The one after him is still in the Marines, been 25 years in the Marines. And the next one after that, he is a graphic designer. At any rate, he did not want his mother to know. And I wanted to respect, as his wife, his choice. But as a nurse, I also know that when you have a stroke, within the next 90 days, you have a very high propensity to have another one. And my thoughts were, I took myself out of the situation and I thought, what kind of human being would I be that I would not allow this woman to speak to her son, to let her son know, I love you, I care for you. That was what my thoughts were, to allow her to talk to her son. And so I told him, you have to talk to your mom. And he was like, no, do not tell my mother. That was his direct command to me. Do not tell my mother. And I said, listen, I don't know what to do because you're putting me in a hard space right now. And I understand how you feel. And I'm going to give you until, I think I gave him 4 or 5 days. And I'm like, if you can't tell your mom by Saturday, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to have to call your mom and let her know that her son had a stroke, because she would want to know. But my husband told me, don't say anything. You're my wife, and I told you not to say anything. But what was I supposed to do? And so I'll tell you, Mandrel, what I did. And this doesn't happen often, but I disobeyed my husband because I loved him too much to allow his mother. I told you about family. I love him. I love his mom. I love his brothers. He didn't let nobody know. And I wasn't going to, if he hated me forever, I was not going to allow his family not to know that their brother, their oldest brother, their son was suffering without being able to call him and tell you, I love you. That's where my position was at. And I feel like I want you to know that we're not perfect, right? Sometimes the story is hard for me to tell, but I disobeyed him. I didn't follow what the hell he told me. I wasn't on, like you said, like the program. If you're not on my program, then you're not. I want to let you know that I got off the program. And so I want to let you know that sometimes these decisions are not easy. Sometimes they're hard, but this is real marriage.
I get it.
This is real marriage.
That was a tough beat. I can see that. That was a tough beat. That's
And so would you be pissed off with me? Would you leave me if I was your fiance? Would you leave me and say, like, this bitch didn't follow what I told you to do?
I wouldn't be mad at you for that. First of all, if you call my mother, I mean, cool. But that's just me. I don't have that much pride in it. It's the proper thing to do. I don't want to check out of here without giving my mother and my sister a chance to say goodbye, because we didn't have a chance to say goodbye to my father when he died. That chance was taken away from me. And I felt cheated too, because my father and I always had a father-son relationship, but not an adult father-son relationship. By the time I graduated high school, I'm off to college. Right after college, I'm in the Army. Okay, get out the Army. He's dead. 2 weeks later. So I never got to connect with him as a man. That's something I feel like I missed out on. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted him to see me. You know what I'm saying? And see how I've grown and matured. I want him to see me as a man. And I don't know if he ever did or not.
My
mother, I'm always going to be her son. She's old school like that. That's just is what it is. My sister sees it though, but I felt cheated. You know what I'm saying? And after everything that I've seen over the past 6 years, maybe 7, yeah, and then that's a whole other conversation though about how that made me feel and where I went with that. You know.
May I chime in real quick?
But that's a tough decision. I get what you're saying. I understand why you did it too. I agree with your decision, but yeah, that was a rough one. But that's marriage. It's for the greater good, so I respect it. It's for the greater good, and it's for his own best interest. And sometimes when you love people, you have to make decisions that will protect the person from themselves.
May I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. 2 things. First of all, Vaughn, well spoken, bro, because the stuff you're saying before, without even you giving actual details, this is how you know you're aware of another person's situation. And I was in a situation like you said, like, hey, I can tell you horror stories or testimonials. You know, I've been through the same situation on both ends, whether being a player, whether getting played. You learn as you go. And I say this because to the other brother next to Jay, I personally, even though he said he's getting there, I don't think he's actually hearing the 2 messages you and Miss Ann is saying. To Miss Ann, I'm gonna clip that because that's a message I think my mother need to hear, because she did the opposite of what you did. My stepdad, he's the only father that I knew in high school, and trust me, I tested this dude, tested him because I'm the firstborn. When the moment came from him, he had cancer, and he told the only person, according to my mother, again, this is only her side of the story. He had it. He told her the same thing your husband told you, but the difference is she listened to him. And so when the moment came, and when a family member told me about it, instantly I was like, no, if my mother tell me, and then I'm gonna take her word for it. Got the phone, my mother called a minute after. Yeah, stepdad, he passed away. What, who, where, when, how? Drop everything, go to the funeral, come together. His side of family, the grandkids, his granddaughters come there, and the youngest one, ballsy as she was, and I respect it. She wasn't rude, disrespected. Right there in the room with everybody else, she said, "Hey, why? Why didn't you let us know? Why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you give us a phone call?" Even myself, I'm my mother's firstborn child. I come there mainly for him because my mother, we have, family, like how the other guy said. At the end of the day, that's my mother. We're not best friends. We're not best friends. So there's a difference. If you're my mother, I got you. You're my brother, you're a knucklehead brother or whatever, I got you. You know what I'm saying? That's family. But for him, I always come visit, I always go out my way. So I'm like, okay, why? And her only answer was the same thing you gave about the husband. Oh, he was too proud. He didn't want nobody to see him like that. I do not care. People should not be alone. People want to give their last respect. People want to give their last thank yous. I appreciate you. I love you. Because there was a lot I want to say. So part of me was vindictive of her and venomous toward her because of that situation. But I still treated her as such, the firstborn son. And so I applaud you for that, because that's a tough decision. You're honoring your husband, but you're trying to do the best you can. And that's a choice that I would, if it happened over again, I'm glad you did it.
Thank you. I thank you for that, because I see Jay's going to end the stream soon. I thank you for telling me that. And I check in with my husband. I got permission with him for telling this story because it's real. But I wouldn't share something with the public without his permission.
Of course.
But I want people like Mandrell, who is wanting to find a wife and has these very core values. I mean, it's my situation is different a little bit because I'm married, we've been in love or whatever. But to think deeply, because sometimes these decisions that we make, I had nothing to gain. I had nothing to gain by disobeying him. But still, if you look at some of the talking points of not everyone, but of some of these men in these spaces, I still didn't follow what he asked. I didn't respect his wishes. And for someone else less, unlike you and Mandrell kind of understood because you have personal stories to understand where I'm coming from.
Right.
But someone that's younger, that might not understand where I'm coming from, I'm sure they would feel like I was wrong. And maybe in their situation I was, but my heart was
in the right place.
In the space. I had nothing to gain.
Well,
And so I just want to say that sometimes women make decisions, that because we love you, we're so in love with you and we care for you, that don't count us out by sometimes making the wrong choice. It might have. That's all I want to say. There's women out there that might need a little help, and so don't automatically count some of us out by making choices that are difficult, and we might not know exactly where to go. I'm not saying give women excuses and pander to them and just give them excuses for nonsense, but sometimes things aren't easy, and just think about it a little bit, and talk about it a little bit, because Manjel, you will find someone. You seem to be a solid dude. You seem to be straightforward, and that's okay. But I believe you will find someone that's worthy of you, and yeah, that's all I want to share that story, because I don't want you guys to think that I'm perfect. I certainly am not.
No, and you definitely didn't portray yourself as you portrayed yourself as, hey, I'm human. Everybody make mistakes. And I'm gonna say this again just to reinforce what Mr. Bryant was said very well to Mendrell. Go back and watch is literally what he said, bro. What he said is straight on point. I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I'm telling you, 43. You can say anything you want to say. I can throw the same reflection as a mirror back at you. Vet well, make a list. Ain't like these women. Hey, make it the same thing men tell these women. Make a checklist. What you want in a woman, what you want in this, what you want in that, and what you want in yourself. Even ask your question. What can I do to be a ideal husband, and so forth. The same way we have these conversations. Open your mind up to different perspectives, because we're human. You are not, I'm not, they not right all the time. So it's maybe something within yourself. If you're saying every day, and I'm just tagging you because I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you, but just everybody in general, if that person is saying to themselves, like, I'm always right, then you're not.
Yeah, I know this is your first time meeting me.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been that way. Ever. Never thinking I had, because no one has all the answers. No one's always right. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm with you on that. The second, and furthermore, to keep myself in check and keep my own ego in check, I assume the position that the second I start believing that I'm never wrong, I need to back away from everything and get myself right. Or if I'm married to somebody, bring it to her attention and say, hey, listen, I got a problem. I need your help. No one's ego should ever be that big. No man should ever allow his ego to get that big. No. The only thing you can do is to be a good person and do the best you can. And be the best support system to the people around you, your loved ones. Mm-hmm. That's all any of us can ever do.
That's it.
And that's what I try to live by. That's the code I live by. Let's do the best I can. Sometimes I'm gonna fall short, but I can't let that destroy me.
Yes, sir.
I don't have time to sit there and let that get me depressed. I got to keep moving.
Life does not deserve to give you an understanding of how messed up it is. If the world is just messed up, good things happen to bad people, bad things happen to good people. And in the middle, you try to find a balance. In the middle, yeah.
And for no reason. Some people bring religion into it with God and everything. I'm like, that doesn't even matter. God doesn't even matter when it comes to the world. God doesn't even matter. Maybe he cares, maybe he don't. But there's no, even if he does care, even if he does intervene, it doesn't guarantee he's going to help you out. So if he's not helping me out, I got to be prepared to help myself at all times, whether he's there or not.
Well, I know. All right, guys, because I know Jay says he's going to end the stream. I just want to get closing statements from everybody. I appreciate everybody coming up here.
Okay, well.
Real Jay.
Jay, you're on
mute. We can't hear you, Mr.
I think you're mute.
I'm sorry, guys. Let's mute. Let's forget what we had.
But the big boy.
No, I got you, bro. No, but I said I appreciate every one of you guys being on here tonight. I didn't not expect us to have such a great chill out session. Let's be real, Mandrill. Thank you for coming on, brother. Thank you for telling us, your plights, but also your experiences. That means a lot to me because I need to hear from other brothers such as yourself, and even 40-year-olds. I can still learn something from them. So I'm 30. So by the way, so I still, like I said, I still got a lot more learning to do.
You ain't that far
but
ahead.
also. Yeah, you keep saying that, but bro, I'm still far ahead. What the hell are you talking about? But yeah, bro, I got time. What are you talking about?
Jay,
years.
Jay,
you got time.
I do got time.
Jay,
we can all learn from each other, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And everybody here has been sharing information, which I really love and respect that the most. And we are taking it all in. Oh, go ahead, Marcus. What you want to say?
Yeah, I know you're gonna end the live stream, but is it cool if some of us can stay on the back end and then while you leave, or do you wanna?
Okay. Let me say this. If there's anybody that still wants to say after this, I'll let Marcus run things in my steed, and then you guys can still conversate. But if if you guys all want to end it here, it's cool, because I don't mind doing that.
Before I go
Yeah, because
away,
I just wanted to say
this.
something.
Go ahead. I want to say something real quick before I get off. I enjoyed the
Kenny.
conversation. I enjoyed the panel. Jay, you're the realest dude I've seen so far. But when you interview me and you asking certain questions, real good, solid questions, you allow me to speak my views and my thought process. Candid, and if you see that interview, I said a lot about you. You are a
You
gem.
did?
He did. And
I
I brought her up too. I brought you up too.
Oh, thank you. I got to wow.
because
I was looking forward to that interview, but I think I had to work that night. Now thank you. I'll have to go back and watch it because I admire. Thank you.
Van, you're an elder to me. I'll continue to that the elder, and that's no matter what, because I have respect for my elders. So your wisdom, your insight help a lot on the panel. I'll say that for real.
Thank you.
Candid,
Yeah.
I'm going to see more of you sooner or later. I'll get to know how you think and how your views are. You know where Mandrill acting that way because he feel like another gem got taken away, and I can understand where Mandrill coming from because he's a cool dude.
It is.
I'm
not gonna lie.
I could do a lot of great things with this dude because I can tell right off the back the kind of spirit he have because people like him I hang out the most with. I don't hang out with too many people around me. I just don't because he has the same kind of mindset I have. Men like him are same thing as men as me. We have a level of integrity that we're gonna hold to ourselves. We're not egotistical people. We may be cocky, may be confident, but we're gonna be around the same like-minded people. We may not have the same religious point of view, kind of thing with his point of view where he come from, because I could have been the same one just like him. But everything is a journey. Every one path is a journey. It's not a marathon. It's a long race. Yet take it steady because everything's not gonna be the same. That's why I like the panel very, very well. Marcus, I will hear more about you. You're a cool dude.
I love you
Grayfield,
too, man.
I'll
I
get
love
to
you
know
too.
about you more sooner or later.
Hey, every Saturday, 7 p.m. Central Time.
The thing about me, Jay will tell you, I'm the way I am for a reason, just to draw people of like-minded together, because I can be fake. I just cannot. Now my name Black David CBN and now becoming a trend. I could care less.
Captain
All I'm
Phillips.
trying, all I'm trying to do is let people know there's so much more beyond the YouTube channel, the YouTube space. You got to keep it real within ourselves, at the community. This pandemic, it opened a lot of people eyes for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
It did for a particular reason. I'm trying to take advantage of it for a good purpose. Not only to share wealth of knowledge and information, but also share insight, share view, get to understand other people with different point of view. The fact I can communicate with as many people, connect with as many people from different part of the world, that's the great thing about it. And I enjoy being at this type of panel like that. It allow you to share idea, iron sharpen iron. You hold people up. Man, Joe, we're gonna hold you up regardless. Don't worry. You will find one, or I have to find one for you.
Definitely, brother.
Real
There's no
talk.
reason why you're not gonna be able to get one.
About to get flown out, bro. You're gonna get flown out, you little buff ass Ninja Turtle.
You're a real dude. You're a real dude. I keep it. I keep it 100.
Okay. I don't know if he wants to be flown out, but
hey, if I had to comb through the YouTube suite to find you a good one, I'll do it.
We'll see.
Actually, I might have to start. I might have to get in touch with my brother, like at least a couple of them, my network, so I can help you out then at that time. Because like I said, most of the cats that I surround myself with, they've met women from all different races, but also met some black sisters too. One of them is married to a woman in Rwanda. And the fact is, like I said, ingrained in that culture. So he's helping them out, but also the family loves him. They love him. So please believe it's out there, brother. The black, like the
don't give
women
up.
that you love and stuff
I
like that. Yeah,
almost
it's
gave
out
up
there.
before I met my wife.
It's
Don't
out
give
there.
up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, and the thing is, like I said, not exclusive to black women. It could be a woman from any race, any culture.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
I'm open. I'm a very open-minded person. You know what I mean? We'll see. It's only
This was
time.
great.
I get
This
the floor
was
back.
wonderful. Thank you so much, Takashi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This was a wonderful
Are you
panel. I
kidding me?
hope
Thank
other
you.
women come on here and realize that
It
there
was
are Black
awesome.
men that want to talk to us, that want to have a wonderful, respectful conversation. This has been, I feel like even within this panel, I feel protected and loved, So I thank you guys for allowing me to talk and hear my perspective. And we were all just so kind and gracious, and we spoke about so many topics. This was wonderful. So I appreciate this chill session. We gotta have this more often.
Oh, okay. Then I'll start making it Thursdays weekly is what I'll start doing.
Great.
And
Yeah.
I just, if I could say something really, really quick, I appreciate the time that you've given me to share my opinions, and I do understand
Definitely
a lot of
fine.
times, oftentimes, us who are older, like myself, we can come off very cocky and condescending and judgmental, and but we need to really listen. And I enjoy listening to you young people, because you're coming up in a different time and era than what I came up in, and so your plight is quite different than my plight was. You see what I'm saying? But it's all kind of it all kind of intertwines with each other. So I'm learning to listen, and I think I could be more helpful if I listen and understand where you're coming from. That way I can try to give the proper advice. You know what I'm saying? But I'm so honored that you would have me on here tonight, and I look forward to the next conversation. This was a very good panel. Quite different from the back and forth that I've been seeing quite a bit on YouTube lately. I really feel like we really got down to some good information and understanding. So again, Jay, man, I'll be back. I'll be back, man.
All right, sir. And I want to say one thing, Brian. I really appreciate the story you told. With your wife, but also the things that that you went through. The both of you, and that journey my mother and father took. It that's actually and my great and my grandmother and my grandfather. Like that tells me like they were the key eye focus of what I wanted to have in my life. And the thing is, that is happiness. Not simply just me making my money and my hard work. No, that's not what I want. My family is my pride and my joy. My man Canadian Born said it best, because those have always been my words that he preached. And he says, they are my pride and my joy, and I will not let them down. Until I'm in the dirt, whatever, I'm gonna make sure my kids will be raised well by both parents, and also that they know that they are loved, and also having somebody on my journey, taking that journey with me into old age, on my rocking chair. Oh hell yeah, I'm gonna get that. So please believe I'm gonna work for it, and I know everybody wants to be together with somebody and not be alone. I know that better than anybody. So I like I said, I'm hoping for the best for my man Mandrell, for me. Of course, I got to work hard for it. And the thing is, I am putting it to the side because I have to build myself up to be the person I know I can be. That my father and my grandfather raised, and it's just something that I can't ever take for granted. I can't even freaking rest because of stuff like that. Because
You're muted again.
No, he passed away. Yeah, sorry about that. He passed away last year, and the thing
Sorry
is,
to hear that.
I'm taking all his lessons that he taught me into consideration right now. So practice what you preach. So trying to do all that. So like I said, he was a great man, and also he taught me a lot of things that I want to put in fruition and practice. So like I said, when we talk about these conversations and I talk about the drama, bullshit, BS that nobody needs to release here, like those get exhausting and draining. And that's the reason why I have these chill outs, is so people can just vent out their minds and do all, and we can just talk about stuff and be at peace and not at each other's throats, because it takes energy to have to do that. And I'm just like, and then we're like, why are we acting like children when we're supposed to be goddamn adults? That's what I don't understand. And that's why I've always said, I said at the beginning of my streaming with Candid and said too, it's like animals. I know them. I understand them. It's just humans that I don't get. That's what I don't get. The senseless need to want to attack one another, to want to cause conflict. And to me, those are the people that should, at least for me in my mind, that should be weeded out and not be given any attention, any rope. That's how I see fit. We give them a rope. I mean, I'll tell you this. I'm gonna let you drown. I'm one of those people. If you find joy in conflict and inciting like violence towards other people and not trying to like institute any, sense of like unity, yeah, exactly. You got to get out of here. You got to get off my platform. You got to get the hell out of here, because that's not what this place is for. It's for cats to speak their piece, speak their mind. My man Mandrill, my man's Canadian Born, Candid Ann, Great Pill Podcast, Marcus, Princess K, Von Bryant, Zoe that was here, and Truth that was here. Like, seriously, this is all, like I said, this is all for cats that want to be over here. And I'm not, and see, the thing is, I'm not saying nobody's not unwanted here. But if you feel, like I said, if I tell people, not on this panel, but this is just anybody that's in the chat or anybody who out there who's a troll. If you find pleasure in trying to cause conflict with people, get the hell out of my place. Get out of my goddamn house. Get out. I don't got time for that. Like I said, we got people over here trying to tell their life experiences, and all I care about is what type of character and person you are, and that you try to better yourself. That's all. Those are my last words.
Amazing. Awesome. Wow.
Yeah.
Well
also,
said.
keep in mind, Takashi, that one reason, what I've discovered is one reason why human beings seem to be doing things randomly. You can understand animals and insects more than you can understand humans, is because every living creature on this planet has a purpose. They exist as something in particular, but it has characteristics of what it is. Herbivores graze, carnivores keep the population controlled, bees pollinate. All of them except for one. Man, we create our own purpose in life. That's why we're confused all the time. And we don't do anything specific. We don't do anything. Our prime directive is to perpetuate the species, though. That's why we're able to procreate. But as far as having a purpose in the ecosystem of nature, we have the ability to create our own. And that's the biggest difference between us and every other animal. That's why you have people who behave the way that detest you.
Yeah.
They choose to take the gift and use it irresponsibly, as opposed to discovering all the wonder that this world has to offer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Think of it. That's what it is. Think of how far we'd be if we explored the ocean, or actually cleaned it up, explored the universe. I mean, there's so many other things you can do instead of causing conflict with one another.
No, I definitely agree with you, man. Like,
right,
I've always thought about the possibilities.
I'm gonna be that bad guy for you, Jay. All right.
Go ahead.
You need some sleep,
be the bad guy for me. Go ahead, be the bad guy for me, man.
You need some sleep, bro. Just let's humbly back out, and everybody can talk on the back end if they want to. And get some sleep, bro. I gotta be that guy.
All right, man. Like I said, great. Okay, if anybody's still gonna be here, I'm gonna put you two cats in charge. If Mark is still gonna be here, if you plan on being here, you guys continue this conversation. Like I said, I'll probably be up in like 4 hours. Please believe I'll be back here for it.
Well, I gotta go anyway. I gotta get myself ready for tomorrow. I know tomorrow we have the barbershop talk. Our black men on filter. I'm gonna continue to roast them and get them back.
I wish I could be there. I have to work tomorrow. I have to work on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I can't be there. But I'll be listening.
Okay. Black Man Unfiltered tonight?
Tomorrow.
No, tomorrow
night.
No.
Yeah,
tonight.
So it's after 12. So
Friday night. Barbershop.
Yeah, he was in the chat today.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was here listening while I'm fixing his toilet. I'm like, hey, pimp don't fix toilet. Pimp people to fix the toilet, okay? I'm gonna roast him tomorrow for that one. I was like, I'm not letting him go.
I'll stay in the back chat for a little bit.
The Nigerian Magic Boy jokes, he got me good.
I will too for a moment.
Me too.
So good night, y'all.
Good night.
All right, y'all be well.
Night, fellas.
All right. So is that the live stream end yet?
I'll give it a second.
think
You
so.
see the top left corner? It will go gray.
Okay.
And account will stop. You have to end the live stream.
Does he know?
Jay, Marcus.
Yeah, y'all end it.
Okay.